Hey, you. Yeah, you. Yeah, I know you. I know what you're doing. You have an essay due. You've had all semester to do it. You've had an essay due at the end of this semester at midnight tonight for the past 4 months. But you didn't do it, and now it's 6 p.m. It's 6 p.m. on the night that it's due. You and I both know it's due at midnight, and now, instead of doing the thing you're supposed to be doing, you're trolling the internet, looking for somebody to give you a synopsis of The Great Gatsby. Well, boy, howdy, do I have good news for you. We're just straight up going to go through it. We're just going to go through it, cover to cover. And by the end of this, you are going to have all the information that you need to write not a good essay, but a totally fine essay on The Great Gatsby. And it's got to have a gimmick, right? Anything like this has to have a gimmick. The gimmick here on this episode of the Interesting Book Club is that I have here with me a bottle of Bisote del Diablo apple juice. Cinnamon apple juice. Ah, smells delicious. We're going to read through this book. And every time I'm angry with a character, I'm going to take a shot of this here cinnamon apple juice. This cinnamon apple juice, by the way, comes courtesy of one of my co-hosts on the A Song of Ice and Fire series on the Interesting Book Club. Zach got me this wonderful bottle. I also have a bottle. I also have a 12-pack of bottles of regular juice. They are non-alcoholic juice beverages. I cannot recommend that anyone drink at any point ever. But if you do, a good time to do it is during this book that we're about to read, because this book sucks. That's right. I said it. Somebody had to say it. This book sucks. It's boring. I don't like it. I think it's dumb. But for some god-awful reason, we all of us have to read it, and I'm really excited to see all of the people in the comments at the end of this explaining why that opinion is the correct opinion. Remember, if anyone ever disagrees with you, you can just say, it's okay. I know that it's okay to be wrong sometimes. And you who has an essay due, you and I, by the end of this, are going to be in agreement that this book is bad. So sit back, relax, put your feet up, get yourself a beverage, maybe a nice cocoa, perhaps a lemonade. Grab your book if you want to. Grab your copy. You can follow along with us. I won't have page numbers to reference with you because I'm working on the PDF version. However, you will be able to follow along chapter by chapter as we are going. Otherwise, get ready, because here we go. This is The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald. We open with a quote by Thomas Parc d'Invier. Then wear the gold hat if that will move her. If you can bounce high, bounce for her too, till she cry, lover, gold-hatted, high-bouncing lover, I must have you. This is a quote about making yourself look more attractive to other people, making yourself look like something that you aren't, because that, of course, is what Gatsby does through the whole novel. By the way, if you're looking for a spoiler-free version of this book, this is not it. You ready? That was your spoiler warning. You're about to get Gatsby gets shot at the end of the book. Gatsby gets shot and he falls into a pool in a sequence of events that doesn't really make any sense, but will establish why exactly they don't make any sense a little later. Here we go. Chapter 1. Before I get into the first chapter, this is my third take on trying to record the first chapter. So I'm just not going to do any more takes. I'm just going to record it with the flubs in mind. I don't understand why I was even attempting to do that, seeing as I have this wonderful cinnamon apple juice here. So I'm taking the first of these as I am angry with myself. Whew. Ooh, that's good apple juice. Oh gosh, we're not going to be doing all that much literary analysis at the end of this. Let's go. Chapter 1 opens with an introduction to Nick, who is our narrator, and I don't know if I'd deign to call him a protagonist, but he is the piece from which our story is told. He's the place that it comes from. And chapter 1 starts, "In my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been turning over in my mind ever since. Whenever you feel like criticizing anyone, he told me, just remember that all the people in this world haven't had the advantages that you've had." And that as an opening line, this is like one of those seminal opening lines in fiction that is just so flaccid. It's so fucking plain in today's day and age. We'll come back to more of this in the future. This is one of the themes of the book, is the concept of privilege. And I feel like the people who think that this book holds up haven't really taken the time to analyze the way the world is right now. You know what I mean? Anyway, it goes on to say, for Nick to narrate and say he didn't say any more, but we've always been unusually communicative in a reserved way. And I understood that he meant a great deal more than that. In consequence, I'm inclined to reserve all judgments, a habit that has opened up many curious natures to me and also made me the victim of not a few veteran bores. Oh, that's another of the things that you'll notice over the course of this book, is that this human being goes on in this extraordinary and this really ironic, pompous kind of way. The abnormal mind is quick to detach and attach itself to this quality when it appears in a normal person, and so it came about that in college I was unjustly accused of being a politician. I take offense to that, because I was privy to the secret griefs of wild, unknown men. Most of the confidences were unsought. Frequently I have feigned sleep, preoccupation, or a hostile levity when I realized by some unmistakable sign that an intimate revelation was quivering on the horizon. For the intimate revelations of young men, or at least the terms in which they express them, are usually plagiaristic and marred by obvious suppressions. This is the same paragraph, by the way. Reserving judgments is a matter of infinite hope. I am still a little afraid of missing something that I forget of missing something if I forget that. I am still a little afraid of missing something if I forget that, as my father snobbishly suggested, and I snobbishly repeat, a sense of fundamental decencies. A sense of the fundamental decencies is parceled out unequally at birth. This is why people don't like this book, because it's such a slog. It's a slog that doesn't mean a damn thing. Whatever. We're committed. We're doing it. We're 8 minutes into the video. We're doing it. Here we go. A drink, man. This apple is not gonna last because I'm already mad at Nick. Here we go. Clink. Glug glug glug. Yeah. Whew. Okay. After boasting with my wet marsh, when I came back from the east last autumn, when I felt that I wanted the world to be in uniform and some sort of moral attention forever, and I wanted no more riotous excursions with the privileged glimpses into the human heart. Only Gatsby. There we go. Now we have ceased the philosophical ramblings, and now we get to philosophically ramble with a point. Only Gatsby, the man who gives his name to this book, was exempt from my reaction. Gatsby, who represented everything for which I have an unaffected scorn. His personality is an unbroken series of successful gestures, and there was something gorgeous about him, some heightened sensitivity to the promises of life, as if he were related to one of those intricate machines that register earthquakes 10,000 miles away. This responsiveness had nothing to do with that flabby impressionability which is dignified under the name of the creative temperament. Still the same paragraph, by the way. It was an extraordinary gift for hope, a romantic readiness such as I have never found in any other person, and which it is not likely I shall ever find again. No, still the same paragraph. Gatsby turned out all right at the end. It is what preyed on Gatsby, what foul dust floated in the wake of his dreams, that temporarily closed closed out my interest in the abortive sorrows and short-winded elations of men. That last sentence might have been pretty if it isn't countermanded by the whole book. My family have been prominent, well-to-do people in the Middle Western city for 3 generations. The Carraways are something of a clan. We have a tradition that we are descended from the Dukes of Buccleuch? The Dukes of Buccleuch. But the actual founder of my line was my grandfather's brother, who came here in 1951, sent to substitute the Civil War, and started the wholesale hardware business that my father carries on today. So this is another of the discussions that the book has. This old money, new money sort of conversation that that pervades this whole book. Fitzgerald I should say Nick tends to draw a distinction between Nick and many of the other characters in the book tend to draw that distinction. We'll just talk about everything that's wrong with this book at the end of this book. We'll come back to it at the end. I never saw this great uncle, but I'm supposed to look like him, with special reference to the rather hard-boiled painting that hangs in Father's office. I graduated from New Haven in 1915, just a quarter of a century after my father, and a little later I participated in that delayed Teutonic migration known as the Great War. I enjoyed the counter-raids so thoroughly that I came back restless. Instead of being the warm center of the world, the Middle West now seemed like the ragged edge of the universe. So I decided to go east and learn the bond business. Everybody I knew was in the bond business, so I supposed it could support one more single man. All my aunts and uncles talked it over as if they were choosing a prep school for me, and finally said, Why, yes. I believe that's supposed to be an exaggerated hyphenation. Why, yes. With very grave, hesitant faces. Why, yes. Father agreed to finance me for a year, and after various delays, I came east permanently, I thought, in the spring of 22. The sort, especially in this first chapter, it gets better. It does. It gets less abominable later in the book, but especially in the first chapter, it's just so long-winded without saying a damn thing. I really got to tell you here, guys. When I am required to read a book, if there's something that I don't want or care about, it's things that are irrelevant to the book, like pretty much everything that I just said. In actuality, who Nick Carraway is really not relevant at all to the entire story. He could be replaced by a golden retriever and the story would not change all that much. But yet we are sitting here like it's a flippin' Lovecraft book, like we're reading Dan Brown, and every one of these details is going to be important, or at least will add to the mystique later, when in reality it's just boring. By the way, there's a cat trying to climb on me, so if you ever hear a meow, it's because there's a cat. All right, fine, come here. Come up. If you're coming up, come up. Okay, fine, bye. The practical thing was to find rooms in the city, but it was a warm season, and I had just left a country of wide lawns and friendly trees, so when a young man in office suggested that we take a house together in the commuting town, it sounded like a great idea. He found the house, a weather-beaten cardboard bungalow at $80 a month, but at the last minute, the firm ordered him to Washington, and I went out to the country alone. I had a dog, at least I had him for a few days until he ran away, and an old Dodge, and a Finnish woman who made my bed and cooked breakfast and muttered Finnish wisdom to herself over the electric stove. And finally, we get to anything happening. So, Nick Carraway has moved. Right, that's it. That's the whole thing. It was lonely for a day or so until one morning some man more recently arrived than I stopped me on the road. How do you get to West Egg Village? He asked helplessly. I told him, and as I walked on, I was lonely no longer. I was a guide, a pathfinder, an original settler. Jesus Christ. He had casually conferred on me the freedom of the neighborhood. And so, with the sunshine and the great bursts of leaves growing on the trees, just as things grow in fast movies, just as things grow in fast movies. Perhaps that's movies set at a higher speed. I had that familiar conviction that life was beginning over again with the summer. There was so much to read, for one thing, and so much fine health to be pulled down out of the young, breath-giving air. I bought a dozen volumes on banking and credit and investment securities, and they stood on my shelf in red and gold like new money from the mint, promising to unfold the shining secrets that only Midas and Morgan and Maecenas, ancient Greek name. And I had the high intention of reading many other books besides. I was rather literary in college. I don't care. We're skipping all that. It was a matter of chance that I should have rented a house in one of the strange communities in North America. It was on that slender, riotous island which extends itself due east off New York, and where there are, among other natural curiosities, two unusual formations of land, 20 miles from a pair of enormous eggs, identical in contour and separated only by a courtesy bay, jut out into the most domesticated body of salt water in the Western Hemisphere, in the great wet barnyard of Long Island Sound. They are not perfect ovals like the egg in the Columbus story. They are both crushed flat at the contact end, but their physical resemblance must be a source of perpetual confusion to the gulls that fly overhead. More things I don't care about. This is going to be a theme. We're trying to get you through this. We're going to skip the stuff that is just nothing. I lived at West Egg, the less fashionable of the two. This is the superficial tag, bizarre, sinister contrast. The house is the very tip of the egg, only 50 yards from the Sound, and squeezed between two huge places that rented for $12,000 or $15,000 a season. The one on my right was a colossal affair by any standard. It was a factual imitation of some Hôtel de Ville in Normandy, with a tower on one side, spanking new under the thin beard of raw ivy, and a marble swimming pool and more than 40 acres of lawn and garden. I do love the phrase spanking new. It was Gatsby's mansion, or rather, as I didn't know Mr. Gatsby, it was a mansion inhabited by a gentleman of that name. My own house was an eyesore, but it was a small eyesore, and it had been overlooked, so I had a view of the water and a partial view of my neighbor's lawn and the consoling proximity of millionaires, all for $80 a month. Across the courtesy bay, you know what I'm angry at Nick. Delicious. Across the that is actually delicious. White Palace is fashionable. Yes, okay. Across the courtesy bay, the White Palace is a fashionable East Egg glittered along the water. And the history of the summer really begins on the evening I drove over there to have dinner with the Tom Buchanans. Daisy was my second cousin once removed, and I had known Tom in college. And just after the war, I spent 2 days with them in Chicago. Her husband, among various physical accomplishments, had been one of the most powerful ends that ever played football at New Haven. Yes, come here, you cat. A national figure in a way, one of those men who reached such an acute limited excellence at 21 that everything afterward savors of anticlimax. His family were enormously wealthy, even in college. His freedom with money was a matter of reproach. Now he'd left Chicago and come east in a fashion that rather took your breath away. He'd polo ponies. It's hard to realize that a man from my own generation was wealthy enough to do that. Okay, this is something that people tend to cite in this book. They tend to identify with this. The individual who peaks early in life. I think that this is one of the instances of popularization of that sort of notion, and I think it's stupid. Don't let F. Scott Fitzgerald, who wrote books in the 1920s, lead you to believe that your life, or indeed the life of anyone, reached its peak at any point before now. You can do anything you want to. There are brilliant, beautiful days ahead. Do not forget it. The time when you made the winning catch in the game at age 22 as a senior starter, just don't. That's not interesting. Go outside. Anyway. Why they came east, I don't know. They had spent a year in France for no particular reason, and then drifted here, and then unrestfully wherever people played polo and were rich together. This was a permanent move, said Daisy over the telephone, but I didn't believe it. I had no sight into Daisy's heart, but I felt that Tom would drift on forever, seeking a little wistfully for the dramatic turbulence of some irrecoverable football game. Tom is a lamentable character. Actually, you'll notice that just about every character in this book is a lamentable character. There's a possible exception, but we'll get to that person soon. That person certainly isn't Nick. Nick is lamentable. So it happened on a warm, windy evening. I drove over to East Egg to see two old friends whom I scarcely knew at all. Their house was even more elaborate than I had expected, a cheerful red and white Georgian colonial mansion overlooking the bay. The lawn started at the beach and ran toward the front door for a quarter of a mile, jumping over sundials and brick walls and blah, 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 blah. He had changed since his New Haven years. Tom Buchanan is on riding clothes, standing with his legs apart on the front porch like some kind of asshole. He had changed since his New Haven years. Now he was a sturdy, straw-haired man of 30 with rather a hard mouth and a supercilious. Ooh, I love seeing words that I don't know off the top of my head. Supercilious. We're all gonna learn things. Behaving or looking as though one thinks one is superior to others. So I think that can be safely summarized as looking like some kind of asshole. Two shining, arrogant eyes had established dominance over his face and gave him the appearance of always leaning forward aggressively. Not even the effeminate swank of his riding clothes could hide the enormous power of that body. He seemed to fill those glistening boots until he strained the top lacing. You could see a great pack of muscle shifting when his shoulder moved under his thin coat. It was a body capable of enormous leverage, a cruel body. You know something. Tom stops. Tom pauses. I've never read this book from a sexy perspective. We might return to that. Glistening. Anyway, his speaking voice, a gruff, husky tenor, oh gosh, oh goodness, Nick, added to the impression of fractiousness he conveyed. That's a good word. There's a touch of paternal contempt, blah, 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 blah. And there were men at New Haven who had hated his guts. All right. No, I don't. Now, don't think my opinion on these matters is final, he seemed to say, just because I'm stronger and more of a man than you are. We were in the same senior society, and while we were never intimate, I always had the impression that he approved of me and wanted me to like him with some harsh, deviant wistfulness of his own. Ooh. Anyway, we talked for a few minutes on the sunny porch. I've got a nice place here. Turning me around by one arm, he moved a broad, flat hand across the front vista, sunken Italian garden. Belonged to Domain the Oil Man. He turned me around again politely and abruptly. We'll go inside. So, we may return to the fan fiction space sometime later, but the point is that F. Scott Fitzgerald is trying to make over the course of 2 pages is Tom's an asshole. You may note that he tries to make that point a couple of more times. We walked through a high hallway into a bright rosy-colored space, fragilely bound into the house by French windows, blah, 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 blah. And then rippling over the wine-colored rug, making a shadow of its wind on the sea. He's looking out the window. The only completely stationary object in the room was an enormous couch on which 2 young women were buoyed up as though upon an anchored balloon. Okay. They were both in white, and their dresses were rippling and fluttering as though they had just been blown back in after a short flight around the house. Stood for moments listening to the whip and snap of the curtains and a groan of the picture on the wall, and then there was a boom as Tom Buchanan shut the rear windows, and the caught wind died. The younger of the two was a stranger to me. She was extended full length at the end of her divan, completely motionless with a chin raised a little, as if she were balancing something on it, which was quite likely to fall. If she saw me out of the corner of her eyes, she gave no hint of it. Indeed, I was almost as surprised into murmuring an apology for having disturbed her for coming in. The other girl, Daisy, made an attempt to rise. She leaned slightly forward with a conscientious expression. Then she laughed, an absurd, charming little laugh. And I laughed too, and I came forward. paralyzed with happiness. She laughed again, as though she had said something very witty. And she held my hand for a moment, looking up into my face, promising that there was no one in the world she wanted to see. She hinted and murmured that the surname of the balancing girl was Baker. I've heard it said that Daisy's murmur was only to make people lean toward her, an irrelevant criticism that makes it no less charming. At any rate, Miss Baker's lips fluttered. She nodded to me almost imperceptibly, and then quickly tipped her head back again. The object she was balancing had obviously tottered a little, and had given her something of a fright. Again, a sort of apology rose to my lips. Almost any exhibition of complete self-sufficiency draws a stunned tribute from me. Now you'll note that he's been standing in this room for quite a while, and nobody has done anything. I look back at my cousin, who was beginning to ask me questions, blah, 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 blah. It was the kind of speech that does things, and there's things, bright, passionate mouth, he says about his cousin. But there was an excitement in the voice that men who had cared for her found difficult to forget, a singing compulsion, a whispered listen, a promise that she had done gay, exciting things just a while since, and that there were gay, exciting things hovering in the next hour. I can't be angry with Nick over everything. Still, though. I told her how I had hopped into Chicago, how I had stopped off in Chicago for a day, how a dozen people had sent their love. Do they miss me? She cried ecstatically. The whole town is desolate. All the cars have left the rear wheel painted black as a mourning wreath, and there's a persistent wail all the night through. Huh. How gorgeous. Let's go back, Tom. Tomorrow, she added irrelevantly. You ought to see the baby. I'd like to. She's asleep. She's 2 years old. Haven't you ever seen her? Never. Well, you ought to see her. She's Tom Buchanan, who had been hovering restlessly about the room, stopped and rested his hand on my shoulder. What you doing, Nick? I'm a bondman. With who? I told him. I never heard of him, he remarked decisively. This annoyed me. You will, I answered shortly. You will if you stay in the East. Oh, I'll stay in the East, don't you worry. This is another one of the things that and this isn't necessarily a levy against Fitzgerald specifically, but this era of writing tended not to have very good, let's say, directional coordination. So sometimes it can be difficult to parse quickly who's talking to whom in a room. That's fine. That's a small criticism. I'll be a goddamn fool to live anywhere else. Foreshadowing. At this point, Miss Baker said, absolutely, with such suddenness that I started. It was the first word she uttered since I came into the room. It's not her fault. You've been standing there thinking about how attractive your cousin is for, like, the better part of 5 minutes. Evidently, it surprised her as much as she did, and she yawned with a series of rapid, deft movements. I'm stiff, she complained. I've been lying on that sofa as long as I can remember. Don't look at me, Daisy retorted. I've been trying to get you to New York afternoon. Are they high in this scene? Are they plastered in this scene? Yeah, there it is. I've been trying to get you to New York. No, thanks, said Miss Baker to the four cocktails just in from the pantry. I'm absolutely in training. Yeah. They're drinking. I looked at Miss Baker, wondering what it was she got done. How you ever get anything done is beyond me. Yes, I enjoyed looking at her, and that's just a sentence. I enjoyed looking at her. She was a slender, small-breasted girl with an erect carriage, which she accentuated by throwing her body backward at the shoulders like a young cadet. Her gray, sun-strained eyes looked back at me with polite, reciprocal curiosity out of a wan, charming, discontented face. It occurred to me now that I had seen her, or a picture of her, somewhere before. You live in West Egg, she remarked contemptuously. I know somebody there. I don't know a single. You must know Gatsby. Gatsby? Demanded Daisy. What Gatsby? Before I could reply that he was my neighbor, dinner was announced. Wedging his tense arm imperatively under mine, Tom Buchanan compelled me from the room as though he were moving a checker to another square. Slenderly, languidly, their hands set lightly on their hips, the two young women preceded us out onto a rosy-colored porch, open toward the sunset, where 4 candles flickered on the table in the diminished wind. Why candles? Candles is in all caps. In 2 weeks, it'll be the longest day of the year. We ought to plan something for this for the equinox. Sure. Why do people plan? Before I can answer, she fashioned with an expression of her finger. Look, I heard it. Look, I heard it. The knuckle was black and blue. You did it, Tom, she said accusingly. I know you didn't mean to, but you did do it. That's what you get for marrying a brute of a man, a great big hulking physical specimen of a... I hate the word hulking, objected Tom crossly, even in kidding. Hulking, insisted Daisy. That should have said, that's what I get for marrying. Yes. As I say, sometimes it's real difficult to tell who's talking at a given time. Because sometimes three people will be talking at the same time, and they'll have a conversation, but it won't tell you which person is talking when. Anyway, sometimes she and Miss Baker talked at once, unobtrusively, blah, 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 they're having dinner. You make me feel uncivilized, Daisy, I confessed on my second glass of corky, but rather impressive. Claret? Claret. Can't you talk about crops or something? I meant nothing in particular by this remark, but it was taken up in an uncivilized way. Civilization's going to pieces, broke out Tom violently. I've gotten to be a terrible pessimist about things. Have you ever read The Rise of the Colored Empires by this man Goddard? Why, no, I answered, rather surprised by his tone. Well, it's a fine book, and everybody ought to read it. The idea is that if we don't look out for the white race, if we don't look out, the white race will be utterly submerged. It's all scientific stuff. It's been proved. Tom's an asshole, by the way. Tom's getting very profound, said Daisy with an expression of unthoughtful sadness. He reads deep books with long words in them. What was that word Well, all these books are scientific, insisted Tom. He cut across her, glancing at her impatiently. This fellow has worked out the whole thing. It's up to us who are the dominant race to watch out, or these other races will have control of things. We've got to beat them down, whispered Daisy, winking ferociously toward the fervent sun. You ought to live in California, began Miss Baker, but Tom interrupted her by shifting heavily in his chair. This idea is that we're Nordics. I am, and you are, and after an infinitesimal hesitation, he included Daisy with a slight nod, and she winked at me again. And we've produced all the things that go to make civilization, and science and art and all that. Do you see? There are no redeemable characters. Certainly in this scene. There's something pathetic in his concentration. I'll tell you a family secret, she whispered enthusiastically. This is Daisy. It's about the butler's nose. Do you want to hear about the butler's nose? That's why I came over tonight. Well, he wasn't always a butler. He used to be the silver polisher for some people in New York that had a silver service for 200 people. He had to polish it from morning till night until he finally began to affect his nose. Things went from bad to worse. Yes, for a moment, the last sunshine affected, blah, blah, blah. The butler came back and murmured something close to Tom's ear, whereupon Tom frowned. He pushed back his chair. He went inside. Daisy's gone. Tom's gone, rather. Daisy leaned forward again. Her voice was glowing and singing. I'd love to see you at my table, Nick. You remind me of a rose, an absolute rose, doesn't he? She turned to Miss Baker for confirmation. An absolute rose. This was untrue. I am not even faintly like a rose. She was only extemporizing, but a stirring warmth flowed from her, as if her heart was trying to come out to you, concealed in one of those breathless, thrilling words. Then suddenly she threw her napkin on the table and excused herself, and went into the house. I am reminded of a John Green book. One of the concise things. Not concise. Pardon me. One of the things that I find poignant is a line from Paper Towns. I believe it's what a treacherous thing it is to think of a person as more than a person. But the thing about that book is things happen in that book. The audience, along with the characters, goes on this journey with the main character, and comes to the understanding of the lesson of the book. There's nothing in this book. There's none of that. I'm taking a drink. Oh, God. Miss Baker and I exchanged a short glance, consciously devoid of meaning. I was about to speak when she sat up alertly and said, "Shh," in a warning voice. A subdued, impassioned murmur was audible in the room beyond, and Miss Baker leaned forward, unashamed, trying to hear. The murmur trembled on the edge of coherence. "Mr. Gatsby, don't talk. I want to hear what happens." They leaned together. This Mr. Gatsby you spoke of is my neighbor," I said. "Shh, don't talk. I want to hear what happens," she replies. Is something happening? I inquired innocently. "You mean to say you don't know? I thought everybody knew." "I don't." "Why, Tom's got some woman in New York." "Got some woman?" I repeated blankly. Miss Baker nodded. "She might have the decency not to telephone him at dinner time, don't you think?" Almost before I had grasped her meaning, there was a flutter of a dress and a crunch of leather boots, and Tom and Daisy were back at the table. "It couldn't be helped," said Daisy with tense gaiety. She sat down, glanced searchingly at Miss Baker and then at me, and then continued. "I looked outdoors for a minute, and it's very romantic outdoors. There's a bird on the lawn, and I think that there must be a nightingale come over from on the Kunar, or the White Star Line. He's singing away." Her voice sang. "Isn't it romantic, Tom?" Very romantic." And then to me he said miserably, "If it's late enough after dinner, I want to take you down to the stables." Telephone rang inside. Among the fragments, I couldn't guess what Tom did. Put this fifth guest's shrill metallic urgency out of mind. That's a good description of a phone ringing. My instinct was a telephone immediately for the police. Goodness gracious. The horses, needless to say, were not mentioned again. Tom and Miss Baker, were several feet of twilight between them, strolled and blah, 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 blah. Trying to pleasantly, a little deaf, I followed Daisy around a chain of connecting verandas to the porch in front. Steep gloom. Daisy took her face in her hands as if feeling its lovely shape. Then her eyes moved gradually out into the velvet dusk as I saw the turbulent emotions. "We didn't know each other very well, Nick," she said. "Even if we're cousins, you didn't come to my wedding." "I wasn't back from the war," says Nick. That's true," she hesitated. "Well, I have a very bad time, Nick. I've had a very bad time, and I'm pretty cynical about everything." She's starting to open up to Nick, right? Evidently she had reason to be. I waited, but she didn't say any more. And after a moment, I returned rather feebly to the subject of her daughter. "I suppose she talks and eats and everything." "Oh, yes," she looked at me absently. "Listen, Nick, let me tell you what I said when she was born. Would you like to hear?" "Very much." "It'll show you how I've gotten to feel things. She was less than an hour old when Tom was God knows where. I woke up out of the ether with an utterly abandoned feeling, and I asked the nurse right away if it was a boy or a girl. She told me it was a girl. I turned my head away and wept. "All right," I said. "I'm glad it's a girl." This is still Daisy talking. "And I hope she'll be a fool. That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. A beautiful little fool." "You see, I think everything's terrible anyhow," she went on in a convinced way. "Everybody thinks so. The most advanced people, and I know. And I've been everywhere and seen everything and done everything." Her eyes flashed around her in a deviant way, rather like Tom's. She laughed, and with thrilling scorn, "Sophisticated! God, I'm sophisticated!" The instant her voice broke off, ceasing to compel my attention, my belief, I felt the basic insincerity of what she had said. It made me uneasy, as though the whole evening had been a trick of some sort to extract a contributory emotion from me. I waited, and sure enough, in a moment she looked at me with an absolute smirk on her lovely face, as if she had asserted her membership in a rather distinguished secret society in which she and Tom belonged. So let's talk about that. Right, let's talk about what just happened. Okay. Daisy seems to be expressing some real, genuine emotions to Nick, even if they're problems that Nick seems to have trouble identifying with, and that we, the audience, seems to have trouble identifying with. She's opening up, but then it becomes clear to Nick that it was just a ruse. She's just trying to bait him. And the thing about this book is that that's the most character anybody gets in the book. Anyway, inside the crimson room bloomed with light. Tom and Miss Baker sat at either end of the long couch. "Cat, yes, I know you want to be gone. I know that you don't like the book either, but I'm gonna pet you anyway." Saturday Evening Post. The lamplight bright on his boots. Autumn leaf yellow of her hair. Glinted along the paper as she turned the page with a flutter of slender muscle in her arms. When we came in, she held us silent for a moment with a lifted hand. To be continued, she said, tossing the magazine on the table, in our very next issue. Her body asserted itself with a restless movement of her knee, and she stood up. 10 o'clock, she remarked, apparently finding the time on the ceiling. Time for this good girl to go to bed. Jordan's going to play in the tournament tomorrow, explained Daisy, over at Westchester. Oh, you're Jordan Baker. Jordan Baker. This is Nick coming to understand the first name of the person he's been at a dinner event with for what? 2 hours? 3 hours? Now I knew why her face was familiar. Its a pleasing, contemptuous expression had looked out at me for many a rotogravure. Pictures of the sporting life in Asheville and Hot Springs and Palm Beach. I had heard some story of her too, a critical, unpleasant story. But was it what I had forgotten? But what it was, I had forgotten years ago. Good night, she said softly. Wake me at 8. And this is again, this is one of the issues that I have with this book. None of the people in this book act like people. None of them act like people. And is that part of the point? Yeah, but it's also boring and deeply unpleasant to read. Oh, you're Jordan Baker. Oh, see, I've been doing that thing where you're at a party and you've forgotten somebody's name, so you wait for somebody else to say the name. Except I've never met you before. So I could have just been like, hi, I'm Nick. Or Daisy could have just been like, hey, this is Jordan. Or Daisy or Tom could have referred to Jordan by name at any point. Jordan and Tom are pieces of shit. I'm sorry, Daisy and Tom are pieces of shit. Jordan's along for the ride, and I really liked what Preston Jacobs said about Arya Hota from the Dorn plot of A Song of Ice and Fire. He referred to him as a camera that rides, and that's what Nick is. Nick is a camera that runs around in 1920s cars. Anyway. Wake me up at 8. If you feel get up, I will. Good night, Mr. Carraway. See you anon. Of course you will, confirmed Daisy. In fact, I think I'll arrange a marriage. Come over often, Nick, and I'll sort you a fling together. Lock you up accidentally in linen closets and push you out into a sea on a boat, that sort of thing. Everyone in this book is sociopathic. Good night, called Miss Baker from the stairs. I haven't heard a word. She's a nice girl. They all let her run around the country. Who ought to? Her family. Her family is one aunt about 1,000 years old. And besides, Nick's going to look after her, aren't you, Nick? She's going to spend lots of weekends out there this summer, and I think the home influence will be very good for her. Daisy and Tom looked at each other for a moment in silence. Is she from New York? I asked quickly. From Louisville. Our white girlhood was passed together there. Our beautiful white... And then Tom interrupts again. Did you give Nick a little heart-to-heart talk on the veranda? Demanded Tom suddenly. Did I? She looked at me. I can't seem to remember, but I think we were talking about the Nordic race. Yes, I'm sure we did. Don't believe everything you hear, Nick, he advised me. Said lightly that I'd heard nothing at all. As I went out to the door, got in the car. As I started my motor, Daisy peremptorily called, wait. I forgot to ask you something, and it's important. We heard you were engaged to a girl out west. That's right, corroborated Tom kindly. We heard that you were engaged. It's libel. I'm too poor, says Nick. But we heard it, insisted Daisy, surprising me by opening up again in a flowery sort of way. We heard it from 3 people, so it must be true. Commentary on the nature of what is and is not true in the world. Man, I can't think of a single work that does this in a more boring way, in a duller way than this. We heard it from 3 people, so it must be true. And people turn to camera 2 and are like, that's what Fox News does. And we're just like, yeah, no shit. Christ. Anyway, commentary. Of course, I knew what they were referring to. I wasn't even vaguely engaged. The gossip had been published to the bands. Now we're talking about things that don't matter. Their interest rather touched me, and I made them. Their interest rather touched me and made them less remotely rich. Nevertheless, I was confused with a little disgusted as I drove away. It seemed that the thing that for Daisy to do was to rush out of the house, child in arms, but apparently there was no such intentions as her had. As for Tom, the fact that he had known some woman in New York was really less surprising than he had been depressed by a book. Got him. Something was making him nibble at the edge of the stale ideas, as if his sturdy physical egotism was no longer nourished by his peremptory heart. He's driving home. A figure emerged from the shadow of my neighbor's mansion, was standing with his hands in his pockets, regarding the silver pepper of the stars. Something in his leisurely movements and secure position at his feet suggested it was Mr. Gatsby himself come out to determine what share was his of our local heavens. I decided to call to him, as Baker had mentioned him at dinner, and that would do for an introduction. But I didn't call to him and gave him a sudden. Involuntarily, I glanced seaward. He went back inside, and I distinguished nothing but a single green light, minute and far away. It might have been the end of a dock. And when I looked once more for Gatsby, he had vanished, and I was alone again in the unquiet darkness. Man, that would be a really pretty line in a book that wasn't shit. So, Nick has dinner. So we're at the end of the chapters, right? We're going to talk about the things that happened in the chapters. The things that happened in that chapter were Nick. We get an introduction to Nick. Nick moves to New York. Nick moves to the quote unquote poor part of New York, which is in reality the poor part of the richest, one of the richest places on planet Earth. He has dinner with his cousin, Daisy, her husband, Tom. We learn that Daisy and Tom have a kid. Their kid is 2 years old, and neither of them seems to care about it. Neither of them seems to care about anything very much. They certainly don't care about the kid or about Nick or about much. They're both assholes. And we learn that Jordan exists. Then Nick goes home and sees Gatsby. Full stop. Okay. Oh, Tom's drinking. Tom's drinking juice. I'm gonna go ahead and give it one of these. That comes through really nice on the recording. There we go. It's just some apple juice, because I know there's gonna be a point or two where I'm mad in this next chapter. Here we go. Chapter 2. Hold on, I'm gonna give it a quick check so that we know as we are going how many chapters there are in the book. So you have sort of a sense of how fast we're going. Nine chapters? Is that correct? Does that seem right? Yeah? Yeah? Nine chapters? Does that sound right? We're gonna say 9 chapters. It might be 10. Back to page 26. Chapter 2. About halfway between West Egg and New York, the motorway, we are describing landscapes above the gray sky, the eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg. Blue, gigantic. There's some real problematic stuff in this book. We'll come back to that. 1 score of yard, no face, but a pair of enormous yellow spectacles which pass over a non-existent nose. Some wild wag of an oculist set them there to fatten his practice from a borough of Queens and sank down to eternal blindness. The Valley of Ashes is bounded by blah, blah, blah. Yes, the Valley of Ashes is bounded on one side by a small, foul river, and when the drawbridge is up to let barges through, the passengers on waiting trains can stare at the dismal scene for as long as half an hour. There's always a halt there of at least a minute, and it was because of this that I first met Tom Buchanan's mistress. The fact that he had one was insisted upon wherever he was known. Yep. Tom Buchanan cheats on his wife because I just want to make it really clear that Tom Buchanan's an asshole. We're off. I want you to meet my girl. So Tom is just like, hey, Nick, we're going to go meet my side piece. Come on. He tanked up on a good luncheon. I followed him over the whitewashed railroad fence, and we walked 100 yards along the road under Dr. Eckelberg's persistent stare. The only building in sight was a small block of yellow brick setting on blah blah blah. One of the 3 shops contained for rent was all night George Wilson cars bought, sold, and I followed Tom inside. So we are in George Wilson's garage. George Wilson's garage will become important. George Wilson's garage is where a lot of the crux of the story, if we can say that this book has a story, a lot of it takes place here. The interior was unprosperous and bare, blah blah. It occurred to me the shadow of a garage must have been blind. This is Nick shit talking, just a garage. He's just shit talking somebody else's business. George Wilson was a blonde, spiritless man, anemic and faintly handsome. When he saw us, a damp gleam of hope sprang into his light blue eyes. "Hello, Wilson, old man," he said, slapping him jovially on the shoulder. "How's business?" "Can't complain," answered Wilson. "When are you going to sell me that car?" "Next week. I got my man working on it now." "Works pretty slow, don't he?" "No, he doesn't," said Tom coldly. "And if you feel that way about it, maybe I'd better sell it somewhere else after all." This is Tom flexing his power over George Wilson. Tom is inconveniencing George, and George is joking about it. And Tom says, "You have said something that makes me unhappy, so I will damage you," which is to say, I won't sell you the car. I will hurt you because you said something bad about me, right? You said something that made me unhappy, so I'm threatening to hurt you. This is the mark of an asshole. And I'm taking a drink. Tom's an asshole, by the way. Ooh, baby. Anyway. I don't mean that, explained Wilson quickly. I just meant... His voice faded off, and Tom glanced impatiently around the garage. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs. In a moment, the thickish figure of a woman blocked out the light from the office door. She was in the middle 30s and faintly stout. She had carried her surplus flesh sensuously, as some women can. Her face, above a spotted dress of dark blue creme de chine, contained no facet or gleam of beauty. But there was an immediately perceptible vitality about her, as if the nerves of her body were continually smoldering. She smiled slowly and, walking through her husband as if he were a ghost, shook hands with Tom, looking him flush in the eye. Then she wet her lips without turning around and spoke to her husband in a coarse voice. "Go get some chairs, why don't you, so somebody can sit down." "Oh, sure," agreed Wilson, and hurried toward the office door. A white ashen dust veiled his dark suit and his pale hair, and veiled everything in the vicinity except his wife, who moved close to Tom. Subtext. "I want to see you," Tom said intently. "Get on the next train." "All right, I'll meet you by the newsstand on the lower level." She nodded and moved away from him just as George Wilson emerged with 2 chairs from his office door. We waited for her down the road and just out of sight. It was a few days before the 4th of July. A gray, scrawny Italian child was setting torpedoes in a long row of the railroad track. Also, a few days before the 4th of July is not the longest. You've passed the longest day of the year, right? The longest day of the year should be June 21st or 22nd. Somebody fact check me in the comments. The Italian railroad track, terrible place, isn't it? Said Tom, exchanging a frown with Dr. Eckelberg. Awful. It does her good to get away. Doesn't her husband object? Wilson? He thinks she goes to her sister in New York. He's so dumb he doesn't know he's alive. So there is this the characters in this book have this, they don't recognize other people as people, right? They don't recognize the thoughts and emotions and agency of other people. And that is compelling, right? That's compelling in a villain. That's compelling in someone to be rooted against or or defeated or fled from. But none of those things exist in this book. It's everybody, except for one character. Maybe, kind of. We'll get there. So Tom Buchanan and his girl and I went up to New York, not quite together, for Mrs. Wilson was discreetly in another car. Sensibilities of the East Eggers. She changed her dress to a brown-figured muslin. Ooh. She changed her dress to a brown-figured muslin. Muslin. M-U-S-L-I-N. What's a muslin? Muslin is a cotton fabric or plain weave. Neat. We're learning things. Supercilious and muslin. Muslin? Mulin? Which stretched tight over her rather wide hips as Tom helped her to the platform in New York. Nick thinks a lot about the way people look. As the newsstand, I brought a copy of Town Tattle and a moving picture magazine in the station drugstore. Blah, blah, blah. Solemn machine of cabs. Gray upholstery. She immediately turned sharply down the window and leaning forward tapped on the front glass. I want to go get one of those dogs, she said earnestly. I want to get one for the apartment. They're nice to have, a dog. We backed up the old gray man, who bore an absurd resemblance to John D. Rockefeller, in a basket swung over his neck, cowered in blah, 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 blah. What kind are they? One of those police dogs. You got that kind? So they're dog shopping? The man peered doubtfully into his basket. That's no police dog. No, not exactly a police dog. That's spelled P-O-L capital I capital C capital E, which is interesting, right? This is before like any sort of standard of stress was I guess standardized in English, and I think that that's a very interesting way of expressing that. P-O-L and then the last three letters, I-C-E, are capitalized. I think that's interesting. It's more of an Airedale. They're dog shopping. How much is it? That dog's $10. They're dog shopping. The dog's a boy. That dog's a boy. It's a bitch, said Tom decisively. Here's your money. Go buy 10 more dogs with it. Huh. We drove over to Fifth Avenue, so warm, soft and warm and pastoral, blah, blah, blah. Hold on, I said, I have to leave you here. No, you don't, interposed Tom quickly. Myrtle will be hurt if you don't come up to the apartment, won't you, Myrtle? Come on, she urged. I'll telephone my sister, Catherine. She's said to be very beautiful by people who ought to know. Well, I'd like to, but we went on, cutting back again over the park toward West Hundreds. At 158th Street, the cab stopped at one slice in a long white cake of apartment houses. That's a pleasant description. Throwing a regal homecoming glance around the neighborhood, Mrs. Wilson gathered up her dog and other purchases and went haughtily in. I'm going to have the McKees come up, call my sister. They're at the apartment. So Tom rents this apartment for Myrtle Wilson, who is his girlfriend, I suppose. And they are on their way to the apartment. They're on their way up. Dog biscuits, saucer of milk. Tom brought out a bottle of whiskey. I've been drunk just twice in my life, and the second time was that afternoon. So everything that happened is as a dim, hazy cast. Everything that happened has a dim, hazy cast over it. Although until after 8 o'clock, the apartment was full of cheerful sun. No cigarettes, went out to buy some. Simon called Peter. It was either terrible stuff or the whiskey distorted things because it didn't make any sense to me. Tom and Myrtle, after the first drink, Mrs. Wilson and I just called each other by our first names. Sister Catherine was a slender, worldly girl of about 30 with a solid, sticky bob of red hair and a complexion of powdered, milky white. Her eyebrows had been plucked and then drawn on again at a more rakish angle. Rakish meaning troublemaking, deviant. But the efforts of the nature of the restored the old alignment blurred air to her face. When she moved about, there was an incessant clicking as innumerable pottery bracelets jingled. So this is Catherine Myrtle's sister. They are all in the hotel room. Mr. McKee was a pale, feminine man from the flat below. He had just shaved, for there was a white spot of lather on his cheekbone. He was most respectful in his greeting to everyone in the room. He informed me that he was in the artistic game, and I gathered later he was a photographer and made the dim enlargement of Mrs. Wilson's mother, which hovered like an ectoplasm on the wall. His wife was a shrill, languid, handsome, and horrible. She told me with pride that her husband had photographed her 127 times since they had been married. My good God, do I hate everybody in this book. Mrs. Wilson had changed her costume some time before and was now attired in an elaborate afternoon dress of cream-colored chiffon. Continual rustle, the influence of the dress, her personality undergone a change. My dear, she told her sister in a high mincing shout, these fellows will cheat you every time. All they think of is money. I had a woman up here last week to look at my feet, and she told me the bill you thought she'd had my appendices. I had a woman up here last week to look at my feet, and when she gave me the bill, you'd have thought she had my appendicitis out. Yeah, I wasn't misreading that. Oh, right. I forgot about this. There is the method of speaking, the literal method of what how best to phrase. What words are used for what characters are different. The words used for different characters are different. So, my dear, she told her sister in a high mincing shout, most of these fellows will cheat you every time. Not fellows, fellas. All they think of is money. I had a woman up here last week to look at my feet, and when she gave me the bill, you'd have thought. You'd, Y-O-U apostrophe D, space O-F. You'd have thought she had my appendicitis out, as opposed to appendix. This is to make this woman seem uneducated, right? This is to make this woman seem stupid and below Nick and Tom specifically, right? And that is an interesting literary device, kind of. But let's just be clear here that Nick is also an asshole, because he's the one writing this. What was the name of the woman? Asked Mrs. McKee. Mrs. Eberhardt. She goes around looking at people's feet in their own homes. I like your dress, remarked Mrs. McKee. Mrs. Wilson rejected the compliment by raising her eyebrow in disdain. It's just a crazy old thing, she said. I just slip it on sometimes when I don't care what I look like. But it looks wonderful on you, if you know what I mean, pursued Mrs. McKee. If Chester could only get you in that pose, I think he could make something of it. So Mrs. Wilson, who is the girlfriend of Tom, has gotten this taste of, like, high life, right? She's gotten this taste of upper class living. And she is now, like, lauding it over other people. She is, in turn, becoming an asshole. Anyway. Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm angry at Myrtle. And Tom. And Nick, yeah. Cheers. Ooh, it's a good day. I'm with you, Nick. Oh boy, what's the apple content on this? Oh, ooh. It's 33.3% apple. They're taking a picture of Mrs. Wilson. Her husband said shush, and we all looked at the subject. Tom yawned audibly. You McKees have something to drink. I told that boy about the ice. Founced over the dog and kissed it with ecstasy and swept into the kitchen. I like the use of the verb swept. I gotta sweep places more, right? The next time I go to the post office, I'm gonna sweep up to the desk. Does some nice things out on Long Island. 2 of them have been framed downstairs. 2 what? 2 studies. So Mr. McKee, the photographer, is explaining to Tom that he has had some of his stuff published, and Tom doesn't care. You live on Long. I live in West Egg. He's down there for a party. A man named Gatsby. Do you know him? I live next door to him. Well, they say he's a nephew or a cousin of Kaiser Wilhelm, and that's where all his money comes from. Really? She nodded. I'm scared of him. I'd hate to have anything going on with him. I'd like to get more work on Long Island. If I could get the entry, I'll ask that they should give me a start. Ask Myrtle, said Tom, breaking into a short stout. Mrs. Welch, she'll give you a letter of introduction, won't she? Do what? She asked, startled. You'll give McKee a letter of introduction to your husband so he can do some studies of him. His lips moved silently for a moment as he invented George B. Wilson at the gasoline pump, or something like that. Right. Catherine leaned close to me, whispering in my ear, neither of them can stand the person they're married to, can they? Can't they? Can't stand them. She doesn't like Wilson either. The answer to this was unexpected. It was Myrtle who you see? Catherine triumphantly. She lowered her voice again. It's really his wife that's keeping them apart. She's a Catholic, and they don't believe in divorce. Daisy was not a Catholic, and I was a little shocked at the elaborateness of the lie. Oh my gosh! When they do get married, they're gonna go west for a while until it blows over. It'd be more discreet in Europe, says Nick. Oh, do you like Europe? She exclaimed surprisingly. Not surprisingly. Nick is surprised that she exclaimed. I just got back from Monte Carlo. Really? Yeah, just went over there with another girl. Stay long. They're talking about, we went by way of Marseille. They're talking about nothing. Blah, 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 blah. There's a word we don't use anymore. Blah, blah, blah. Almost made that mistake too. Almost married a little. Hold on one second. Oh, yep, there's another word we don't use anymore. Yep. Almost made that mistake too. Yep, blah, 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 blah. Talking. I married him, said Myrtle ambiguously. Difference between your case and mine. Why did you, Myrtle? Asked Catherine, why are you married? I married him because I thought he was a gentleman, she said finally. I thought he knew something about breeding, but he wasn't fit to lick my shoe. You were crazy about him for a while, said Catherine. Crazy about him? Who said I was crazy about him? I was never any more crazy about him than that man over there. And I was about that man over there. She pointed suddenly at me, and everyone was looking at me accusingly. Tried to show that this is stupid. The only crazy part was when I married him. Myrtle is unhappy in her marriage, or at least claiming to be. Blah, blah, blah. Surely ought to get away from him. I've been living over that garage for 11 years. Tom's the first sweetie she ever had. The bottle of whiskey, a second one, was now in constant demand by all present, excepting Catherine, who felt just as good on nothing at all. Tom rang the janitor. Blah, they got sandwiches. Yet high over the city. Inexhaustible variety of life. They're having a little party in this apartment. Yes, hello, Cat. Hi, yeah. Myrtle pulled her chair close to mine. On the little seats facing each other. They're always the last ones left on the train. Okay, hold on. Yeah, Myrtle pulled her chair close to mine, and suddenly her warm breath poured over me. The story of her first meeting with Tom. Going to New York. I told him I have to call a policeman. You can't live forever. You can't live forever. She turned to Mrs. McKee, and the room sang full of artificial laughter. So let's see. What's the point of the first meeting with Myrtle, right? The first meeting between Myrtle and Tom. He had on a dress shoot and patent leather shoes. I couldn't keep my eyes off him, but every time he looked at me, I had to pretend to be looking at an advertisement over his head. When we came to the station, he was next to me, and his white shirt front pressed against my arm. And so I told him I'd have to call a policeman, but he knew I lied. I was so excited that when I got into the taxi with him, I didn't hardly know I wasn't getting into a subway train. I kept thinking about over and over was, you can't live forever. You can't live forever. So I think that this is like the 1924 equivalent of a God, I don't know what this is. My dear, I'm going to give you this dress as soon as I'm through with it. Got another one tomorrow. Massive collar for the dog. Sure. It was 9 o'clock. Almost immediately afterward, I looked at my watch and found it was 10. Same dude. Mr. McKee was asleep on his chair with his fists clenched in his lap, like a photograph of a man of action. I wiped from his cheek the remains of the spot of dried lather that had worried me all afternoon. Bro, you could have told him at any point. You could have told him at any point that there was shaving cream on his face. Whatever. Little dog was sitting on the table, looking with blind eyes through the smoke, and from time to time groaning faintly. People disappeared, reappeared, made plans to go somewhere, and then lost each other. Searched for each other, found each other a few feet away. Sometime toward midnight, Tom Buchanan and Mrs. Wilson stood face to face in impassioned voice of whether Mrs. Wilson had any right to mention Daisy's name. Daisy, 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 shouted Mrs. Wilson. I'll say it whenever I want to. Daisy, Making a short, deft movement, Tom Buchanan broke her nose with his open hand. Then there were bloody towels upon the bathroom floor and women's voices scolding, and high over the confusion, a long broken wail of pain. Mr. McKee awoke from his doze and started to daze toward the door. When he had gone halfway, he turned around and stared at the scene, his wife and Catherine scolding and consoling as they stumbled here and there among the crowded furniture with articles of aid, and the despairing figure on the couch bleeding fluently and trying to spread a copy of Town Tattle over the tapestry scene of Versailles. Then Mr. McKee turned and continued on out the door. Taking my hat from the chandelier, I followed. So, Tom, let me sort of characterize the scene for you. I'm going to editorialize here a bit. Tom does not think of Mrs. Wilson as a person. He thinks of her something between a sex doll and a pet. And I don't think that's an unfair characterization, right? That's kind of the point. The point is he doesn't think of anybody as people. He breaks the nose of an innocent person in public. We don't even hear what his response to it is. And then Nick and Mr. McKee just leave. They just leave. Dude, Nick, your friend busted a person's nose. Your friend broke a person's nose. It is incumbent upon you, Nick, to be the person who restrains that friend. But as you are not a character, and Daisy is not a character, and because you are one of the many non-characters in this book, you do nothing. You are a camera with legs. Moving on. So, taking my hat from the chandelier, I followed. I wonder if chandelier is an old-timey word for a coat rack, or if his hat was, like, on the ceiling. Anyway. Come to lunch someday, he suggested as we groaned down the elevator. So this is, like, Tom's friend. I think that's the only way that you can characterize their relationship, right? This Tom's friend, you're going to parties with him, he's your friend. Tom's friend just broke his girlfriend's nose in front of you, and you're riding in the elevator with this other guy, like 90 seconds later, and he's just like, hey, come to lunch someday. And Nick's like, where? And he's like, anywhere. Keep your hands off the lever, snapped the elevator boy. I beg your pardon, said Mr. McKee with dignity. I didn't know I was touching it. All right, I agreed. I'd be glad to. I was standing beside his bed, and he was sitting up between the sheets, clad in his underwear with a great portfolio in his hand. Beauty and the Beast, Loneliness, Old Grocery Horse, Brook and Bridge. Then I was lying half asleep in the cold lower level of the Pennsylvania station, staring at the Morning Tribune and waiting for the 4 o'clock train. So, that's Chapter 2. Chapter 2 ends there. Let's discuss what happened there, right? Yeah, it starts with Tom coming and getting Nick, right? Tom comes and gets Nick. Yeah. Tom and Nick go to the garage, to Wilson's garage. They pick up Myrtle at Wilson's garage. They do a little bit of shopping. They get a dog. They go to Tom's apartment. They get drunk at Tom's apartment. it is revealed that Tom has been lying to Myrtle about his relationship with his wife, saying his wife is the reason that we can't be together because my wife's Catholic and we can't get a divorce. And that we're not going to say it is left as a mystery. That is not the point of this exercise we're doing. He's saying that because he has no intention of marrying Myrtle. He has only intention of stringing along and sleeping with Myrtle. Because again, Tom doesn't think of Myrtle as a person. And then some things happen. There's talking. Tom breaks Myrtle's nose. And then Nick leaves. Clink. I'm angry with Nick. In that scene, that might be one of my least favorite scenes in fiction, right? Because that scene tells you that there are no good people in the story, at least none so far. Again, we can have a conversation at the end of chapter 3 here, but Nick is not a good person. He's barely even a person. All of the people in this book are barely even people. I like my characters to be complex and interesting, with motivations, and all of the characters in this book are doing nothing. They don't do a thing. They don't feel things or want things. They just exist. They are vapid husks of characters. They are mannequins with names. Except for Gatsby. Gatsby is the only character, and Gatsby, well, we'll get to Gatsby. I'm angry with Nick, so I'm drinking this apple juice. Whew. Delicious. Whew. Chapter 3. There was music from my neighbor's house through the summer nights. In his blue gardens, men and girls came and went like moths among the whispering and champagne of the stars and blah, blah, blah. Gatsby has parties. Every Friday, 5 crates of oranges and lemons arrived from a fruitier. Every Monday, these same oranges and lemons left his back door in a pyramid of pulpless halves. Gatsby throws parties. At least once a fortnight, a corps of caterers came down with several hundred feet of canvas and enough colored lights to make a Christmas tree of Gatsby's enormous garden. That's a very pretty sentence. I love some good set dressing. Don't get me wrong. This book is pretty, right? There's some pretty stuff in this book. At least when Nick isn't like philosophizing. When F. Scott Fitzgerald isn't philosophizing. Oh gosh. I'm not sure what number of apple juice that is, but I can feel it. Hold on, we're gonna finish this regular juice. This is mango. Delicious. And we're gonna pull another random one out. Actually, I've decided we're not gonna pull a random one. We're gonna pull this one in particular, which is blue raspberry. There we go. Yeah, this is a blue raspberry regular juice. Tink. Gatsby's throwing parties. By 7 o'clock, the orchestra has arrived. No thin 5-piece affair, but a whole pit full of oboes and trombones and saxophones and viols and cornets and piccolos and low and high drums. The last swimmers have come in from the beach and are now dressing upstairs. The car. Gatsby throws parties. The lights grow brighter as the earth lurches away from the sun, and now the orchestra is playing. Gatsby throws parties. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah is a word we don't use anymore. Blah, blah, blah. Believe that on the first night I went to Gatsby's house, I was one of the few guests who had actually been invited. People were not invited. They went there. They got into automobiles which bore them out to Long Island, and somehow they ended up on Gatsby's doors. I had actually been invited. A chauffeur in a uniform and a robin's egg blue. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. Asked me if I would attend a little party signed J. Gatsby in majestic hand. Dressed up in white flannels, I went over to his lawn a little after 7 and wandered around rather ill at ease among swirls and eddies of people I didn't know. Though here and there was a face I noticed on the commuting train, I was immediately struck by the number of young Englishmen dotted about, all well-dressed, party, 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 party. As soon as I arrived, I made an attempt to find my host, but as 2 or 3 people of whom who I asked denied knowledge of his movements. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I was on my way to get roaring drunk from sheer embarrassment. What do you mean, dude? When Jordan Baker came out of the house and stood at the head of the marble steps, leaning a little backward, looking with contemptuous interest down into the garden. Welcome or not, I found it necessary to attach myself to someone before I should begin to address cordial remarks to the passers-by. I feel that. Don't go to parties, stag. Go hang out with people. Get like 2 or 3 people. If you're going to a party, go to a party with somebody else. Because it's real hard. Because everybody else has gone with other people. It's real hard to talk to other people when you are alone, right? If there's a group of 2 people, it's really hard to address both of those people when you don't know them. But if you go with another person, it's real easy for a group of 2 to talk to another group of 2. That's much easier. Go to parties in pairs. Hello, I roared, advancing toward her. My voice seemed unnaturally loud across the garden. I thought you'd be here, she responded absently as I came up. I remember you live next door to... She held my hand impersonally as a promise that she'd take care of me in a minute, and gave ear to 2 girls in twin yellow dresses who stopped at the foot of the steps. Hello, they cried together. Sorry you didn't win. That was for the golf tournament. You don't know who we are, but we met you here about a month ago. You've dyed your hair since then, remarked Jordan. And I started, but the girls had moved casually on, and her remark was addressed to the premature moon. Blah, blah, blah. They're hanging out. They're talking. A tray of cocktails floated at us through the twilight, and we sat down at the table with 2 girls in yellow and 3 men, each one introduced to us as Mr. Mumble. That's funny. Do you come to these parties often? The last one was the one where I met you, answered the girl in an alert, confident. Wasn't it for you, Lucille? Yep, they're talking. They're chatting about nothing. Rich people talk. Sure I did. I was going to wear it tonight. No. Something about Faye doesn't need anybody. Who doesn't? Gatsby, somebody told me. 2 girls and Jordan lead together confidentially, excuse me. Somebody told me they thought I killed a man, so they're discussing the mythology surrounding Mr. Gatsby. I heard that from a man who knew all about him. Yes, hi, Cat. Yep, they're saying he's German. I'll bet he killed a man. Romantic speculation. The first suffer. We got a George R.R. Martin food description. Married couples. Blah, blah, blah. Let's get out, says Jordan, after a somehow wasteful and inappropriate half hour. Yeah, you're telling me, Nick. This is much too polite for me. We got up and she explained that we were going to find the host. I had never met him, she said. It was making me uneasy. Yep, the bar, and the maiden bar. There's a library. A stout middle-aged man with enormous owl-eyed spectacles was sitting somewhat drunk on the edge of a great table, staring with unsteady concentration at the shelves of books. As we entered, he wheeled excitedly around and examined Jordan from head to foot. What do you think? He demanded impetuously. About what? He waved his hand at the bookshelves. About that. As a matter of fact, you don't need to bother to ascertain. I ascertained. They're real. The books? He nodded. Absolutely real. Have pages and everything. I thought they could be a nice durable cardboard. Matter of fact, they're absolutely real. Pages. And here, let me show you. Taking our skepticism for granted, he rushed to the bookcases and returned with Volume 1 of the Stoddard Lectures. See? He cried triumphantly. It's a bona fide piece of printed matter. Fooled me. This fellow's a regular Belasco. It's a triumph. Okay, so they're looking at books. I was brought here by a woman called Roosevelt. He says... Did I tell you about the books? They're real. You told us. We shook hands gravely and went back out to the garden. Was that Gatsby? Is that going to end up being Gatsby? Because if that wasn't Gatsby, that was an entirely pointless interaction. I mean, not pointless thematically, but certainly pointless narratively, right? The it is meant to demonstrate, like, hey, it's kind of surprising to me that this guy isn't fake as fuck, right? I assumed that this motherfucker was gonna be. I assumed these books were gonna be fake, because everyone's just a fucking poser around here, right? But no, this motherfucker actually put real books in here. That's thematically resonant. But we just spent a page and a half doing nothing about anything. There was dancing. Superior couples, a celebrated tenor was singing. I was still with Jordan Baker, and we were sitting at a table with a man about my age and a rowdy little girl who gave way upon the slightest provocation to uncontrollable laughter. I was enjoying myself now. I had taken 2 finger bowls of champagne, and the scene had changed before my eyes. At a lonely entertainment, a man looked at me and smiled. Your face is familiar. Weren't you in the 3rd Division during the war? Why, yes, I was in the 9th Machine Gun Battalion. We talked for a moment about some wet, gray little villages in France. Evidently, he had lived in this vicinity for a while. He told me they just brought a hydroplane. Was going to try it out in the morning. You want to go with me, old sport? Just near the shore along the Sound. What time? Any time that suits you best. It was on the tip of my tongue to ask his name when Jordan looked around and smiled. Having a gay time now? She inquired. Much better. I turned again to my new acquaintance. This is an unusual party for me. I haven't seen the host. I live over there. I waved my hand at the invisible hedge in the distance. This man Gatsby sent over a chauffeur with an invitation. For a moment, he looked at me as if he failed to understand. I'm Gatsby, he said suddenly. What? I exclaimed. Oh, I beg your pardon. Oh, I thought you knew, old sport. I'm afraid we're not a very good host. He smiled understandingly, much more than understandingly. He was one of those rare smiles with a quality of eternal reassurance in it you may come across 4 or 5 times in a lifetime. It faced, or seemed to face, yes, hello, cat, the whole external world for an instant, and then concentrated on you with an irresistible prejudice in your favor. It understood you, just so far as you wanted to be understood, believed in you as you would like to believe. We're halfway through the paragraph, by the way. Then assured you that it had precisely the impression of you that at your best you hoped to convey. Precisely at that point it vanished, and I was looking again at an elegant young roughneck, a year or 2 over 30, whose elaborate formality of speech just missed being absurd. Some time before he introduced himself, I'd got a strong impression that he was picking his words with care. So this is Jay Gatsby. Jay Gatsby is the crux of this story. He is the main thrust, and he is the only person in the story who approaches a real person. We'll talk more about him in a little while. Almost at that moment, when Gatsby identified himself, a butler hurried, told us with information Chicago was calling on the wire. He excused himself, okay? If you want anything, just ask for it, old sport, he urged me. Excuse me, I'll rejoin you later. When he was gone, I turned immediately to Jordan, constrained to assure her of my surprise. I had expected that Mr. Gatsby would be a florid and corpulent person in his middle years. Who is he, I demanded. Do you know him? He's just a man named Gatsby. Where is he from, I mean, and what does he do? Well, now you're started on the subject, she answered with a wan smile. Well, he told me once he was an Oxford man. Dim background started to take shape. He's trying to find things out about Gatsby. He is enraptured with the idea of Gatsby. Because that's one of the things, right? That's one of the things about the book, that the ideas of people are often much different than the people are. That is another of the themes of the book. He gives large parties, boom of a bass drum. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of Mr. Gatsby, we are going to play for you Mr. Vladimir Tolstoy's latest work, which attracted so much attention at Carnegie Hall. The piece is unknown, he concluded lustily, as Vladimir Tolstoy's jazz history. The piece is known, he concluded lustily, as Vladimir Tolstoy's jazz history of the world. The nature of Mr. Tostoff's composition eluded me, because just as it began, my eyes fell on Gatsby, standing alone on the marble steps and looking from one group to another with approving eyes. His tanned skin was drawn attractively tight across his face, and his short hair looked as though it were trimmed every day. I could see nothing sinister about him. I wondered if the fact that he was not drinking helped to set him off from his guests, for it seemed to me that he grew more correct as the fraternal hilarity increased. When the jazz history of the world was over, girls were putting their heads on men's shoulders in a puppyish, convivial way. Girls were swooning backward playfully into men's arms, even into groups, knowing that someone would arrest their falls. But no one swooped backward on Gatsby, and no French bob touched his shoulder, and no singing quartets were formed with Gatsby's head for one link. Maybe I should be re-looking at this in a sexy fashion. That could be a topic for your essay. I beg your pardon. Mr. Gatsby's butler was standing beside us. Miss Baker, I beg your pardon, so she's being taken away. Yep, she's being taken away like all sports. She wore her evening dress. I noticed that she wore her evening dress, all her dresses, like sports clothes. There was a jauntiness about her movements, as if she had first learned to walk upon golf courses on clean, crisp mornings. Golf isn't a real sport. I was alone, and it was almost 2. For some time, confused and intriguing sounds had issued from the many windowed rooms which overhung the terrace, eluding Jordan's undergraduate, who was now engaged in obstetrical conversation with 2 chorus girls, who implored me to join him. I went inside. The large room was full of people. One of the girls in yellow hair was playing piano. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. We're seeing a lot of... Nick is sort of floating through the party, going person to person, like group to group. There's a person who has she had a fight with a man who says she's her husband. Says he's her husband, I should say. There's a person who is angry at broken promises. Blah, blah, blah. We're almost the last tonight, said one of the men sheepishly. The orchestra left half an hour ago, so the party's winding down. As I waited for my hat in the hall of the door of the library, the door of the library opened. Come on, Mr. Fitzgerald. You gotta have some punctuation in here. He's saying a last word, but the eagerness, blah, blah, blah. I've just heard the most amazing thing. How long were we in there? Why, about an hour. It was simply amazing, she repeated abstractedly. I haven't seen the word abstractedly before. That's a good word. I like that word. But I swore I wouldn't tell it, and here I am tantalizing you. Please come see me. Phone book under the name of Mrs. Sigourney Howard, my aunt. But I swore... She yawned gracefully in my face. Yes, sure. She's saying to Nick, come and talk to me later. Let's hang out, yo. Rather ashamed that my first appearance I had stayed so late, and I joined the last of Gatsby's guests who were clustered around him. I wanted to explain that I'd hunted for him early in the evening, and to apologize for not having known him in the garden. Don't mention it, he enjoined me eagerly. Don't give it another thought, old sport. And don't forget, we're going hydroplaning tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Philadelphia wants you on the phone, sir. All right, in a minute. Tell him I'll be right there. Good night. Pleasant significance in having been among the last to go, as if he had decided all the time. Good night, old sport, good night. But as I walked 50 feet from a dozen headlights, in the ditch below the road, right side up, but violently shorn of one wheel, rested a new coupe, which had left Gatsby's drive not 2 minutes before. The sharp jut of wall accounted for the detachment of the wheel, which was now getting considerable attention from half a dozen curious chauffeurs. However, as they had left their cars blocking the road, a harsh, discordant din from those in the rear had been audible for some time, and added to the already violent confusion of the scene. A man in a long duster had dismounted from the wreck, and now stood in the middle of the road, looking from the car to the tire, from the tire to the observers, in a pleasant, puzzled way. See, he explained, it went in the ditch. The fact was infinitely astonishing to him, and I recognized as the unusual quality of wonder. And the man was the late patron of Gatsby's library. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the car wrecked. I don't know nothing about mechanics. This is foreshadowing, by the way. If you're a poor driver, you oughtn't to be driving at night. But I wasn't even trying, he explained indignantly. I wasn't even trying. An odd hush fell upon the bystanders. Do you want to commit suicide? You're lucky it was just a wheel, a bad driver, and not even trying. You don't understand, explained the criminal. I wasn't driving, there's another man in the car. The shock that followed this declaration found voice in the sustained ah. As the door of the coupe swung slowly open, the crowd, it was a crowd now, stepped back involuntarily when the door opened wide and there was a ghostly pause, and as a very gradual, part by part, a pale, dangling individual stepped out of the wreck, pawing tentatively at the ground in a large, uncertain dancing shoe. Blinded by the glare of the headlights and confused by the incessant groaning of the horns, the apparition stood swaying for a moment before he perceived the man in the duster. What's the matter? Did we run out of gas? Look! Half a dozen fingers pointed the amputated wheel. He stared at it for a moment and looked upward as though he suspected it to come dropping out of the sky. It came off, someone explained. At first I didn't notice we'd stopped. A pause and then a long breath. Wonder if he'll tell me where there's a gas line station. At least a dozen men, some of them a little better off than he was, explained to him that the wheel and car were no longer joined by any physical bond. Back out, he suggested. Put her in reverse. But the wheel's off! No harm in trying, he said. The caterwauling, blah, blah, blah. Glanced back once, away for the moon. So they got in a car accident because he was fucking hammered. And then, like, that's it, right? That he got in a car accident because he was fucking hammered. And he's on the side of the road. And is that thematically resonant? I mean, I guess. Is that foreshadowing? Sure. But is foreshadowing for boring stuff. Moving on. Most of my time, I worked. Okay, wait, hold on. Reading over what I've written so far, and there's this god-awful self-reflective air about this fucking book. Reading over what I have written so far, I have given the impression that the events of 3 nights several weeks apart were all that absorbed me. On the contrary, they were merely casual events in a crowded summer, and until much later they absorbed me infinitely less than my other personal affairs. Most of the time I worked. I don't care. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Had a short affair with a girl in Jersey City, and I don't care. So, no, in a story, right? You want to have things that are plot relevant, right? And you want to have things that are sprinkled in, right? You want to have things that are not necessarily extremely plot relevant, but add to the overall feel of the story to make your characters feel like more people, like real people, I should say. What Fitzgerald has chosen to do here is to give all of the plot relevant things surrounded by boring stuff that doesn't make their people feel like people. Then he does things like this, which is like 5 paragraphs. Wait, 5? Yes, 6 paragraphs. 5 paragraphs. There it is. Of Nick explaining, no, I do other things. And it's just like a bulleted fucking list. It's just a list with comma after comma after comma in a paragraph block where nothing happens but Nick explains to you that other things that aren't relevant happened. He says he began to like New York, and I am beginning to hate everything. Where is he? A solitary restaurant dinner, he's at. At 8 o'clock, when the dark lanes of the 40s were 5 deep with throbbing taxicabs bound for the theater district, I felt a sinking in my heart. Forms leaned together in the taxis as they waited, and voices sang, and blah, blah, blah. For a while, I lost sight of Jordan Baker, and then in the midsummer, I found her again. At first, I was flattered to go places with her because she was a golf champion and everyone knew her name. And then it was something more. I wasn't actually in love, but I felt a sort of tender curiosity. See, everyone is fucking sociopathic, right? A tender curiosity, right? The bored, haughty face that she turned to the world concealed something. Most affectations conceal something eventually, even though they don't in the beginning. Wow. Hot take there. And one day, I found what it was. We were on a house party together. We were at a house party together up in Warwick. She had left a borrowed car out in the rain with the top down and then lied about it, and suddenly I remembered the story that had eluded me the night at Daisy's. At her first big golf tournament, there was a row that nearly reached the newspapers, a suggestion that she had moved her ball from a bad lie in the semi-final round. The thing approached the proportions of a scandal and then died away. A caddy retracted his statement, and the only other witness admitted that he might have been mistaken. The incident and the name had remained together in my mind. This is another one of those themes of the book that we discussed a little while ago. Hearing things, right? Hearing things and believing them. It's like Daisy said earlier. 3 people said it, so it must be true. I heard this bad story about this person. I never looked into it, of course, but it's stuck in my mind. That is resonant, if only it wasn't so boring. That's another good topic for your paper. Page 64 out of 193, by the way. We got some ways to go. Jordan Baker instinctively avoided clever, shrewd men, and now I saw that this was because she felt a safer place on blah, 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 blah. She was incurably dishonest. She wasn't able to endure being at a disadvantage, and given this unwillingness, I suppose she had been dealing in subterfuges when she was very young in order to keep that cool, insolent smile turned to the world, and yet satisfy the demands of her hard, jaunty body. It made no difference to me. Dishonesty in a woman is a thing you never blame deeply. I was casually sorry, and then I forgot. The fuck are you talking about, Nick? It was on that same house party that we had a curious conversation about driving a car. It started because she passed so close to some workmen that our fender flicked a button on one man's coat. You're a rotten driver, I protested. Either you ought to be more careful or you oughtn't to drive at all. I am careful. No, you're not. Well, other people are, she said lightly. I've had some friends make that claim to me. Also, I wanted to make this point a little while ago. Nick refers to her. How does he refer to her? It wasn't love. It was more of a tender curiosity. Instead of just like fucking being friends with a person. You can just fucking hang out and go to parties together, bro. Jesus Christ. It was the 1940s. Men didn't just go to parties with strange women. Yeah, they did. That was like the thing about the Roaring 20s. That's like the thing that comes back down. You don't need to have a tender curiosity. You can just hang out with her, Nick. You can just hang out together. You can just hang out together. You can just, like, talk about stuff. You don't need to fucking characterize it in this god-awful sociopathic way. I hate everyone in this book. Anyway. Other people are. What's that got to do with it? They'll keep out of my way, she insisted. It takes 2 to make an accident. Suppose you met somebody just as careless as yourself. I hope I never will, she answered. I hate careless people. That's why I like you. Her gray, sun-strained eyes stared straight ahead, but she had deliberately shifted our relations, and for a moment I thought I loved her. But I am slow-thinking and full of interior rules that act as brakes on my desires, and I knew that first I had to get myself definitively out of that tangle back home. I'd been writing letters once a week and signing them "Love, Nick," and all I could think of was how, when that certain girl played tennis, a faint mustache of perspiration appeared on her upper lip. Nevertheless, there was a vague understanding that had to be tactfully broken off before I was free. Everyone suspects himself of at least one of the cardinal virtues, and this is mine. I am one of the few honest people that I have ever known. I'm angry with Nick. All right, so let's talk about what happened there, right? Let's talk about what happened. So we're 3 chapters in, right? We're 3 chapters into this 9-chapter book. We're a third of the way through. And nothing has happened. In the entirety of the 3rd chapter, Nick goes to a party, meets Jordan, meets up with Jordan, I guess I should say, meets Gatsby, hangs out with Jordan. That's it. Somebody gets in a car accident, right? Let's not discount that, right? Because it is important. But somebody gets into a car accident, and then he starts hanging out with Jordan. Full stop. That's the thing. That's the end of the thing. That's the end of the chapter. And then Nick philosophizes about his place in the world and how strong the virtues he expresses are. We're going to move on to chapter 4 in just a minute. I'm going to be right back. I am going to get a drink of water. Because I'm very angry with Nick. I'll be right back. Oh boy. I've gone and gotten some Triscuits and some white cheddar cheese. And mercifully, some water. Here we go. I'm gonna ASMR that a little bit. Yeah, there it is. Because I am real mad at Nick. And you know what that means? Well, if you're in high school, maybe you don't. I'll tell you when you're older. Moving on. We're on chapter 4. And I want to talk about the first line of chapter 4 here. Quote, "On Sunday morning, while church bells rang in the villages along the shore, the world and its mistress returned to Gatsby's house and twinkled hilariously on his lawn." I'm going to say that again. On Sunday morning, while church bells rang in the villages along the shore, the world and its mistress returned to Gatsby's house and twinkled hilariously on his lawn. So here's the thing about that, right? That sounds really dramatic and interesting and means absolutely nothing. That doesn't mean a goddamn thing. That means that something is happening at Gatsby's house. We don't even know what the world and its mistress means. So anyway, that's the first line. "He's a bootlegger," said the young ladies, moving somewhere between his cocktails and his flowers. "One time he killed a man and had found out he was nephew to von Hindenburg and second cousin to the devil. Reach me a rose, honey, and pour me a last drop into that there crystal glass. Once I wrote down on the empty spaces of a timetable the names of those who had come to Gatsby's house that summer. It is an old timetable now, disintegrating in its fold, and headed this schedule in effect July 5th, 1922. But I can still read the gray names, and I will give you a better impression than my generalities of those who accepted Gatsby's hospitality and paid him the subtle tribute of knowing nothing whatever about him. From East Egg, then, came the Chester Beckers, and the Leaches, and the men. Now we go through and we list a whole lot of people. Clarence Endive was from East Egg. He only came once. The Danceys came too. This is the end of a second page. A man named Klipspringer was there so often and so long that he was known as the Boarder. I doubt if he had any other home. Of theatrical people, there was Gus Ways and Horace Donovan and Lester Mayer and George Deckweed and Francis Bull, also from New York, were the Cromes and the Baxons and the Denekers and the Russell Betty and the Corrigans and Kellers and the Dewars and the Scullys and the S.W. Belkers and Smirks and the young Quinns, divorced now, and Henry L. Dude, I don't even know how to express this, right? This is like, if you've ever read 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, there's a lot of this. There's a lot of, long, 5-page long descriptions of, sea life, right? Because Jules Verne flippin' loves his, science and nature, so he goes on these long descriptions, these long discussions of the things that you see outside the window of the Nautilus, which is this submarine. And those are also unnecessary, right? But at least in that, neither of them is relevant, right? Neither of them is relevant. It's not like later in the story, one or two of these people are going to come back, and it's like this isn't like an Agatha Christie novel where one of these people is going to end up being involved in the murder. None of these people mean anything. it's just like a 5-page list. And you're thinking, well, Tom, you're spending a lot of time talking about a 5-page list. Dude, the time that I'm spending talking about this list is less time than it takes to read the list. It's so long. I'm keeping and scrolling. In addition to all of these, I can remember that Faustina O'Brien came there at least once, and the Bector, I stripped like 4 paragraphs, by the way. All these people came to Gatsby's house in the summer. That is 3 full pages of descriptions of people. At 9 o'clock one morning late in July, Gatsby's gorgeous car lurched up the rocky drive to my door and gave out a burst of melody from its 3-noted horn. It was the first time he had called on me, though. It was the first time he'd called on me, though I had gone to 2 of his parties, mounted in his hydroplane, and, at his urgent invitation, made frequent use of his beach. "Good morning, old sport. You're having lunch with me today, and I thought we'd ride up together." He was balancing himself on the dashboard of his car with that resourcefulness of movement that is so peculiarly American. That's an interesting sentence. That comes, I suppose, with the absence of lifting work or rigid sitting in youth, and even more with the formless grace of our nervous, sporadic games. See, this is another thing displaying the disconnect between Nick, who is somewhat interestingly perceived as lower class by people like Daisy and Tom, but this is showing the disconnect. Like, man, you are so peculiarly American. It's probably because Americans never have to do any labor. They're talking about his car. It's pretty, isn't it? He jumped off and gave me a better view. Haven't you seen it before? I'd seen it. Everybody had seen it. It was a rich cream color, bright with nickel, swollen here and there in monstrous length, with triumphant hat boxes and supper boxes and tool boxes, and terraced with a labyrinth of windshields that mirrored a dozen suns, sitting down behind many layers of glass in a sort of green leather conservatory. We started to town. George Martin likes his food descriptions. I guess F. Scott Fitzgerald really likes his car descriptions. I talked to him perhaps half a dozen times that month, and to my disappointment, he had little to say. So my first impression that he was a person of some undefined consequence had gradually faded and become simply the proprietor of an elaborate roadhouse next door. Then came that disconcerting ride. We hadn't reached West Egg Village before Gatsby began leaving his elegant sentences unfinished and slapping himself indecisively on a knee of his caramel-colored suit. "Look here, old sport," he broke out surprisingly. "What's your opinion of me, anyhow?" A little overwhelmed, I began the generalized evasions which that question deserves. "Well, I'm going to tell you something about my life," he interrupted. "I don't want you to get the wrong idea of me from all those stories you hear." And so he was aware of the bizarre accusations. "I'll tell you God's truth." His right hand suddenly ordered divine retribution to stand by. "I am the son of some wealthy people in the Middle West, all dead now. I was brought up in America, but educated in Oxford, because my ancestor had been educated there for many years. It's a family tradition." He looked at me sideways. And I knew why Jordan Baker had believed he was lying. That hurried phrase, "educated at Oxford," or swallowed... He hurried the phrase, "educated at Oxford," or swallowed it, or choked on it, as though it had bothered him before. And with this doubt, his whole statement fell to pieces, and I wondered if there wasn't something a little sinister to him after all. "What part of the Middle West?" "What part of the Middle West?" I inquired casually. "San Francisco." "I see." Are we calling that Middle West? Or is this Nick seeing through his lie? An interesting question. "My family all died, and I came into a good deal of money." His voice was solemn, as if the memory of that sudden extinction of a clan still haunted him. For a moment I suspected he was pulling my leg, but a glance at him convinced me otherwise. "After that, I lived like a young... hold on. We always got to look up words that we don't recognize. When reading books from times before we were born. Raja being a noble from the time of the British Raj, an Indian noble in British India. After that, I lived like a young Raja in all the capitals of Europe: Paris, Venice, Rome, collecting jewels, chiefly rubies, hunting big game, painting a little, things for myself only, and trying to forget something very sad that happened to me long ago." With an effort, I managed to restrain my incredulous laughter. The very phrases were worn so threadbare that they evoked no image except that of a turbaned character, leaking sawdust at every pore as he pursued a tiger through the Bois de Boulogne. Then came the war, old sport. It was a great relief, and I tried very hard to die, but seems to bear an enchanted life. But I seemed to bear an enchanted life. I accepted a commission of first lieutenant, and it began in the Argonne Forest. I took 2 machine gun detachments so far that there was half a mile gap on either side of us where the infantry couldn't advance. We stayed there 2 days and 2 nights. 130 men with 16 Lewis guns. And the infantry came. I was promoted to a major. Little Montenegro. He lifted up the words and nodded at them with his smile. The smile comprehended Montenegro's troubled history with sympathized the Montenegrin people. We're talking about Gatsby. Gatsby's mostly lying. He reached in his pocket and pulled a piece of metal slung on a ribbon. It fell into my palm. That one's for Montenegro. To my astonishment, the thing had an authentic look. Orderi di Danio, ran the circular legend. Montenegro Nicholas Rex. That would be King Nicholas of Montenegro. Interesting. Major J. Gatsby, I read, for valor extraordinary. So the story that we get about Gatsby is that almost everything about his life since the war, outside of the war, I guess, is a lie. He is not rich like Tom and Daisy are. He is new money rich. He came into his money more recently. And he feels the need to fit into the society that the old money families have built. He feels the need to lie about that, instead of just not giving a fuck what other people think. He could be doing that. Instead, he is lying and concocting elaborate ruses for fear of the judgment of others over arbitrary bullshit. We learn that he's doing this in part because he is in love with Daisy. And people take this as like this love story, right? If someone doesn't like you, tell them to fuck themselves, block their number, and never talk to them again. It's very easy. I'm taking a shot because I'm angry with Jay Gatsby. Oh, I'm out of juice. I'm out of non-alcoholic fruit beverage. Major J. Gatsby. Here's the thing I always carry, a souvenir from my Oxford days. I was taken in Trinity Quad. The man on my left is now the Earl of Dorchester. Maybe Dorchester. Maybe Dorcaster. Who's to say? There was Gatsby looking a little, not much younger. It was a cricket bat in his hand. And it was all true, thinks Nick. I saw the skins of tigers flaming in his palace on the Grand Canal. I saw him opening a chest of rubies to ease their crimson-lighted depths, the gnawings of his broken heart. I'm going to make a big request to you today, he said, pocketing his souvenirs with satisfaction. So I thought you ought to know something about me. I didn't want you to think I was just some nobody. You see, I usually try to find myself among strangers because I drift here and there trying to figure out to forget the sad thing that happened to me. He hesitated. You'll hear about it this afternoon. At lunch? No, this afternoon. I happened to find out that you're taking Miss Baker to tea. Do you mean you're in love with Miss Baker? Says Nick. No, old sport, I'm not, but Miss Baker has kindly consented to speak to you about this matter. I hadn't the faintest idea what this matter was, but I was more annoyed than interested. I hadn't asked Jordan to tea in order to discuss Mr. J. Gatsby. I was sure the request would be something utterly fantastic, and for a moment I was sorry I'd ever set foot on his overpopulated lawn. He wouldn't say another word. His correctness grew on him as we neared the city. Blah, blah, blah. Then the Valley of Ashes opened on both sides of us, and I had a glimpse of Mrs. Wilson straining at a garage pump with a panting vitality as we went by. So the route that they take to get from West Egg into town goes past the garage. That's important. With fenders spread like wings, we scattered light through half Astoria, only half. But we twisted among the pillars of the elevated, and I heard the jug spat of a motorcycle. That's an interesting description of the sound a motorcycle makes. A jug spat. All right, old sport, called Gatsby. We slowed down. Taking a white card from his wallet, he waved it before the man's eyes. They're getting past a policeman. I was able to do the commissioner a favor once, he says. So he has this really elaborate sort of persona, right? That allows him to exercise some power in some technical respect, in some very real respect. Tangible, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. The city scene from the Queensboro Bridge is always the city seen for the first time. Wild promise is what they say. A dead man passed us in a hearse heaped with blooms, followed by 2 carriages. Subtext. The friends looked out at us with tragic eyes and short upper lips. Subtext. Blah, blah, blah. I was glad that the sight of Gatsby's splendid car was included in their somber holiday. Man, I'm so glad that those people burying their, let's go with sister, I'm so glad that they got to see me. Well, Gatsby, anyway. There's a word we don't use anymore. Anything can happen now that we've slid this over the bridge. Anything at all. Even Gatsby could happen without any particular wonder. Anything can happen now that we've slid over the bridge, I thought. Anything at all. Even Gatsby could happen without any particular wonder. All right, I'm going to read that again. Right, and we're going to get a little sultry with this one. This is for the people writing the essay who are taking the sultrier view of the Great Gatsby. Anything can happen now that we've slid over this bridge, I thought. Anything at all. Even Gatsby could happen without any particular wonder. I like that view of the book. That's fun. That's a good one. Roaring Noon. In a well-fanned 42nd Street cellar, I met Gatsby for lunch. Mr. Carraway, this is my friend, Mr. Wolfsheim. Oh, gosh. Yeah, this is one of them scenes. Okay. I'm gonna read the introduction to this person. This person is I assume it's Wolfsheim. It might be Wolfsham. I can't say for certain. The description of this individual is, quote, a small, flat-nosed Jew raised his large head and regarded me with 2 fine growths of hair, which luxuriated in either nostril. After a moment, I discovered his tiny eyes in the half-darkness. This book sucks. We're fast-forwarding. They're talking to Mr. Wolfsheim. Blah, blah, blah. It is revealed, I believe, in this that Mr. Wolfsheim is the... Hold on, I'm going to see if I can... How do you pronounce... This is the kind of A-grade content that you come here for. How do you pronounce this? Okay. All right, we're going in. I'm pressing... Wolfsheim. Wolfsheim is the pronunciation. Perfect. So they're talking to Mr. Wolfsheim, and I believe that Mr. Wolfsheim, it is revealed over the course of this conversation that he, and I think exclusively he, is the person... He's referred to as having an expressive nose, by the way. Don't pay him a penny till he shuts his mouth. Oh, God. Oh, it's worse than I remember. He rigs the World Series, I think. Highballs. The old Metropole brooded Mr. Wolfsheim gloomily. I'm having trouble remembering this is even relevant to the story. Oh, God, we do have to read this whole fucking scene, don't we? Christ. Mr. Wolfsheim's nose flashed at me indignantly. Jesus Christ. Fucking unbelievable. This is, it's just not good. It's not good. It hasn't aged well. And people will say to me, well, it's from 1925. And I'm like, yeah, yeah. It's not good, though. I will concede that it was a couple of years yet before the issues that we're discussing right now, the extraordinary racial stereotyping going on right now in this section of the book, right? It was a couple of years from 1925 before that. Let's use the phrase before that discussion came to a head. But we've had that discussion, right? And when this book is taught, this part is not, it doesn't even get an asterisk. We don't even talk about it. Oh my God. And Fitzgerald is doing that thing where he's writing down, where he's like transliterating the way he speaks. He's saying Oxford instead of Oxford to convey a different way of speaking. It's just gratuitous. Finest specimens of human molars is a sentence that they say in here. Drank his coffee, they're talking. You're very polite, but I belong to another generation. You sit here and discuss your sports with your young ladies, and he supplied an imaginary noun for me with another wave of his hand. As for me, I am 50 years old, and I won't impose myself on you any longer. Dude, you can well, whatever. I wonder what that imaginary noun for Nick was. As he shook hands, so that's another, right? This is another essay topic that you could be doing, right? It is The Great Gatsby is actually problematic. Is something that we could do. Here's another. This is all like I'm not even like reading all of it, right? Here's another sentence. As he shook hands and turned away, his tragic nose trembling. His tragic nose was trembling. His tragic nose. He's quite a character around New York, a denizen of Broadway. Meyer Wolfsheim, he's a gambler. He's the man who fixed the World Series back in 1919. Fixed the World Series, I repeated? The idea staggered me. I remembered, of course, that the World Series had been fixed in 1919, but I thought it had been, it's not something that merely happens. It never occurred to me that one man could play the faith of 50 million people with the single-mindedness of a burglar blowing a safe. How did he do that? He saw the opportunity. Why isn't he in jail? He's a smart man. I insisted on paying the check. As the waiter brought my change, I caught sight of Tom Buchanan across the crowded room. Come along with me for a minute. So Tom and Gatsby are about to meet. When he saw us, Tom jumped up and took half a dozen steps in our direction. Where have you been? He demanded eagerly. Daisy's furious because you haven't called up. This is Mr. Gatsby, Mr. Buchanan. They shook hands, and a strained, unfamiliar look of embarrassment came over Gatsby's face. How have you been, anyhow? Demanded Tom of me. How'd you happen to come up this far to eat? I'm having lunch with Mr. Gatsby. I turned toward Mr. Gatsby, but he was no longer there. One day, and then like, do we just like switch scenes? Is that what just fucking happened? There's no break. There's no chapter break. There's not even like a paragraph. There's a paragraph break, but that's it. One October day in 1917, said Jordan Baker that afternoon, sitting up very. You know what? I'm angry with F. Scott. Whew, oh boy, this is good stuff. I am angry with F. Scott Fitzgerald. Whew. All right. The paragraph's long. We're skipping it. Largest of banners and the largest of lawns belonged to Daisy Faye's house. She was 18, 2 years older than me. She was dressed in white. Wait a minute. Okay, are we talking about his old love? Is that what's going on right now? Dressed in white, privilege monopolizing her that night. Anyways, for an hour, we came beside the house. Hello, Jordan, she called unexpectedly. Please come here. I was flattered that she wanted to speak to me because all the older girls, I admired her the most. Okay. The officer looked at Daisy. His name was Jay Gatsby, and I didn't lay eyes on him again for over 4 years, even after I'd met him on Long Island. I didn't realize it was the same man. Okay, so this is explaining that he knew Gatsby before. Next year, I had a beau myself. I hit a few beaux myself. Began playing tournaments. I didn't see Daisy very often. She went in a slightly older crowd, and she went with anyone when she went with anyone at all. Wild rumors discussing his life before the start of the story. By the next autumn, she was gay again, gay as ever. Nice. Daisy, you do you. She had a debut after the armistice. We could be telling a World War I story, and it'd be way more interesting. I was bridesmaid. I came into a room half an hour later before the bridal dinner, blah, blah, blah. Yep. So wait, is this all from Jordan's perspective? Yeah, it is. Okay, so this is Jordan and Daisy. Jordan was a bridesmaid. What's the matter, Daisy? Here, dearies, blah, 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 blah. Yep. In the tub, squeezed it into a wet ball, left me only with dish soap. Didn't say another word. We gave her spirits of ammonia and put ice on her forehead and hooked her back into her dress. Next day at 5 o'clock, she married Tom Buchanan without so much of a shiver. It started off on a 3-month trip to the South Seas. So this is explaining that Daisy and Gatsby knew each other. Saw them in Santa Barbara and they came back. I've never seen a girl so mad about her husband. Where's Tom gone? A week later, after Tom the girl who was with him got into the papers too because her arm was broken. She was one of the chambermaids in the Santa Barbara hotel. Tom sleeps around. He's a fucking asshole. Daisy and the little girl went to France for a year. Daisy was popular in Chicago. Daisy doesn't drink. Perhaps Daisy never went in for amour at all. About 6 weeks ago, she heard the name Gatsby for the first time in years. And when I asked you, do you remember if you knew Gatsby in West Egg? After you had gone home, she came to my room and woke me up and said, "What Gatsby?" And I described him. I was half asleep, and she said in the strangest voice that it must be the man she used to know. It wasn't until then that I connected the Gatsby with the officer in her white car. When Jordan Baker had finished telling all this, we had left the plaza for half an hour. We were driving in Victoria through Central Park. You could drive through Central Park? No kidding. The sun had gone down between the tall apartments of the movie stars in the West 50s and the clear voices of the girls. And now there's a fucking there's a 4-line poem at night when you're asleep, into your tent I'll creep. Ooh. It was a strange coincidence, I said, but it wasn't a coincidence at all. Why not? Gatsby bought that house so that Daisy would be just across the bay. Ooh, we're revealing why Gatsby lives here. He wants to know. You invite Daisy to your. He wants to know if you'll invite Daisy to your house. This is Jordan now actually saying things that are meaningful to us, the audience. Saying to Nick, he wants to know, continued Jordan, if you'll invite Daisy to your house some afternoon, and then let him come over. That's the rub, right? Gatsby loves Daisy because he's been pining after her for years, even though she's vapid and boring, and he's the only interesting character, and he could just go do other things. But no, instead he's pining after this girl. So he buys a fucking mansion across from her mansion so that he could be close to her. The only interesting character in this show, in this book, is a stalker, and an A-grade patient, Victorian style stalker. The kind that in 1850 we called romantic, but today we call the modesty of the demand shook me. He had waited 5 years and bought a mansion where he dispensed starlight to casual moths so that he could come over some afternoon to a stranger's garden. Did I have to know all this before he could ask such a little thing? He's afraid. He's waited so long, he thought you might be offended. You see, he's a regular tough underneath it all. A regular tough underneath it all. Hope that doesn't have a meaning that I'm unaware of. Something worried me. Why didn't he ask you to arrange a meeting? He wants her to see his house, and your house is right next door. Oh, I think he half expected her to wander into one of his parties some night, went on Jordan, but she never did. Then he began asking people casually if they knew her, and I was the first one around that he found. Of course, I suggested a luncheon in New York, and I thought I'd go mad. Does it transpire over the course of this that Gatsby somehow orchestrated Nick, Daisy's cousin, moving in next door to him? Because if not, that's a spectacular coincidence. But it's certainly not the most spectacular coincidence over the course of this book. I don't want to do anything out of the way, he kept saying. I want to see her right next door. When I said you were a particular friend of Tom's, he started to abandon the whole idea. He doesn't know very much about Tom, but he says he's read a Chicago paper for years, and just the cancer, blah, 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 blah. It's dark now. We dipped under a little bridge. I put my arm around Jordan's golden shoulder and drew her toward me and asked her to dinner. Suddenly I wasn't thinking of Daisy and Gatsby anymore, but of this clean, hard, limited person who dealt in universal skepticism and who leaned back jauntily just within the circle of my arm. I am going to choose to take the word limited there, not to be talking down, but instead to mean focused, narrow in focus. If so, that is one of the nicest lines in this book. Clean, hard, and limited, who deals in universal skepticism and leans back jauntily into someone else's arm. I think that I would be pleased to have that descriptor made of me. I am not angry, but I am drinking. All right. A phrase began to beat in my ears with a sort of heady excitement. There are only the pursued, the pursuing, the busy, and the tired. See, that's the fucking thing, isn't it? That's the fucking thing. People, and I recognize that this isn't the point, but many people who like this book assert that this is the point. No, there aren't only pursuing, the busy and the tired. You can just be fucking doing something else. Just fucking do Mr. Gatsby. Mr. Gats. Just fuck off. Go do your own thing. Go do the things that you are pretending that you did. You will find more fulfillment in those things than stalking this one motherfucker. Indeed, this one motherfucker you met when you were 17, this is to all the high school students watching, the motherfucker that you met when you were 17, who you happened to grow up in the same town with and you happened to meet in your fucking 10th grade history class, there's really, really good odds that person is not actually all that interesting. If you like hanging out with them, fine. But please, for the love of all things holy, for all the good in the world, please fucking just do something else. Jesus Christ. I'm not going to put my soapbox away, but I will get off of it. And Daisy ought to have something in her life, murmured Jordan to me. Does she want to see Gatsby? And Daisy ought to have something in her life, implying that Daisy doesn't have a fucking child. Daisy has a fucking child. Anyway, does she want to see Gatsby? She's not to know about it. Gatsby doesn't want her to know. We're just supposed to invite her to tea. We passed a barrier of dark trees, and then the facade of 59th Street. A block of delicate pale light beamed down into the park. Unlike Gatsby and Tom Buchanan, I had no girl whose disembodied face floated along the dark cornices and blinding signs, so I drew up the girl beside me, tightening my arms. Her wan, scornful mouth smiled, and so I drew her up again, closer, this time to my face. So that's chapter 4. in chapter 4, you will notice, and you may be detecting a trend, right? You may be detecting a trend. In chapter 4, nothing happened. In chapter 4, Gatsby and Nick went on a little like lunch trip, right? Gatsby introduced Nick to a frankly embarrassing caricature of a Jewish person. And then Nick went, and then they happened to espy Tom Buchanan. Nothing happened there. And then Nick went and had dinner with his girlfriend, and then she was like, "Hey, you should meet Tom and Gatsby and Daisy should meet." And like, that's it, right? That's the chapter. That's the chapter, right? That's the chapter. That's it. I'm sipping. Chapter 5. When I came home to West Egg that night, I was afraid for a moment that my house was on fire. 2 o'clock, and the whole corner of the peninsula was blazing with light, which fell unreal on the shrubbery and made thin, elegant glints on the roadside wires. See, that would be awesome if it was anything, but it's not. Turning a corner, I saw that it was Gatsby's house, lit from tower to cellar. It's not anything. It's not anything. It's just a... whatever. At first, I thought it was another party, a wild rout that had resolved itself into hide-and-go-seek or sardines in the box. Ooh. Control-T. Sardines in the box. Sardines is an active game that is played like hide-and-seek, only in reverse. One person hides, and everyone actively searches for the hidden person. When a person... that's neat. That's very neat. Whenever a person finds the hidden person, they quietly join them in their hiding spot. Soon the hidden group starts to look like a bunch of sardines. That's so funny. Oh, that is by a considerable margin the best part of this book. Sardines in a box. All right. But there wasn't a sound, only wind in the trees which blew wires, and my taxi groaned away. Your place looks like a World's Fair, I said. Does it? He turned his eyes toward it. I have been glancing into some of the rooms. Let's go to Coney Island, old sport. In my car. It's too late. Well, suppose we take a plunge in the swimming pool. I haven't made use of it all summer. I've got to go to bed. All right. He waited, looking at me with suppressed eagerness. I talked with Miss Baker, I said after a moment. I'm going to call up Daisy tomorrow and invite her over here for tea. Oh, that's all right, he said carelessly. I don't want to put you to any trouble. What day would suit you? What day would suit you? He corrected me quickly. I don't want to put you into any trouble, you see. See, Jay Gatsby is the only person in the story who isn't an irredeemable piece of shit. He's still a piece of shit. He's just not irredeemable. He at least, because as we learn later, he didn't grow up wealthy, right? So he doesn't have the disconnect where you think that the people around you are pets, which is this whole fucking book. He thinks that the people around him are mostly people. Kind of. Sort of. Not irredeemable, though. He should have worn a bulletproof vest like Doc Brown. There it is. How about the day after tomorrow? He considered for a moment, then with reluctance. I want to get the grass cut, he said. We both looked at the grass. There was a sharp line where my ragged lawn ended, and the darker, well-kept expanse of his began. I suspected that meant my grass. There's another little thing, he said uncertainly and hesitated. Would you rather put it off for a few days, I asked. Oh, it isn't about that. At least... Pardon me. He fumbled with a series of beginnings. Why? I thought, why, look here, old sport. You don't make much money, do you? Not very much. This seemed to reassure him, and he continued more confidently. I thought you didn't. If you'll pardon my... You see, I carry on a little business on the side, a sort of sideline, you see. I thought if you aren't making very much, you're selling bonds, aren't you, old sport? Trying to. Well, this would interest you. It wouldn't take up much of your time, and you might make a nice bit of money. It happens to be a rather confidential sort of thing. I realize now that under different circumstances, that conversation might have been one of the crises of my life. But because the offer was obviously and tactlessly for a service to be rendered, I had no choice except to cut him off right there. I've got my hands full, I said. I'm much obliged, but I couldn't take on any more work. You wouldn't have to do any business with Wolfsheim. Evidently, he thought that was what I was shying away from. Hold on. We got another word we're looking up. Hold on here a second. Control C, Control T, Control V. It's Gonnegtion. It is a let's give it the most gracious turn of phrase we can. It is a stylized transliteration of the word connection, where the C's have been replaced with G's. Evidently, he thought I was shying away from the connection mentioned at lunch, but I assured him that he was wrong. He waited a moment later, hoping I was going to begin a conversation, but I was too absorbed to be responsive, and he unwillingly went home. The evening made me lightheaded and happy. Okay. I walked into a deep sleep. Gatsby, Coney Island, glanced at the room. I called up Daisy in the office the next morning and invited her to come to tea. Don't bring Tom, I warned her. What? Don't bring Tom? Who is Tom? She asked innocently. The day agreed upon was pouring rain. Thank you for just moving to the day. At 11 o'clock, a man in a raincoat dragging a lawnmower tapped at my front door and said that Mr. Gatsby had sent him over to cut my grass. This reminded me that I'd forgotten to tell Finn to come back, so I drove to West Egg Village to search for her among the soggy, whitewashed alleys to buy some cups and lemons and flowers. Hello, cat. The flowers were unnecessary, for at 2 o'clock a greenhouse arrived from Gatsby's with innumerable receptacles to contain it. An hour later, the front door opened nervously, and Gatsby, in a white flannel suit, silver shirt, and gold-colored tie, hurried in. He was pale, and there were dark signs of sleeplessness beneath his eyes. He's trying to look rich. Subtext. Is everything all right? He asked immediately. The grass looks fine, if that's what you mean. What grass? He inquired blankly. Oh, the grass in the yard. Fucking... He looked out the window at... You know what? I'm mad at Jay Gatsby. There it is. Clink. Yeah. Looks very good. One of the papers said the rain would stop about 4. I think it was the Journal. They're talking about the weather. Have you got everything you need for tea? I took him into the pantry where he looked a little reproachfully at the Finn. Together we scrutinized the 12 lemon cakes from the delicatessen shop. Cheers. Ooh, baby. Of course, they're fine. Blah, 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 blah. They're small talking. They've been small talking for a while. There's the clock on the wall, right? Yeah. They're sitting there, and Gatsby's nervous, and Nick is a camera with legs, and they're just sitting there in Nick's, like living room, waiting for Daisy to show, right? And then finally, Gatsby gets up and he's like, I'm going home. And he's like, why? And Nick's like, why? And you're like, nobody's coming to tea. It's too late. He looked at his watch as if there was some pressing demand on his time elsewhere. It can't wait all day. Don't be silly. It's just 2 minutes to 4, you fucking... Jesus Christ. Sit the fuck down. I sat down miserably as if I had pushed him, and simultaneously there was the sound of a motor turning to my lane. We both jumped up, and I harrowed myself. I went out to the yard. Just fucking chill, bro. Under the dripping bare lilac trees, a large open car was coming up the drive. It stopped. Daisy's face tipped sideways beneath a 3-cornered lavender hat, looked out at me with a bright, ecstatic smile. This is where you live, my dearest one? The exhilarating ripple of her voice was a wild tonic in the rain. I had to follow the sound of it for a moment, up and down, with my ear alone. Blah, 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 blah. He's fucking fawning over the sound of his cousin's voice. Are you in love with me? She said low in my ear. Or why did I have to come here alone? That's the secret of Castle Rackrent. Tell your chauffeur to go far away and spend an hour. Jesus. Come back in an hour, Freddy. Ferdy? His name. Then in a grave murder. Sugar. Daisy says, come back in an hour, Ferdy. Then, in a grave murmur, his name is Ferdy. Does the gasoline affect his nose? I don't think so, she said innocently. Why? Is his nose referenced earlier? Is he the person whose nose was said to have been affected by the silver? God, this book is stupid. I'm angry with Daisy Buchanan. And Nick Carraway, for that matter, for this weird flirtatious thing they have, even though they're actual literal cousins. Second cousins twice removed. Tom, stop it. Stop it right now. We went in. To my overwhelming surprise, the living room was deserted. Well, that's funny, I exclaimed. What's funny? She turned her head as there was a light, dignified knock at the front door. I went out and opened it. Gatsby, pale as death, with his hand plunged like weight in his coat pocket, was standing in a puddle of water, glaring tragically into my eyes. Drink, Tom. Whew. Whew. Yeah, he's at the door for half a minute. There wasn't a sound. They're awkward. I certainly am awfully glad to see you again. A pause. It endured horribly. I had nothing to do in the hall, so I went into the room. Gatsby, his hands still in his pockets, was reclining against the mantelpiece, his strained counterfeit of perfect ease, even of boredom. His head leaned so far back that it rested against the face of a defunct mantelpiece clock, and from this position his distraught eyes stared down at Daisy, who was sitting frightened but graceful on the edge of a stiff chair. "We've met before," muttered Gatsby. His eyes glanced momentarily at me, and then his lips parted with an abortive attempt at a laugh. Luckily, the clock took this moment to tilt dangerously at the pressure of his head, whereupon he turned and caught it with trembling fingers and set it back in place. Then he sat down, rigidly, his elbow on the arm of his sofa and his chin in his hand. "I'm sorry about the clock," he said. My own face had now assumed a deep tropical burn. I couldn't muster up a single commonplace out of the 1,000 in my head. Commonplace is used as a noun in this instance. I couldn't muster... I went to take a sip in the middle of a sentence, and instead I inhaled some non-alcoholic juice beverage. Hold on, we're going to do some more ASMR. There it is. I couldn't muster up a single commonplace out of the 1,000 in my head. That's an interesting sentence. It's an old clock, I told them idiotically. So for the next, let's say, I'm going to wager like 10 pages, 7 to 10 pages. It's just them sitting here awkwardly. The automatic quality of Gatsby's answer. Yeah, Daisy remembers him. We haven't met for many years. Her voice as matter of fact as it ever could be. Amid the welcome confusion of cups, a certain physical decency established itself. Got to speak with you about something before you go. Gatsby got up again, and he's like, "I'm leaving." Oh, I'm sorry. No, the other way around. Nick stood up, and he's like, "I'm leaving." And Gatsby's like, "Where the fuck are you going, bro? Thought you had my back here. Got to speak with you about something before you go." He followed me wildly into the kitchen, closed the door, and whispered, "Oh, God, what's the matter? This is a terrible mistake. A terrible, terrible mistake. Yeah, no shit. You're just embarrassed, that's all." And luckily, I added, Daisy's embarrassed, too. "She's embarrassed?" he repeated incredulously. "Just as much as you are. Don't talk so loud. You're acting like a little boy," which is, yeah, that's correct. Not only that, but you're rude. Daisy's sitting in there all alone." He raised his hand to stop my words, looked at me with unforgettable reproach, and opened the door cautiously and went back into the other room. I walked out the back way, just as Gatsby had when he made his nervous circuit of the house half an hour before. Huge black knotted tree. He's walking around the lawn. So I stared at it. There was nothing to look at from under the tree except Gatsby's enormous house. So I stared at it like Kant at his church steeple for half an hour. A brewer had built it early in the period craze a decade before. And there was a story how he agreed to pay 5 years' taxes on all the neighboring cottages. if the owners would have their roofs thatched with straw. I don't care at all. After half an hour, the sun shone down, and the grocer's automobile rounded Gatsby's drive within the raw material for his servant's dinner. Wouldn't need a spoonful. We're talking about nothing again. I went... Okay, so he's back. Okay, fucking... In the new silence, I felt that the silence had fallen within the house, too. So we walked back in, and it's quiet in the house. He ditched his cousin and his friend in this fucking god-awful awkward situation that his friend manufactured so that he could get an excuse to see the woman that he almost dated for like a week and a half 5 years ago when he was 17. Did I get all that right? I think I got all that right. I went in after making... I'm angry with Nick Carraway. Yeah. Clink. So he's back here. I went in after making after making every possible noise in the kitchen, short of pushing over the stove. I feel that when you're coming in on someone, you're not an announcer if they're making out in the next room. You make so much room you make so much fucking noise in the kitchen as you're coming back in to be like, oh yeah, I'm coming back. I'm here. You just knock over, you just clink on everything, so that they have time to rebutton their shirts, as you're walking back in. They were sitting on either end of the couch looking at each other as if some question had been asked or was in the air, and every vestige of embarrassment was gone. Daisy's face was smeared with tears, and when I came in, she jumped up and began wiping at it with her handkerchief before a mirror. There was a change in Gatsby that was simply confounding. He literally glowed. Probably not literally. Without a word or a gesture of exaltation, a new well-being radiated from him, and he filled the little room. "Oh, hello, old sport," he said, as if he hadn't seen me for years. I thought for a moment he was going to shake hands. Taking this. Oh, my goodness. It's a fun day. It stopped raining, has it? When he realized what I was talking about, there were twinkle bells of sunshine in the room. Twinkle bells. Twinkle bells of sunshine. What a lovely phrase. He smiled like a weatherman, He smiled like a weatherman? He smiled like a weatherman. He smiled like a weatherman? Control T. When were TVs in common homes? The number of television sets rose from 6,000 in 1946 to 12 million in 1951. He smiled like a weatherman? The fuck does that mean? He smiled like a weather... When he realized what I was talking about, that there were twinkle bells of sunshine in the room, he smiled like a weatherman, like an ecstatic patron of recurrent light, and repeated the news to Daisy. What do you think of that? It stopped raining. Smiled like a weatherman. Smiled like a weatherman? Smiled like a weatherman. Gatsby. He smiled... Okay, I'm glad I'm not the first person to have this question. Sorry, we're going on this tangent. Here. The Great Gatsby, would you please tell me the literal and metaphorical meaning of the sentence below? Smiled like a weatherman. Yes. Expert answers. After a 5-year separation, blah, blah, blah. Oh my god, it's paywall blocked! Skip. What do you mean he smiled like a weather... Were there weathermen? Because a weatherman's smile is supposed to be one that is particularly handsome and shining, right? But it must needs be the case that turn of phrase came into popular use after weathermen, right? After weather people. Blah blah blah. What do you mean? What? How did? When did the? When? We're committing to this tangent. When did the phrase "weatherman" first come into use? Who was the first weatherman? George Cowling, the first weather forecaster to appear in vision standing before a map, was George Cowling. He made his debut on January 11th, 1954, as the BBC introduced a new way of presenting the weather. What the fuck do you mean, then? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Look, I did not want anyone to watch this, right? Because I am, oh God, fucking a third of the way through this bottle, right? And I'm having a rip-roaring good time tearing into The Great Gatsby, all right? And I know that you have an essay due, right? You and I have, you and I are just like, we're just meandering through, ripping into The Great Gatsby, right? Please, someone who doesn't have an essay due, all right? Because I know that you're procrastinating right now. Someone who doesn't have an essay due, please, right now, find out what the fuck he means by he smiled like a weatherman. Because this book was written, hold on, The Great Gatsby, publication date, April 10th, 1925. Dude, there weren't any weathermen in 1925. There weren't any weathermen until the 50s. The fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? We'll come back to that. We'll do a review at the end. We'll come back to it. Okay. What do you think of that? It stopped raining. I'm glad, Jay. Her throat full of aching, grieving beauty told only of her unexpected joy. I want you and Daisy to come over to my house. I'd like to show her around. Are you sure you want me to come? Says Nick, being and like when I'm doing this, I'm ascribing much more agency to Nick than Nick actually has. Right? Nick isn't actually like a real person. Nick is just as I say, Nick is a camera with legs. He is just there to give us a view into Gatsby's affairs, right? But that doesn't mean that you know we can't that doesn't mean we can't characterize, right? He's like, bro, are you sure you want me to come? Like, I'd understand if you wanted some alone time. Absolutely, old sport, says Gatsby. Daisy went upstairs to wash her face. Too late, I thought, with humiliation. Too late, I thought, with humiliation of my towels. While Gatsby and I waited on the lawn, he is humiliated by the state of the towels he has in his fucking bathroom. My house looks well, doesn't it? He demanded. See how the whole front of it catches the light. I agreed it was splendid. Yes, his eyes went over it, every arched door and square tower. It took me just 3 years to earn the money that bought it. I thought you inherited your money. I did, old sport, he said automatically, but I lost most of it in the big panic, the panic of the war. I think he hardly knew what he was saying, for when I asked him what business he was in, he answered, that's my affair, before he realized that it wasn't the appropriate reply. Oh, I've been in several things, he corrected himself. I was in the drug business, and then I was in the oil business, but now I'm not in either one. He looked at me with more attention. Do you mean you've been thinking over what I proposed the other night? Before I could answer, Daisy came out of the house, and 2 rows of brass buttons on her dress gleamed in the sunlight. That huge place there? She cried, pointing. Do you like it? I love it, but I don't see how you live there all alone. I always keep it full of interesting people, night and day. I'm angry with Jay Gatsby, by the way. Celebrated people. Instead of taking the shortcut along the Sound, we went down the road and entered by the big postern. With the I learned postern recently because of the esteemed George Martin. With enchanting murmurs, Daisy, blah blah blah. They're walking up. It was strange to reach the marble steps and find no stir of bright dresses in and out at the door, and hear no sound but bird voices in the trees. And inside we wandered through Marie Antoinette music rooms and Ristorian salons. We are meandering through Gatsby's house. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. A disheveled man in pajamas was doing liver exercises on the floor. What the fuck? It was Mr. Klipspringer, the boarder. I had seen him wandering hungrily about the beach that morning. Finally, we came to Gatsby's own apartment, a bedroom and a bath, and Adam's study, where we sat down and drank some chartreuse. I thought chartreuse was a color. Maybe chartreuse is a color of wine. He took it from a cupboard in the wall. He hadn't once ceased looking at Daisy, and I think he revalued everything in his house according to the measure of response she drew on it. The measure of response it drew from her well-loved eyes. Oh, goodness gracious. That's good apple juice. Hydration break. Let's see here. His bedroom was simple, except where the dresser was garnished with a toilet set of pure, dull gold. Daisy took the brush with delight and smoothed her hair, whereupon Gatsby sat down and shaded his eyes and began to laugh. "It's the funniest thing, old sport," he said hilariously. "I can't. When I try to..." He had passed visibly through 2 states and was entering a third. After his embarrassment and his unreasoned joy, he was consumed by wonder at her presence. He had been the full idea. There's this person here. Now in the reaction, he was running down like an overwound clock. Yeah, he's surprised that this person that he's liked so far, that he's liked so long, is in his house. Recovering himself in a minute, he opened for us 2 hulking patent cabinets, which held his massed suits and dressing gowns and ties and shirts piled like bricks in stacks a dozen high. I do love a good tie collection. Got a man in England who buys me clothes. He took out a pile of shirts and began throwing them one by one at us. Shirts of sheer linen and thick silk. So he's showing off, right? That's the whole thing of the back half of this chapter, right? He's showing off. He's being like, Daisy, look, Daisy, look how rich I am. They're beautiful shirts, she sobbed, her voice muffled in thick folds. Makes me sad because I've never seen such beautiful shirts before. Daisy bent her head and, she's crying in the shirts. After the house, we were to see the... Okay, so we're going to go over that again, because it may read like I'm glossing over something, right? So, Nick is thinking. He took out a pile of pill shirts and began throwing them, one by one before us, shirts of linen and silk and fine flannel, which lost their folds as they fell and covered the table in many-colored disarray. While we admired, he brought more, and the soft, rich heap mounted higher. Shirts with stripes and scrolls and plaids and coral and apple green and lavender and faint orange with monograms of Indian blue. Suddenly, with a strained sound, Daisy bent her head into the shirts and began to cry stormily. "They're such beautiful shirts," she sobbed, her voice muffled in the thick folds. "It makes me sad because I've never seen such beautiful shirts before." And that's the end of that scene. Then it goes to, after the house, we were to see the grounds and the swimming pool and the hydroplane and the midsummer flowers. So Daisy is crying. We the audience don't know why, and unless I'm mistaken, and I could be, I don't believe it's ever explicitly stated why. We the audience is left to imagine why she's crying. Is she crying because she is so glad to see Gatsby over after so long? I think the end of the book would lead us to believe otherwise. Is she crying because she is thinking that she likes Gatsby and she's feeling guilt? Is she crying just because of the fine silks? Is she crying because she's realized what a vapid character she is? My money's on the last one. She has a kid at home. After the house, we were to see the grounds and swimming pool, the hydroplane, and the midsummer flowers, but outside Gatsby's window it began to rain again, so we stood in a row, looking out at the corrugated surface of the Sound. Ooh, corrugated as a descriptor of the surface of a body of water. That's good. Ooh, that's spicy. I like that. "If it wasn't for the mist, we could see your home across the bay," said Gatsby. "You always have a green light that burns all night at the end of your dock." Daisy put her arm through his abruptly, but he seemed absorbed in what he had just said. Possibly it had occurred to him that the colossal significance of that light had now vanished forever. Compared to the great distance that had separated him from Daisy, it had seemed very near to her, almost touching her. It had seemed so close. It had seemed as close as a star to the moon. Now it was again a green light on a dock. His count of enchanted objects had diminished by one. And that would be a really beautiful sentence if it meant fucking anything. I began to walk about the room, examining various indefinite objects in the half-darkness. A large photograph of an elderly man in yachting costume attracted me, hung on the wall over his desk. Who is this? That's Mr. Dan Cody, old sport. The name sounded faintly familiar. He's dead now. He used to be my best friend years ago. There's a small picture of Gatsby, also in yachting costume, on the bureau. Gatsby with his head thrown back defiantly, taken apparently when he was about 18. I adore it, exclaimed Daisy. The pompadour. You never told me you had a pompadour, or a yacht. Look at this, said Gatsby quickly. There's a lot of clippings about you. Bruh. They stood side by side, examining. I'm angry with J. Gatsby. Whew. It's good apple juice. Hydration break. Okay. They stood side by side examining it. I was going to ask to see the rubies. Yes, the rubies that Gatsby claimed to have gotten on his travels. And Gatsby took up the receiver, and my computer has once again spun up to high speed. Gatsby's on the phone. Yes, well, I can't talk now. I can't talk. I said a small town. He must know what a small town is. If he has he's no use to us. If Detroit is his idea of a small town. He rang off. Come here, quick! Cried Daisy at the window. The rain was still falling, but the darkness had parted in the west. Foamy clouds. I'd like to get one of those pink clouds and put you in it and push you around. I tried to go then, but they wouldn't hear of it. Perhaps my presence made them feel more satisfactorily alone. I can kind of feel that. I know what we'll do, said Gatsby. We'll have Klipspringer play the piano. He went out of the room, called Ewing, and returned in a few minutes, accompanied by an embarrassed, slightly worn young man with blah blah blah. Did we interrupt your exercises? I was asleep. That is, I'd been asleep. Then I got up. Plays the piano. I don't play well. I hardly play at all. We'll go downstairs. He flipped a switch. The gray windows disappeared as the house glowed full of light. He's playing the piano. He lights Daisy's cigarette. Klipspringer plays the Love Nest. I'm all out of practice, you see. Play in the morning, in the evening. Ain't we got fun? Outside the window, so it's raining outside. Nick is waxing philosophic. I'll give you that here a little bit. Outside, the wind was loud, and there was a faint flow of thunder along the sound. All the lights were going on in West Egg now. The electric trains, men carrying, were plunging home through the rain of New York. It was the hour of a profound human change, and excitement was generating on the air. You don't need to fucking tell us that. First off, no, it's not. Like, no actual change is happening right now, right? Narratively or thematically, nothing's actually happening. And even if it was, you don't need to explain to us that the things that you're seeing that they are metaphorical for change, that they lampshade change, right? Furthermore, they don't. They're just people going home, right? You're not looking at somebody like constructing a new house from a house that had burned down, which could metaphorically signify change. You're just looking outside. You're looking outside at people going home. This book sucks. One thing sure, and nothing surer, the rich get richer, and the poor get children. In the meantime, in between time. Ooh, that's sort of that's a spicy intercut there. Those are the lyrics of the song that is being played on the piano. Almost 5 years, says Gatsby. Nick's going to leave. He's just waxing philosophic about Gatsby. As I watched him, he adjusted himself a little visibly. His hand took hold of hers, and he said something low in his ear and turned toward her with a rush of emotion. I think that voice held him most with its fluctuating, feverish warmth, because it couldn't be overdreamed. That voice was a deathless song. Yo, Nick is so horny for both of these people. They had forgotten me, but Daisy glanced up and held out her hand. Gatsby didn't know me now at all. I looked once more at them, and they looked at me, remotely, possessed by intense life. Then I went out of the room and down the marble steps into the rain, leaving them there together. That is the end of Chapter 5. So, in Chapter 5, an individual who is presenting to the world a completely fictionalized version of himself convinces his friend to convince her boyfriend to convince his cousin to invite a woman over under false pretenses, and it is predictably awkward. This person, Nick, then abandons those two in his house. They sit there, right, for an hour or more, and then he comes back, right? He ditches them in his fucking house, and just, like, goes and stands out in the lawn. Instead of being like, hey, guys, this is actually a really fucking bad idea. We should all go home. He goes and stands out in the lawn. Then they go on a tour of Gatsby's mansion, which, though he has, like, a fake persona, it's a very real mansion. They go on a tour of his mansion. They go through and they're like, all of these things. Look at all this. Daisy cries into some shirts for some reason, and then they have and then Nick, Daisy, and Gatsby listen to this dude play the piano, who I think is homeless. He's a homeless person who lives in Gatsby's mansion sometimes, and Gatsby sometimes makes him play the piano. Maybe I'm confusing my people, but I think that that's the same person. And instead of the author choosing to give to us a sense of the romantic tension between Gatsby and Daisy, which is not what I would call exciting or compelling, but it's exciting or compelling to some people. All he does is wax philosophic about nothing. And then they go home. Nick goes home. Anyway. Sip. I'm angry with F. Scott Fitzgerald. Clink. Oh, gosh, those are getting harder. We're more than halfway there. We're more than halfway there, team. Don't give up yet. You are going to get through your essay. I believe in you. And I am going to get through this bottle. Here we go. Chapter 6. Hopefully around here is where things start to happen, right? There's actually some things that happen in this book. There's like 3 of them. They all happen toward the end, unfortunately. And then, well, we'll get there. Here we go. Chapter 6. About this time, an ambitious young reporter from New York arrived one day at Gatsby's door and asked him if he had anything to say. Anything about what? Inquired Gatsby politely. Why, any statement to give out. It transpired, after a confused 5 minutes, that the man had heard Gatsby's name around his office in a connection which he either wouldn't reveal or didn't fully understand. This was his day off with a laudable initiative, and he had hurried out to see. A reporter is sniffing around. Yes. It was a random shot, yet the reporter's instinct was right. Gatsby's notoriety, spread about by the hundreds who had accepted his hospitality and so become authorities on his past, had increased all summer, until he fell just short of being news. Contemporary legends, such as the underground pipeline to Canada, attached themselves to him. And there was one persistent story that didn't live in a house at all, but in a boat that looked like a house and was moved secretly up and down Long Island shore. Just why these inventions were a source of satisfaction to James Gatz of North Dakota, it isn't easy to say. James Gatz, that was really, or at least legally, his name. He had changed it at the age of 17, and at the specific moment when he witnessed the beginning of his career, when he saw Dan Cody's yacht drop anchor over the most insidious flat on Lake Superior. It was James Gatz who had been loafing along the beach that afternoon in a torn green jersey and a pair of canvas pants. But it was already Jay Gatsby who had borrowed a rowboat, pulled out to the Ptolemy. Pardon me. I'm angry with myself. Delicious. Blah, 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 blah. Right. We're talking about Gatsby's past. I suppose he'd had the name ready for a long time. Even then, his parents were shiftless and unsuccessful farm people. His imagination had never really accepted them as his parents at all. So this is another one of the flaws of this book, right? The mystery of who Gatsby is, because it's clear that there's hints dropped. It's not a long book, but there's, and Gatsby's only been here since chapter 3. There's hints dropped that something about the things he's saying are wrong. And it could be the case that Nick, our protagonist, teases some of these things apart. Or one of the other characters teases some of these things apart. But instead, at the beginning of chapter 6, Nick says, all right, so this is the mystery around Jay Gatsby. I suppose he'd had that name ready for a long time. The truth was that the Jay Gatsby of West Egg, Long Island, sprang from his platonic conception of himself. He was a son of God, a phrase which, if it means anything, means just that. And he must be about his father's business, I should say. The service of a vast, vulgar, and meretricious, 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 apparently attractive, but having in reality no value or integrity. So it's sort of a counterpoint to meritorious. Meritorious means having value. Meretricious means appearing to have value when one does not. That's a good word. Meretricious beauty. Very good. So he invented just the sort of Jay Gatsby that a 17-year-old boy would have been likely to invent. And to this conception he was faithful to the end. For over a year he'd been beating his way along the south shore of Lake Superior as a clam digger and a salmon fisher, or in any other capacity that brought him food and bed. His brown, hardening body lived naturally through the half-fierce, half-lazy work of the bracing days. He knew women early, and since they spoiled him, he became contemptuous of them, of young virgins because they were ignorant, and of others because they were hysterical about things which in his overwhelming self-absorption he took for granted. Now, you could take this as this being Nick characterizing Gatsby's view of women, but we already know Nick's view of women from his physical descriptions of every woman he walks into a room with. In fairness, he gives a physical description of everyone who walks into a room with. I digress. But his heart was in a constant, turbulent riot. The most grotesque and fantastic conceits haunted him in his bed at night. A universe of ineffable gaudiness spun itself out in his brain while the clock ticked on the washstand and the moon soaked with wet light his tangled clothes upon the floor. Each night he added to the patterns of his fancies until drowse blah 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 blah. They were a satisfactory hint of the unreality of reality, a promise that the rock of the world was founded securely on a fairy's wing. That would be a really beautiful sentence in a sci-fi novel. An instinct toward his future glory had led them. This, you know what? This, whatever. An instinct toward his future glory had led him some months before to the small Lutheran College of St. Olaf. Oh my God, we're skipping. He was on the yacht. All right, he's on the yacht. Cody was 50 years old and a product of the Nevada fields, though we really don't care about that. Then coasting along two hospitable shores, right to the young Gats, resting his oars and looking up at the railed deck. The yacht represented all the beauty and glamour in the world. Right, because he takes this, he staged this picture on the yacht. Right. He was employed in a vague personal capacity, working with Dan Cody. The arrangement lasted 5 years, during which the boat went 3 times around the continent. Might have lasted indefinitely, except for the fact that Ella Kane came on board one night in Boston, and a week later, Dan Cody inhospitably died. Yep, that's Cody. Cody. We're talking about Cody. It was from Cody that he inherited money, a legacy of $25,000. He didn't get it. He never understood the legal device that was used against him, but what remained of the millions went intact to Ella K. He was left with his singularly appropriate education, and the vague contour of J. Gatsby had filled out the substantiality of a man. Right, so he was on a yacht. He told me all this very much later, but I've put it down here with the idea of exploding those first wild rumors about his antecedents, which weren't even faintly true. Yes, hello, Cat. Moreover, he told me of a time, and we're going so long, we're still going with this description. There was a halt too in my association with his affairs. For several weeks, I didn't see him or hear his voice on the phone. Mostly, I was in New York, trotting around with Jordan, trying to integrate myself with her senile aunt. But finally, I went over to his house one Sunday afternoon. I hadn't been there 2 minutes when somebody brought Tom Buchanan in for a drink. Ooh. I was startled, naturally, but the really surprising thing was that it hadn't happened before. They were a party of 3 on horseback, Tom and a man named Sloan and a pretty woman in a brown riding habit who had been there previously. "I'm delighted to see you," said Gatsby, standing on his porch. "I'm delighted that you dropped in." As though they cared. What? "Sit right down. Have a cigarette or a cigar." He walked around the room quickly, ringing bells. "I'll have someone bring a drink for you in just a minute." He was profoundly affected by the fact that Tom was there. He would be uneasy anyhow, given how he had... so Tom is in the house. Tom is in Gatsby's house. "Did you have a nice ride?" "Tom is in Gatsby's house." "Very good roads around here. I suppose the automobiles?" "Yeah. It's awkward." Lots of awkward in this book. "We've met somewhere before, Mr. Buchanan." "Oh, yes," said Tom, gruffly polite, but obviously not remembering. "So we did. I remember very well." "About 2 weeks ago." "That's right. You were with Nick here." "I know your wife," continued Gatsby, almost aggressively. "Is that so?" Tom turned to me. "You live near here, Nick?" "Next door." "That's so." "Yeah." Lots of meaningless small talk in this book. It's supposed to be tense, right? It's supposed to be tense because Tom and Gatsby are kind of on opposite sides, right? But it doesn't come across as tense, right? It doesn't. It comes across as tense, like The Big Lebowski comes off as tense, which is to say it's tense and then fucking nothing happens. It's tension for tension's sake, but nothing ever fucking comes of it. "Well, I'll come over to your next party." "Be very nice," said Mr. Sloan, without gratitude. "Well, we ought to be thinking about starting home." "Please don't hurry," Gatsby urged them. Why don't you all stay for supper?" "I wouldn't be surprised if some other people dropped in from New York." "You come to supper with me," said the lady enthusiastically. "Both of you." This included me. Mr. Sloan got to his feet. "Come along," he said, but only to her. "I mean it," she insisted. "I'd love to have you. Lots of room." Mr. Sloan, "Well, you come. Won't be late if we start now." "I haven't got a horse," said Gatsby. "I used to ride in the army, but I never bought a horse." "I'll follow you in my car. Excuse me for just a moment." The rest of us walked out on the porch, where Sloan and the lady began an impassioned conversation aside. "My God, I believe the man's coming," said Tom. "Doesn't he know she doesn't want him?" "She said she does want him. She has a big dinner party, and he won't know a soul there." He frowned. "I wonder where in the devil he met Daisy. By God, I may be old-fashioned in my ideas, but women run around too much these days to suit me. They meet all kinds of crazy fish." Now, on the one hand, Tom's an asshole, right? I get to, I'm angry with Tom Buchanan. There we go. All kinds of crazy fish. Now, on the one hand, Tom's an asshole, right? He's like, I don't know where women get off nowadays doing things. But on the other hand, Jay Gatsby is a crazy fish. Clink. Drink. Ooh. Suddenly, Mr. Sloane and the lady walked down the steps and mounted their horses. Come on, said Mr. Sloane to Tom. We're late. We've got to go. And then to me, tell him we couldn't wait. Tom and I shook hands. The rest of us exchanged a cool nod, and they trotted down the drive, disappearing over the August foliage as Gatsby, with hat and light overcoat, came to the front door. Tom was evidently perturbed at Daisy's running around alone, for on the following Saturday night he came with her to Gatsby's party. Perhaps his presence gave the evening a peculiar quality of oppressiveness. It stands out in my memory from Gatsby's other parties in the summer. They were the same people, or at least the same sort of people, the same profusion of champagne, the many-colored, many-keyed commotion, blah, blah, blah. Perhaps I had merely grown used to it, talking about parties, talking about Daisy's eyes. She has a child at home. They arrived at twilight. As we strolled out among the sparkling hundreds, Daisy's voice was playing murmurous tricks in her throat. Oh, Nick. These things excite me so. So is in all caps, by the way. If you want to kiss me any time during the evening, Nick. Whoa. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the fucking phone here, bud. These things excite me so, she whispered. If you want to kiss me any time during the evening, Nick, just let me know and I'll be glad to arrange it for you. Just mention my name. Present a green card. I'm giving out green. Look around, suggested Gatsby. He wasn't talking to Jordan. That was Daisy, his cousin. I'm looking around. I'm having a marvelous... You must see the faces of the people you've heard about. Tom's arrogant eyes roamed the crowd. What the fuck is going on? We don't go around very much, he said. In fact, I was just thinking that I don't know a soul here. Perhaps you know that lady. Gatsby indicated a gorgeous, scarcely human orchid of a woman who sat in state under a white plum tree. Tom and Daisy stared with that peculiar, unreal feeling that accompanies the recognition of a hitherto ghostly celebrity in the movies. She's lovely, said Daisy, the man bending over her as her director. He took them ceremoniously from group to group. Okay, they're introducing people, Mrs. Buchanan and Mr. Buchanan, and after an instant hesitation, he added the polo player. Oh no, objected Tom quickly, not me. But evidently the sound of it pleased Gatsby, for Tom remained the polo player for the rest of the evening. I've never met so many celebrities. I like that man. What's his name? Gatsby identified him, adding that he was a small producer. That I do like, because it doesn't clutter things, right? Who's that? Oh, Gatsby said who it was. But you could have, you didn't need him in at all. We got the impression from the last section, from the last, half scene of what sort of party this is, that it's ritzy and there's famous people here, right? Oh, hello again, cat. You don't need to add these additional scenes, right? There's so much fluff in this book. Gatsby identified him. Well, I liked him anyhow. I'd a little rather not to be the polo player, said Tom pleasantly. I'd rather look at all these famous people in oblivion. Ooh, what an interesting sentence that is. I'd rather look at all these famous people in ... in oblivion. Daisy and Gatsby danced. I remember being surprised by his graceful conservative foxtrot. I do love the foxtrot. They sauntered over to my house and sat on the steps for half an hour. Tom appeared from his oblivion as we were sitting down from supper together. Do you mind if I eat with some people over here? A fellow is getting off some funny stuff. Go ahead, answered Daisy genially. And if you want to take down any addresses, here's my little gold pencil. Common but pretty is the word he uses to describe a person. She looked around after a moment and told... No, that's Daisy. Daisy uses that description. And I knew that except for the half hour she'd been alone with Gatsby, she wasn't having a good time. So she's only having a good time here with Gatsby. We were at a particularly tipsy table. That's a fun sentence. We were at a particularly tipsy table. Same, bro. That was my fault. Gatsby had called the phone. How do you feel, Miss Baedecker? So we're talking to people, a massive and lethargic woman who had been urging Daisy to play golf with her at a local club tomorrow, spoke in Miss Baedecker's defense. Oh, she's all right now. When she's had 5 or 6 cocktails, she always starts screaming like that. I tell her she ought to leave it alone. Uh, who's screaming? What are you talking about? It's my fault. Called for. I enjoy these people the same, but what had amused me then turned septic on the air now. She had a fiber stick. She always starts screaming like that. Tell her she ought to leave it alone. I do leave it alone, affirmed the accused hollowly. We heard you yelling. She's much obliged, I'm sure, said another friend without gratitude. So these people are having their own little argument. You got her dress all wet when you stuck her head in the pool. Stuck her head in the pool. Anything I hate is to get my head stuck in the pool. They almost drowned me once over in New Jersey. And you ought to leave it alone, countered Dr. Civet. Speak for yourself, Miss Baedeker, said Miss Baedeker violently. Your hand shakes. I wouldn't let you operate on me. It was like that. Almost the last thing I remember was standing with Daisy and watching the moving picture director and his star. They were still under the white plum tree, and their faces were touching except for a pale, thin ray of moonlight between. It occurred to me that he had been very slowly bending toward her all evening to attain this proximity. This is some like live art shit, which is complicated, unnecessary, trying to describe things that are trying to describe very simple concepts in very complicated ways, and doing so unsuccessful, just like this book. I like her, says Daisy. I think she's lovely. Oh, I'm so excited to fight all the lit nerds. Here we go. But the rest offended her, and inarguably, because it wasn't a gesture but an emotion, she was appalled by West Egg, this unprecedented place that Broadway had begotten on the Long Island fishing village, blah, blah, blah. So I sat on the front steps and waited for their car. It was dark here. So who is this Gatsby anyhow? Demanded Tom suddenly. Some big bootlegger? Where'd you hear that? I didn't hear it. I imagined it. A lot of these newly rich people are just big bootleggers, you know. Not Gatsby, I said shortly. He was silent for a moment. The pebbles of the drive crunched under his feet. Well, he certainly must have strained himself to get this menagerie together. A breeze stirred the gray haze of Daisy's fur collar. At least they're more interesting than the people we know, she said with an effort. You didn't look so interested. Well, I was. Tom laughed and turned to me. Did you notice Daisy's face when that girl asked her to put her under a cold shower? Daisy began to sing the music. Lots of people come who haven't been invited. That girl hadn't been invited. They simply forced their way in, and he's too polite to object. I'd like to know who he is and what he does, and I think I'll make a point of finding out. I can tell you right now, she answered. He owns some drugstores, a lot of drugstores. He built them up himself. The dilatory limousine came rolling up the drive. Let's find a definition for dilatory. Dilatory. Slow to act, ponderous. The dilatory limousine came rolling up the drive. Good words in this book. It's a shame about the order. Good night, Nick, said Daisy. Her glance left me and sought the light. Oh, her glance left me and sought the lighted top of the steps, where 3 o'clock in the morning, a neat, sad little waltz of that year was drifting out of the open door. Okay. After all, in the very casualness of Gatsby's party, there were romantic possibilities totally absent from her world. What was it up there in the song, with this calling her back inside? What would happen now in the dim, incalculable hours? Perhaps some unbelievable guest would arrive, a person infinitely rare to be marveled at, some authentically radiant young girl who, with one fresh glance at Gatsby, one moment of magical encounter, would blot out those 5 years of unwavering devotion. I stayed late that night. Gatsby asked me to wait until he was free, and I lingered in the garden until the inevitable swimming party had run up, chilled and exalted, from the black beach until the lights were extinguished in the guest rooms overhead. When he came down the steps at the last, tanned skin was drawn unusually tight on his face, and his eyes were bright and tired. She didn't like it, he said immediately. Of course she did. She didn't like it, he insisted. She didn't have a good time. He was silent, and I guessed at his unutterable depression. I feel far away from her, he said. It's hard to make her understand. You mean about the dance? The dance? He dismissed all the dances. Old sport, the dance is unimportant. He wanted nothing less of Daisy than that she should go to Tom and say, I never loved you. After all, she had obliterated 3 years with that sentence. After she had obliterated 3 years with that sentence, they could decide upon more practical measures to be taken. One of them One of them was that after she was free, they would go back to Louisville and be married from her house, just as if it was 5 years ago. And she doesn't understand, he said. She used to be able to understand. We'd sit for hours. He broke off and began to walk up and down a desolate path of fruit rinds and discarded favors and crushed flowers. I wouldn't ask too much of her, I ventured. You can't repeat the past. Can't repeat the past? He cried incredulously. Why, of course you can. He looked around him wildly, as if the past were lurking here in the shadow of his house, just out of reach of his hand. I'm going to fix everything just the way it was before, he said, nodding determinedly. She'll see. He talked a lot about the past, and I gathered that he wanted to recover something, some idea of himself, perhaps, that had gone into loving Daisy. His life had been confused and disordered since then, but if she could return just once to a certain place and go over it all slowly, he could find out what that one thing was. Oh, and now we're in another flashback. Blah, blah, blah. Out of the corner of his eye, Gatsby saw that the blocks of the sidewalk. His heart beat faster and faster as Daisy's white face came up to his own. Yeah, he kissed a girl. He kissed a girl when he was 17, and that consumed his life. Because this book is stupid. That's the end of chapter 6. I've taken a bit of a break. Went and got some water, went and got some food, and I'm taking this one. Whew, because I'm angry with myself for coming up with the idea of this challenge. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Cheers to your health and happiness as we begin. Chapter 7. Oh, that's some good apple juice. Oh. It may be the case, just in the interest of full disclosure, it may be the case that the literary analysis slows from here on in, because we're now in the back third of the book. We're at page 120 out of 193, 60 pages left to go, give or take 3 chapters. Yes, hello, Cat. And as we move into chapter 7, my ability to adequately analyze what's going on may be slightly diminished, because this is where the characters really start to piss me off. It was when curiosity about Gatsby was at its highest that the lights in his house failed to go on one Saturday night, and, as obscurely as it had begun, his career as Trimalchio was over. So Gatsby has stopped letting people in. He stopped seeing people, right? I gradually became aware that the automobiles which turned up expectantly in his drive stayed for just a minute and then drove sulkily away. Yes, hello, Cat. Hi. If you want to come up, come up. Come on. Come here. Come here, you. Come here, you. Meow. Come on, you cat. Yeah. There we go. Got a cat and got some apple juice. An unfamiliar butler with a villainous face squinted at me suspiciously from the door. Nick says, "Is Mr. Gatsby sick?" That's a cat leaning against my microphone. Nope. After a pause, he added, "Sir," in a dilatory, grudging way. We learned what dilatory means. Dilatory means slow and slow and podrick. I hadn't seen him around, and I was rather worried. "Tell Mr. Carroway came over." "Who?" he demanded rudely. "Carroway. Carroway. All right, then. I'll tell him." He abruptly slammed the door. My Finn informed me that Gatsby had dismissed every servant in his house a week ago and replaced them with half a dozen others who never went to West Egg Village to be bribed by the tradesmen, but ordered moderate supplies over the telephone. The grocery boy reported the kitchen looked like a pigsty, and the general opinion in the village is that the new people weren't servants at all. Next day, Gatsby called me on the phone. "Going away?" I inquired. "No, old sport. I hear you fired all your servants. I wanted someone who wouldn't gossip. Daisy comes over quite often in the afternoons." So Daisy and Gatsby have started seeing each other. They've started sort of dating, right? So the whole caravanserai had fallen in like a card house at the disapproval in her eyes. There's some people Wolfsheim wanted to do something for. They're all brothers and sisters. They used to run a small hotel. He was calling up at Daisy's request. Would I come to lunch at her house tomorrow? Miss Baker would be there. Half an hour later, Daisy herself telephoned and seemed relieved to find that I was coming. Something was up, and yet I couldn't believe that they would choose this occasion for a scene, especially with the rather harrowing scene Gatsby had outlined in the garden. The next day was broiling almost to the last, certainly the warmest of the summer. And this is one of the literary devices that people point to in this book as being one of those really meaningful ones. It's hot. The tension is growing. And that is signified by the weather. Everyone is hot. Everyone's sticky, uncomfortable. And I would totally feel tension rising if there was any tension. As my train emerged from the tunnel into sunlight, only the hot whistles of the National Biscuit Company broke the simmering hush at noon. The straw seats of the car hovered on the edge of combustion. The woman sat next to me, perspired. It's hot, it's hot. Her pocketbook slapped to the floor. Oh my, she gasped. I picked it up with a weary bend and gave it back to her. Everyone nearby, including the woman, suspected me just the same. Hot. Some weather, huh? Hot. Hot, hot, hot. Anyone carrying this huge flushed lips he kissed. Pajama pocket over his heart. My commutation ticket came back to me with a dark stain from his hand. That anyone should care in this heat whose flushed lips he kissed. Whose head made the damp pajama pocket over... Whose head made damp the pajama pocket over his heart. Huh. Right. Through the hall of the Buchanan's house blew a faint wind, carrying the sound of the telephone bell out to Gatsby and me as we waited at the door. The master's body. I'm sorry, madam, we can't furnish it. It's far too hot to touch this noon. Yeah, it's hot. It's hot. Madam expects you in the salon, needlessly indicating in that direction. In this heat, every extra gesture was an affront to the common store of life. It's hot, by the way. Daisy and Jordan lay upon an enormous couch like silver idols. We can't move, they said together, because it's hot. Jordan's fingers, powdered white over their tan, rested for a moment in mine. Mr. Thomas Buchanan, the athlete. Right. Yep. They arrived. There's a gust of powder rose from her bosom into the air. That's Tom's girl on the telephone, says Jordan. Very well then, I won't sell you the car at all. I'm under no obligations to you at all. And as for your bothering me about it at lunchtime, I won't stand that at all. So this is Mr. Wilson, right? This is the husband of his girlfriend, right? It is meant to appear, right? He's holding down the receiver, said Daisy cynically. No, he's not, I assured her. It's a bona fide deal. I happen to know about it. Tom flung open the door, blocked out his space for a moment with his thick body, nice, and hurried into the room. Mr. Gatsby! He held out a broad, flat hand with well-concealed dislike. I'm glad to see you, sir. Nick, make us a cold drink, cried Daisy. As he left the room and she got up and went over to Gatsby and pulled his face down, kissing him on the mouth. You know I love you, she murmured. You forget there's a lady present, said Jordan. Daisy looked around doubtfully. You kiss Nick, too. Oh, what a low, vulgar girl, right? Flirting while her husband is in the next room. Gatsby and I leaned down at a small, reluctant hand. I got dressed before luncheon, said the child, turning eagerly to Daisy. Oh, yes, this is the introduction of the kid. I don't care, cried Daisy, and began to clog on the brick fireplace. Then she remembered the heat and sat down guiltily on the couch just as a freshly laundered nurse led a little girl into the room. Blessed precious, she crooned, holding out her arms. Come to your own mother that loves you. The child, relinquished by the nurse, rushed across the room and rooted shyly into her mother's dress. The blessed precious. Did mother get powder on your old yellowy hair? Stand up now and say howdy-do. Gatsby and I, in turn, leaned down and took the small, reluctant hand. Afterward, he kept looking at the child with surprise. I don't think he ever really believed in its existence before. So Gatsby has held up this idea of Daisy in his mind. And that idea never included a baby. For some reason. That's because your mother wanted to show you off. Her face bent into a single wrinkle of the small white neck. You dream, you little absolute dream. Is that underlined in the text? No, I think it must just be the PDF player freaking out a little bit. Aunt Jordan's got a white dress. How do you like Mother's friends? Where's Daddy? She doesn't look like her father, explained Daisy. She looks like me. She's got my hair in the shape of the face. Daisy sat back upon the couch. The nurse took a step forward and held out her hand. Come, Pammy. Goodbye, sweetheart. And the baby's gone. With a reluctant backward glance, the well-disciplined child held to her nurse's hand and was pulled out the door just as Tom came back, preceding 4 gin rickeys that clicked full of ice. Gatsby took up his drink. They certainly look cool, he said, with visible tension. We drank in long, greedy swallows. Who cares? I read somewhere that the sun's getting hotter every year, said Tom genially. It seems that pretty soon the Earth is going to fall into the sun. Or wait a minute, it's just the opposite. The sun's getting colder every year. Come outside, he suggested to Gatsby. I'd like you to have a look at the place. They go out on the veranda. Gatsby says, I'm right across from you. And Tom says, so you are. Our eyes lifted over the rose beds and the hot lawn. Slowly the white wings of the boat. Blah, blah, blah. There's sport for you. I'd like to be out there with him for about an hour. We had luncheon in the dining room. It's hot. Against the heat. It's hot, by the way. What will we do with ourselves this afternoon? Cried Daisy. And the day after that, the next 30 years. What a lovely sentence that is. I identify with that sentence so strongly. It's a shame that it means nothing, right? It's a shame that it means nothing in this book. What'll we do with ourselves this afternoon and the day after that in the next 30 years? When every character in this book is actively, consciously choosing to do nothing. You know what? Yeah. I was thinking about it. I'm angry with Daisy Buchanan. Or F. Scott Fitzgerald. One of the two. Oh, I'm glad I took that break. It's so hot. Her voice struggled through the heat. Tom was saying to Gatsby, I'm the first man to ever make a stable out of a garage, which can't possibly be true. Who wants to go into town? Their eyes meet. You always look so cool, she repeated. She had told him that she loved him, and Tom Buchanan saw. He was astounded. His mouth opened a little, and he looked at Gatsby and then back at Daisy as if he just recognized her as someone he knew a long time ago. You resemble the advertisement of the man, she went on earnestly. You know the advertisement of the man. All right, broke in Tom quickly. I'm perfectly willing to go to town. Come on, we're all going to town. He got up, his eyes still flashing between Gatsby and his wife. No one moved. Come on, his temper cracked a little. What's the matter, anyhow? If we're going to town, let's get started. His hand, trembling with the effort of self-control, bore his lips the last of his glass of ale. Blazing gravel drive. It's hot, by the way. Aren't we going to let anyone smoke a cigarette first? Everybody smoked through lunch. It's too hot to fuss, says Daisy. Yep, hot pebbles. Yep, silver curve of the moon. So the evening has worn on. Pardon me. Oh my God. Whew, that's good apple juice. I don't see the idea of going into town, broke out Tom savagely. Women get these notions in their heads. See, we're talking about nothing. We spent half a chapter talking about nothing. Talking about nothing. Good God. Shall we take anything to drink? Called Daisy from an upper window. Nothing. That's meaningless. It is all meaningless. Well, he is getting hammered before he drives, I suppose. Let's not dispute that. That's like the one thing that anybody chooses to do in this book. I can't say anything in his house, old sport. She's got an indiscreet voice. Her voice is full of money, said Gatsby. That was it. I'd never understood it before. It was full of money. It was the inexhaustible charm that rose and fell in it, the jingle of it, the cymbals' song of it. High in a white palace, the king's daughter, the golden girl. And this is one of the... Never mind. We'll have plenty to talk about at the end. I'm angry with F. Scott Fitzgerald. Clink. Drink. Shall we go to my car? Suggested Gatsby. He felt the hot green leather seat. I'm really pleased that I didn't say we'd be drinking apple juice every time somebody said the word hot. Oh. I ought to have left it in the shade. Yeah, that's just like what you do. This is just the heat is just like a normal thing in New York. Is it a standard shift? Demanded Tom. Yes. Will you take my coupe and let me drive into town? Will you take my coupe and let me drive your car to town? I don't think there's much gas. Plenty of gas. He looked at the gauge. And if it runs out, I can stop at the drugstore. You can buy anything at a drugstore nowadays. Right. They're switching cars because the principle, like the only thing that happens narratively in this book happens because of a misunderstanding because of this event right here. Right. Come on, Daisy, said Tom, pressing in him, blah, 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 blah. I'll take you in this circus wagon. You take Nick and Jordan. Did you see that? See what? He looked at me keenly. You think I'm dumb, don't you? Perhaps I am, but I have almost a second sight sometimes. Maybe you don't believe it, but science. He paused. The immediate contingency overtook him. Blah, blah. I've made a small investigation of this fellow, he continued. I could have gone deeper if I'd known. Do you mean you've been to a medium? Inquired Jordan humorously. That's funny. What? Confused, he stared at us as we laughed. A medium? About Gatsby? About Gatsby? No, I haven't. I said I'd been making a small investigation of his past, and you found out he was an Oxford man, said Jordan hopefully. An Oxford man? Like hell he is. He wears a pink suit. Nevertheless, he's an Oxford man. Oxford, New Mexico, snorted Tom contemptuously, or something like that. I think that's a joke. I think if I knew that Oxford was a town in New Mexico, I might find that funny. Hold on. Control T. Oxford, New Mexico. Oxford does not appear to be a town in New Mexico. Wait, hold on. Let's go to maps. Nope. Sure isn't. Good job, Tom. Anyway. Blah, blah, blah. We're irritable. Fading ale. Dr. T.J. Ecklebird's faded eyes came into sight down the road. We've got enough to get us to town, said Tom, but there's a garage right here. I don't want to get stalled in this baking heat. Tom threw on both brakes impatiently, and we slid into an abrupt stop under Wilson's sign. After a moment, the proprietor emerged from the interior of his establishment and gazed at the hollow-eyed at the car. Let's have some gas, cried Tom roughly. What do you think we stopped for, to admire the view? I'm sick, said Wilson without moving. I've been sick all day. What's the matter? I'm all run down. Well, shall I help myself? You sounded well enough on the phone. With an effort, Wilson left the shade in the support of the doorway, breathing hard, unscrewed the cap of the gas tank. In the sunlight, his face was green. So they have pulled into Wilson's thing, right? They've pulled into the Wilson's garage because they needed gas. Because Tom said we should switch cars. Jordan said we should get gas. Tom said we should switch cars, right? Gatsby said, I don't have a lot of gas. We shouldn't switch cars. Tom says, don't worry, I'll get gas on the way if I need to. Jordan says, let's get gas right here. Right here happens to be the same garage that Tom's girlfriend lives at that we've seen before. So keep in mind those 5 occurrences. I didn't mean to interrupt your lunch, says Tom, but I need money pretty badly, and I was wondering what you were going to do with your old car. Oh, no, that was Wilson that says that. How do you like this one? I bought it last week. It's a nice yellow one. He strained at the handle. Like it to buy it? Big chance. No, but I could make some money with the other. What do you want money for all of a sudden? I've been here too long. I want to get away. My wife and I want to go west. Your wife does? Exclaimed Tom, startled. She's been talking about it for 10 years. He rested for a moment against the pump, shading his eyes. And now she's going whether she wants to or not. I'm going to get her away. The coupe flashed by us with a flurry of dust and the flash of a waving hand. Right. So the coupe blazed past this town. Right. This garage. What do I owe you? Said Tom. I just got wised up to something funny the last 2 days. That's why I want to get away. That's why I've been bothering you about the car. What do I owe you? $1.20. Uh, yep. The relentless beating heat was beginning to confuse me, and I had a bad moment there before I realized so far his suspicions hadn't alighted on Tom. He discovered that Myrtle had some sort of life apart from him in another world, and the shock had made him physically sick. I stared at him and then at Tom, who made a parallel discovery less than an hour before, and it occurred to me there's no difference between men in intelligence or race so profound as the difference between the sick and the well. Wilson was so sick that he looked guilty, unforgivably guilty, as if he'd just got some poor girl with child. What? Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald, right? You don't need to tell me that. You don't need to tell me that. The relentless blazing heat. Okay, so this is an entire paragraph here. An entire paragraph dedicated to explaining to me the thing that you just showed me 3 sentences before, right? This sentence, I just got wised up to something funny the last couple of days. That's why I want to get away. That's why I've been bothering you about the car. That is an interesting and compelling thing, because the audience is like, wait a minute, what did he discover? It implies that he discovered that Myrtle is cheating on him. Does he know that Myrtle's cheating on him? And does he know that Myrtle's cheating on him with Tom? That's an interesting mystery that is ruined, completely demolished, right? Rendered entirely moot, pointless, and nonsensical 2 sentences later. This is bad writing. This is bad writing. I'm angry with F. Scott Fitzgerald. Like, that's a good mystery that you just set up. That's one of the few actual plot points in this story, right? Wilson has a relationship with Tom, like a business relationship with Tom. He knows Tom, but he doesn't know that Tom has a relationship with his wife, a romantic relationship with his wife. Wilson, that is, Wilson discovering that is really meaningful. And that could actually create tension. That would create the tension that this heat is implying to exist. But it doesn't, because it's ruined 2 sentences later. I'll let you have that car, said Tom. I'll send it over to you tomorrow afternoon. That locality was always vaguely disquieting, said Tom as he drinks. This is IRL Tom, not in this god-awful book Tom. Ooh. Ooh. All right. That locality that was always vaguely disquieting, even in the broad glare of afternoon. Now I turned my head as though I was been warned of something behind. Over the ash heaps of the giant eyes of Dr. T.J. Elkerberg kept their vigil, but I perceived, after a moment, that the other eyes were regarding us with peculiar intensity from less than 20 feet away. In one of the many windows over the garage, the curtains had been moved aside a little, and Myrtle Wilson was peering down at the car. So engrossed was she that she had no consciousness of being observed, and one emotion after another crept into her face, like objects into a slowly developing picture. Her expression was curiously familiar. It was an expression I had seen on other women's faces, but on Myrtle Wilson's face it seemed purposeless and inexplicable, till I realized that her eyes, wide with jealous terror, were fixed not on Tom, but on Jordan Baker, whom she took to be his wife. Okay, all right, guys. You don't need to tell us that. You can say Myrtle looked on with terror. You don't need to tell us why. Because that ruins the tension. Myrtle looked on with jealous terror. We, the audience, then we get to think about what that means. But now we don't get to think about what that means. We've been told, which is stupid and dumb and bad. Stupid and dumb and bad. I'm taking another shot because This is the one plot point in the story. This is the only plot point in the story, and it's ruined. It is rendered pointless by this interaction outside of the garage. Cheers. It's going to be a long 2 chapters. Here we go, Tom. Let's go. Whew. There's no confusion like the confusion of a simple mind. Fuck you, by the way, Nick. And as we drove away, Tom was feeling the hot whips of panic. His wife and his mistress, until an hour ago secure and inviolate, were slipping precipitately. Precipitately from the same root as precipitate, like the condensation of ice crystals in the sky, right? Or like the condensation of a solid mass in chemistry. Precipitately. That's a good word. From his control. Instinct made him step on the accelerator with the double purpose of overtaking Daisy and leaving Wilson behind. We sped along toward Astoria at 50 miles an hour, until among the spidery girders of the elevated, we came in sight of the easygoing blue coupe. So they've caught up. Jordan's chatting about movies. The word sensuous had the effect of further disquieting Tom, but before he could invent a protest, the coupe came to a stop, and Daisy signaled for us to draw up alongside. Where are we going? She cried. How about the movies? It's so hot. It's hot, by the way. You go. We'll ride around and meet you later. We'll meet you on some corner. I'll be the man smoking 2 cigarettes. Can't argue about it here. You follow me to the south side of Central Park in front of the plaza. Several times he turned his head and looked back for the car, and if traffic delayed them, he slowed up a bit before it came to his sight. I think he was afraid they would dart down a side street and out of his life forever, but they didn't. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Physical memory. My underwear kept climbing like a damp snake around my legs, and intermittent beads of sweat raced cool across my back. The notion originated with Daisy's suggestion that we hire 5 bathrooms and take cold baths, and assumed more tangible form as a place to have a mint julep. Each of us said over and over that it was a crazy idea. We all talked at once to a baffled clerk and thought or pretended to think that we were being funny. It's hot, by the way. So they rent a room. The room was large and stifling, and although it was already 4 o'clock, opening the windows admitted only a gust of hot shrubbery from the park. Daisy went to the mirror and stood with her back to us, fixing her hair. It's a swell suite, whispered Jordan respectfully. And everyone laughed. Open another window, commanded Daisy without turning around. There aren't any more. Well, we'd better telephone for an ex. That's funny. I like that joke. The thing to do is to forget about the heat, said Tom impatiently. Agreed. It's hot, by the way. You make it 10 times worse by crabbing about it. He unrolled a bottle of whiskey. Why not let her alone? Why not let her alone, old sport? Remarked Gatsby. You're the one who wanted to come to town. There was a moment of silence. The telephone book slipped from its nail and splashed to the floor. Whereupon Jordan whispered, Excuse me, but this time no one laughed. I'll pick it up, I offered. I've got it. Gatsby examined the parted string, muttered hum in an interested way, and tossed the book on a chair. That's a great expression of yours, isn't it? What is? This old sport business. Where'd you pick that up? Now, see here, Tom, said Daisy, turning around from the mirror. If you're going to make personal remarks, I wants to hear a minute. Call up and order some ice for the mint julep. As Tom took up the receiver, the compressed heat exploded into sound. There's music playing from the room below. Imagine marrying anybody in this heat. Imagine marrying anybody in this heat. What? Oh, the wedding march. Tom took up the receiver and the compressed heat exploded into sound. We were listening to the pretentious chords of Mendelssohn's Wedding March from the ballroom below. Huh. Are you telling me that they picked up the phone in their room and heard what was going on in the ballroom downstairs? That's interesting. Louisville in June. Who was it who fainted? Tom. That was when they were married. They're talking about Tom and Daisy are talking about their marriage, their wedding, I should say. Somebody fainted. They carried him to the house the day after he left. Daddy died. I used to know Bill Blocksy from Memphis, I remarked. That was his cousin. Yep, they're talking about stuff. The music from the ceremony has ended. The wedding has been completed. We're getting old, said Daisy. If we were young, we'd rise and dance. They're talking about people. He came down in the private car. Daisy and Tom are having a disagreement about who invited the person who fainted to the party. They're both claiming not to have known him. We didn't have any present. Gatsby's foot beat a short, restless tattoo, and Tom eyed him suddenly. Hold on. He was probably bumming his way home. He told me he was president of your class at Yale. Tom and I looked at each other blankly. Bill Loxley? First place, we didn't have any president. Gatsby's foot beat a short, restless tattoo, and Tom eyed him suddenly. So all that Biloxi stuff, unless there's some subtext in there, that was all just to get us onto the topic of college. So that Tom and Gatsby, who are for some fucking reason in the same room, so that Tom and Gatsby can have this altercation, right? A pause, then Tom's voice, incredulous and insulting. You must have gone there about the time Biloxi went to New Haven. Another pause. A waiter knocked and came in with crushed mint and ice, but the silence was unbroken by his thank you and the soft closing of the door. This tremendous detail was cleared up at last. I told you I went there, said Gatsby. I heard you, but I'd like to know when. It was 1919. I only stayed for 5 months. That's why I can't really call myself an Oxford man. Tom glanced around to see if we mirrored his unbelief, but we were all looking at Gatsby. It was an opportunity they gave to some of the officers after the armistice, he continued. We couldn't go to any of the universities in England or France. We could go to any of the universities in England or France. I wanted to get up and slap him on the back. I had one of those renewals of complete faith in him that I'd experienced before. Daisy rose, smiling faintly, and went to the table. Open the whiskey, Tom, she ordered, and I'll make you a mint julep. Then you won't seem so stupid to yourself. Look at the mint. Wait a minute, snapped Tom. I want to ask Mr. Gatsby one more question. Go on, Gatsby said politely. What kind of row are you trying to cause in my house, anyhow? So, Tom and Gatsby, Tom who is cheating on his wife with some other person, and Gatsby who is sleeping with Tom's wife, or at least dating Tom's wife. It's not clear whether or not it's not clear what their relationship is at this point. They are now having this altercation because for some fucking reason, in this god-awful contrived nonsense of a plot, these two people are in the same room. In Manhattan, I think it is implied. Yeah, because they're near Central Park. They're in Manhattan. They drove in from fucking Long Island, I think. I think they both live on Long Island. They drove in from Long Island. They fucking parked in Manhattan, got an apartment to relax and have a pleasant day together. And now these two human beings are looking at each other in the same room. When in reality, Jay Gatsby shouldn't be anywhere close to Tom Buchanan, right? He shouldn't be fucking like up in his grill, man. This is a stupid play. This is stupid by everyone involved. Like, truly the dumbest shit. Clink. I'm angry at pretty much everyone in this scene. At Daisy in particular for letting this happen. They were out in the open at last, and Gatsby was content. This implies that Gatsby was looking forward to this altercation, which is stupid, right? But it is at least narratively significant, right? He, in his unwisdom, wants to fight Tom for the hand of his bride, because Gatsby doesn't know how children work. He wants to in this grand romantic kind of way, he wants to fight Tom over this whole business. He and Tom both are moving toward this altercation intentionally. Daisy says, "He isn't causing a row. You're causing a row. Please have a little self-control." She's looking desperately from one to the other. "Self-control," repeated Tom incredulously. "I suppose the latest thing is to sit back and let Mr. Nobody from Nowhere make love to your wife. Well, if that's the idea, you can count me out. Nowadays, people begin by sneering at family life and family institutions, and they'll throw everything overboard and have intermarriage between black and white." Tom's an asshole, by the way. Flushed with his impassioned gibberish, he saw himself standing alone at the last barrier of civilization. Says Jordan, "We're all white here." Solidifying Jordan, the last person that we weren't confident in, solidifying Jordan as also an asshole. "I know I'm not very popular. I don't give big parties. I suppose you've got to make your house into a pigsty in order to have any friends in the modern world." Angry as I was, as we all were, I was tempted to laugh whenever he opened his mouth. The transition from libertine to prig was so complete. Oh gosh, I hope I didn't just say something I'm not supposed to. Libertine. Define libertine? A person, especially a man who behaves without moral principles or a sense of responsibility, especially in sexual matters. Okay. Cool. So someone who is promiscuous. Yes, hello, cat. Prig, a self-righteously moralistic person who believes as if superior to others. So it might be safe to translate that as his transition from someone promiscuous into someone prudish, I think is a good way to think about that. The transition from libertine to prig was so complete. Because Nick is, of course, remembering that Tom is cheating on his wife. "I've got something to tell you, old sport," began Gatsby, but Daisy guessed at his intention. "Please don't. Please, let's all go home. Why don't we all go home?" "That's a good idea." I got up. "Come on, Tom. Nobody wants a drink." "I want to know what Mr. Gatsby has to tell you." "Your wife doesn't love you," said Gatsby. "She's never loved you. She loves me." "You must be crazy," exclaimed Tom automatically. Gatsby sprang to his feet, vivid with excitement. "She never loved you, you hear?" he cried. "She only married you because I was poor and she was tired of waiting for me. It was a terrible mistake, but in her heart she never loved anyone except me." At this point, Jordan and I tried to go, but Tom and Gatsby insisted with competitive firmness that we remain, as though neither of them had anything to conceal, and it would be a privilege to partake vicariously of their emotions. "Sit down, Daisy." Tom's voice groped unsuccessfully for the paternal note. "What's been going on? I want to hear all about it." "I've told you what's been going on for 5 years, and you don't know, and you didn't know." Tom turned to Daisy sharply. "Have you been seeing this fellow for 5 years?" "Not seeing. No, we couldn't meet. But both of us loved each other all that time, old sport, and you didn't know. I used to laugh sometimes. There was no laughter, but there was no laughter in his eyes. To think that you didn't know." Gatsby has fucking completely gone off the rails, right? He is unbelievably deluded in these expressions, right? The last and only identifiable character has lapsed into this deluded insanity. "Oh, that's all." Tom tapped his thick fingers together like a clergyman and leaned back in his chair. "You're crazy," he exploded. "I can't speak about what happened 5 years ago because I didn't know Daisy then, and I'll be damned if I see how you got within a mile of her unless you brought the groceries to the back door. But all the rest of that's a goddamned lie. Daisy loved me and she married me and she loves me now." "No," said Gatsby, shaking his head. "She does, though. The trouble is that sometimes she gets foolish ideas in her head and doesn't know what she's doing." He nodded sagely. "And what's more, I love Daisy too. Once in a while, I go off on a spree and make a fool of myself, but I always come back. And in my heart, I love her all the time. You're revolting, said Daisy. She turned to me, and her voice, dropping an octave lower, filled the room with thrilling scorn. Do you know why we left Chicago? I'm surprised they didn't treat you to that story of that little spree. Gatsby walked over and stood beside her. Daisy, that's all over now, he said earnestly. It doesn't matter anymore. Just tell them the truth, that you never loved him. It's all wiped out forever. She looked at him blindly. Why? How could I love him? Possibly. You never loved him. She hesitated. Her eyes fell on Jordan and me with a sort of appeal, as though she realized at last what she was doing, and as though she had never, all along, intended on doing anything at all. It was all done now. It was too late. I never loved him, she said, with a perceptible reluctance. Not at Kapiolani? Demanded Tom suddenly. No. From the ballroom beneath, muffled and suffocating chords were drifting up on hot waves of air. It's hot, by the way. Not that day I carried you down from the punch bowl to keep your shoes dry. There was a husky tenderness to his tone. Daisy? Please don't, she said. Her voice was cold, but the rancor was gone from it. She looked at Gatsby. There, Jay, she said, but her hand, as she tried to light a cigarette, was trembling. Suddenly she threw the cigarette and the burning match on the carpet. Oh, you want too much, she cried at Gatsby. I love you now. Isn't that enough? I can't help what's past. She began to sob helplessly. I did love him once, but I loved you too. Gatsby's eyes opened and closed. You loved me too? Even that's a lie, said Tom savagely. She didn't know you were alive. Why, there are things between Daisy and me that you'll never know. Things that neither of us can ever forget. These people have been together for 5 years, by the way. That's a very short time. Why, the words seem to bite physically into Gatsby. The words seem to bite physically into Gatsby. I want to speak to Daisy alone, he insisted. She's all excited now. Even alone, I can't say I never loved Tom, she admitted in a pitiful voice. It wouldn't be true. Of course it wouldn't, agreed Tom. She turned to her husband. As if that mattered to you, she said. Of course it matters. I'm going to take better care of you from now on. You don't understand, said Gatsby with a touch of panic. You're not going to take care of her any more. I'm not? Tom opened his eyes wide and laughed. He could afford to control himself now. Why's that? Daisy's leaving you. Nonsense. I am, though, she said with a visible effort. She's not leaving me. Tom's words suddenly leaned down over Gatsby. Certainly not for a common swindler who'd have to steal the ring he put on her finger. I won't stand for this, cried Daisy. Oh, please, let's get out. Who are you, anyhow? Broke out Tom. You're one of that bunch that hangs around with Meyer Wolfsheim. That much I happen to know. I made a little investigation into your affairs, and I'll carry it further tomorrow. You can search yourself about that, old sport, said Gatsby sadly. Yep, they're talking about Gatsby's affairs. I found out where your drugstores were. He turned to us and spoke rapidly. He and this Wolfsheim brought up a lot of side street drugstores here and in Chicago and sold grain alcohol over the counter. That's one of his little stunts. I picked him for a bootlegger the first time I saw him, and I wasn't far wrong. Yep. He is a bootlegger. Don't you call me old sport, cried Tom. Gatsby said nothing. Walter could have you up on betting laws too, but Wolfsheim scared him into keeping his mouth shut. So Gatsby has been making his living in, at least by 1925 standards, an unethical way, is the takeaway from this whole exchange. I glanced at Daisy, who was staring terrified between Gatsby and her husband, and at Jordan, who had begun to balance an invisible but absorbing object on the tip of her chin. That's an interesting description of someone who is maintaining poise. Then I turned back to Gatsby, who was startled at his expression. He looked, and this is said in all contempt for the babbled slander of his garden, as if he had killed a man. For a moment, just the face set in. Please, Tom, I can't stand this anymore. You two can start on home, Daisy, in Mr. Gatsby's car. Right. She looked at Tom, alarmed now, but he insisted with magnanimous scorn. Go on, he won't annoy you. I think he realizes this presumptuous little flirtation is over. They were gone without a word, snapped out, made accidental, isolated, like ghosts even from our pity. After a moment, Tom got up and began wrapping the unopened bottle of whiskey in the towel. Want any of this stuff, Jordan? Nick? I didn't answer. Nick? He asked again. What? Want any? No. I just remembered that today's my birthday. Jesus Christ, it's the fucking stupidest shit on planet Earth. I was 30. Before me stretched the portentous, menacing road of a new decade. Not set up. It's just random nonsense thrown together. I completely forgot about that. That's so silly. That's such a silly development. What? That's such a ridiculous thing. Anyway, it was 7 o'clock and we got in the coupe. We got in the coupe with him and started for Long Island. Tom talked incessantly, exulting and laughing, but his voice was as remote from Jordan and me as the foreign clamor on the sidewalk. So wait, this is important, right? It's important. Who's riding with whom is important. You two start on home, Daisy, in Mr. Gatsby's car. Right. She looked at Tom, alarmed now. Yep. Yep. It was 7 o'clock as we got into the coupe with him and started for Long Island. Tom talked incessantly, exulting and laughing, but his voice was as remote from Jordan and me as the foreign clamor on the sidewalk or the tumult of the elevated overhead. Human sympathy has its limits, and we were content to let all the tragic arguments fade with the city lights behind. 30, the promise of a decade of loneliness, a thinning list of single men to know, a thinning briefcase of enthusiasm, thinning hair. But there was Jordan beside me, who, unlike Daisy, was too wise ever to carry well-forgotten dreams from age to age. As we passed over the dark bridge, her wan face fell lazily against my coat shoulder. The formidable stroke of 30 died away with the reassuring pressure of her hand. Okay. All right. So let's talk about that, right? Let's talk about this. For whatever god-awful fucking reason, right, all of these characters went to the same apartment together. There's an argument in the apartment. Gatsby is like, she never loved you. And Daisy is like, I mean, I love you both. I love you right now, Gatsby, but I didn't really love, but I'm not going to say I never loved him. And Gatsby is like horrified by this, which is stupid. Stupid and dumb and not something that a rational human should say, right? I'm not saying that a human wouldn't say this, but the last dregs of relatability in this story die with this sentence from Jay Gatsby, right? Where he is so connected to this idea of the time that he didn't spend with this random person he was dating when he was 17. He is so connected to this that the idea that she loved the father of her kid during that time also is like it is implied, at least, although not explicitly stated, because for some reason the end of that conversation, it is implied that Gatsby like loses the conversation somewhere along the way, but that isn't really explicitly stated. He like that realization like defeats Gatsby when neither a thematic way nor a practical way should it. It is god-awful ridiculous that it does. So now we are driving home. We are driving home in Tom's car, because the car switch that happened earlier is plot relevant. Tom, Jordan, and Nick drove to Central Park, to New York City, drove into the city in Gatsby's car, right? Now hold the phone here, right? Okay, all right. It's all, you know what? I'm taking a drink, clink, because I am angry that I have to like figure out this car logic right now. Oh, I have to flip and remember who owns the coupe and who doesn't. So Gatsby and Tom, I'm sorry, hold the phone. Gatsby and Tom swap cars. Tom, Jordan, and Nick drive to New York City in Gatsby's car. But then, I believe, hold on, let me confirm this, because this is the dumbest shit. They drive home in Tom's car. Yes. And some things happen after that. Some things happen because they switched cars back in New York. Okay. So, the young Greek Michaelis, the young Greek Michaelis who ran the coffee joint beside the ash heaps was the principal witness of the inquest. He had slept through the heat until after 5, when he strolled into the garage and found George Wilson sick in his office, really sick, his own pale hair shaking all over. Michaelis advised him to go to bed, but Wilson refused, saying that he'd miss a lot of business if he did. While his neighbor was trying to persuade him, a violent racket broke out. While his neighbor was trying to persuade him, a violent racket broke out overhead. "I've got my wife locked up in there," explained Mr. Wilson. This is the owner of the mechanics shop, who is married to Tom's girlfriend. "Got my wife locked up in there," Tom's girlfriend. "She's going to stay up there all day till the day after tomorrow. Then we're going to move away." Michaelis was astonished. And then they had been neighbors for 4 years, and Wilson had never seemed faintly capable of such a statement. Generally, he was one of those worn-out men. Blah, blah, blah. So naturally, Michaelis tried to find out what had happened, but Wilson wouldn't say a word. Instead, he began to throw curious, suspicious glances at his visitor and ask what he was doing at certain times on certain days. Just as the latter was getting uneasy, some workmen came around past the door to the restaurant, and Michaelis had the opportunity to get away, intending to come back later, but he didn't. He supposed he forgot to, that's all. When he came out again a little after 7, he was reminded of the conversation he had heard Mrs. Wilson say. "Beat me," he heard her cry. "Throw me down and beat me, you dirty little coward." A moment later, she rushed into the dusk, waving her hands and shouting. Before he could move from his door, the business was over. The death car, as the newspapers called it, didn't stop. It came out of the gathering darkness, wavered tragically for a moment, and then disappeared around the next bend. Michaelis wasn't even sure of its color. He told the policeman it was light green. The other car, the one going towards New York, came to rest 100 yards beyond, and its driver hurried back to where Myrtle Wilson, her life violently extinguished, knelt in the road and mingled her dark, thick blood with the dust. Michaelis and this man reached her first, but when they had torn open her shirtwaist, still damp with perspiration, they saw that her left breast was swinging loose like a flap. There was no need to listen to the heart beneath. The mouth was wide and ripped open at the corners, as though she had choked a little in giving up the tremendous vitality she had stored for so long. We saw 3 or 4 more automobiles, and the crowd when we were still some distance away. "Wreck," said Tom. "That's good. Wilson will have a little business at last." He slowed down, but still without any intention of stopping, until, as we came nearer, the hushed, intent faces of the people at the garage made him automatically put on the brakes. "Would take a look," he said doubtfully. "Just a look." I became aware now of a hollow wailing sound which issued incessantly from the garage. A sound as we got closer. Okay. How much longer is this flipping chapter? Okay. So, Myrtle's been hit by a car. Right. Myrtle's been hit by a car. And her husband is very sad. Right. Her husband is distraught about it. Right. And he's crying. Presently, Tom lifted his head with a jerk after staring around the garage with glazed eyes. Addressed a mumble. The policeman was saying, "M-A-V-R-O. Listen to me. M-A-R-V-R-O-G-G. He looked up at Tom's broad hand, fell sharply on his shoulder. "What do you want, fella? What happened? That's what I want to know." "Auto hit her. Killed her instantly." There were 2 cars, see? One coming, one going. "Going where?" "One going each way. She ran out there in the middle of the one coming from New York, knocked right into her going 30 or 40 miles an hour. "What's the name of this place you got here?" "Hasn't got any name." There's a word we don't say anymore. "Yellow car. Big yellow car. big yellow car going 50, 60. Big yellow car, right? Big yellow car coming from New York. That's the rub, right? Myrtle has been hit by the big yellow car. Myrtle has been hit by the big yellow car. Gatsby's car. Come here, let's have your name. Want to get blah, blah, blah. Wilson was swaying. You don't have to tell me what kind of car it was. I know what kind of car it was. You got to pull yourself together. Wilson's eyes were watery. He's deeply upset because, of course, he is, because his wife's been hit by a car. Listen, I just got here a minute ago from New York. I was bringing up that coupe you were talking about. The yellow car I was driving this morning wasn't mine. Do you hear? I haven't seen it all afternoon. I'm a friend of his. He says he knows the car that did it. It was a yellow car. What color is your car? Blue. It's a coupe. Came straight from New York. Someone would have been driving a little behind us. Confirm this. Now, if you let me have that name again, blah, blah, blah. Let's get out, he says. Right. So, it, Tom's wife is killed by Gatsby's car. And Wilson is able to determine who owns the car. That becomes important later. I'm angry at this god-awful fucking clusterfuck of a plot. Clink. Fortunately, though, we're out of that scene. Oh! Oh! Tom drove slowly. They're continuing on. They're on the way home. The goddamn coward, he didn't stop his car. Daisy's car ought to have dropped you in West Egg, Nick. There's nothing we can do tonight. Telephone for a taxi. I'd be glad if you'd order me a taxi. I'll wait outside. Jordan put her hand on my arm. Won't you come in, Nick? No thanks. It's only 9:30. I'd be damned if I'd go in. I'd had enough of all of them for one day, and suddenly that included Jordan too. She must have seen something in this expression, for she turned abruptly away and ran up the porch into the house. And that is like completely disconnected with everything that has happened so far. Nick is like, I fucking hate you, right? Nick decides that he doesn't like Jordan with no prompting and no reason. I hadn't gone 20. Right. Well, hold on. He's back home. Right. He's gotten a taxi back home. I hadn't gotten 20 yards when I heard my name, and Gatsby stepped between two bushes into the path. It must have felt pretty weird. Blah blah blah. They're talking. You see any trouble on the road? Yes. He hesitated. Was she killed? Yes. I thought so. I told Daisy I thought so. It's better that the shocks would all come at once. She stood it pretty well. He spoke as if Daisy's reaction was the only thing that mattered. I got to West Egg by a side road, he went on, and then left the car in my garage. I don't think anybody saw us, but of course I can't be sure. I disliked him so much by this time that I didn't find it necessary to tell him he was wrong. Which is significant, right? Her name was Wilson. Her husband owns the garage. How the devil did it happen? Well, I tried to swing the wheel. Was Daisy driving? Yes, he said after a moment. But of course I'll say I was. You see, when we left New York, she was very nervous, and she thought it would steady her to drive. And this woman rushed out at us just as we were passing. It all happened in just a minute. It was really fast. The second my hand reached the wheel, I felt the shock. It must have killed her instantly. It ripped her open. Yep. So some fucking how, right? Myrtle sees this car approaching in the dark, recognizes it as the car that Tom had been driving earlier, rushes out to try to catch Tom because she thinks Tom will be driving that car. This car is going 50 or 60, right? How on earth Myrtle recognized this car is beyond me, right? As it was going 50 or 60 down a New York City street. It's not like there's really all that much outside New York City at this time. But whatever. That's what happened, right? Myrtle recognized this car, ran into the street, jumped in front of the fucking car, and then fucking died. She'll be all right tomorrow. Clink. I'm angry with Myrtle. Oh. I'm just going to wait here to see if she tries to bother herself. Blah, 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 blah. He won't touch her. He's not thinking about her. Blah, blah, blah. They're talking. They're commiserating. Nick reflects on Daisy driving. You wait here, I said. I'll see if there's any sign of a commotion. I walked back to the board of the lawn, traversed the gravel softly. Daisy and Tom were sitting opposite each other at the kitchen table with a plate of cold fried chicken between them and 2 bottles of ale. He was talking intently. Is this still is this at Gatsby's house? How long are you going to wait? All night if that's necessary? Anyhow, till they all go to bed? Oh, Gatsby stalked them. He's not home. Gatsby just stalked them. Good. Well, I guess he was just dropping Daisy off. Daisy and Tom were sitting opposite, blah, blah, blah. They weren't happy. Neither of them touched the chicken or the ale. I tiptoed to the porch. I heard my taxi feeling its way along the dark road. Is it all quiet up there? Yeah, it's all quiet. You better come home and get some sleep. He shook his head. I want to wait here till Daisy goes to bed. Good night. He put his hands in his coat pockets and turned back eagerly to his scrutiny of the house, as though my presence marred the sacredness of the vigil. So I walked away and left him standing there in the moonlight, watching over nothing. All right, let's talk about it. In that chapter, something happens, right? Because of a contrived misunderstanding, Myrtle, sees a car coming at 50 miles an hour from way down the road, BLJs in front of the road, and manages to catch the 1 or 2 frames when she would be able to be hit by the car. And Daisy wouldn't stop. That's fucking crazy. Full stop, right? But that's the sum, right? And Wilson has found out that Gatsby was the one who owned the car. Those are the important takeaways from that chapter. Chapter 8. Also, they went on that fucking... By the way, the same chapter as that fucking crazy, love triangle meeting in New York City when, normal, rational, reasonable people would have just gone and, fucking done their own things on a Saturday afternoon. Christ. Also, let's not mince words about how fucking crazy it is that in New York City, Daisy Buchanan happens to run over her husband's girlfriend because they happened to be driving past the same garage. That's fucking nuts. Chapter 8. Whew, time to finish this juice beverage. Hydration break. Juice beverage number, some number. Yeah. Clink. Chapter 8. I couldn't sleep all night. A foghorn was groaning incessantly on the sound, and I tossed half sick between grotesque reality and savage, frightening dreams. Toward dawn, I heard a taxi go up Gatsby's Drive, and immediately I jumped out of bed and began to dress. I felt that I had something to tell him, to warn him about, and morning would be too late. Crossing his lawn, I saw that his front door was still open, and he was leaning against the table in the hall, heavy with dejection or sleep. Nothing happened. I waited until 4 o'clock. She came to the window and stood there for a minute and then turned out the light. You ought to go away, I said. It's pretty certain they'll trace your car. Go away now, old sport? Go to Atlantic City for a week or up to Montreal? Well, I mean, you did. I mean, you know. I mean, a person's dead. Drastic measures may need to be taken here, old sport, but whatever. She's the first nice girl he had ever known. At 17, dude. In various unrevealed capacities, he had come in contact with such people, but always with indiscernible barbed wire between. Pardon me. He found her excitingly desirable. Right, he's talking about how much he likes this vision of a 17-year-old he knew fucking years ago. Yep, but he knew that he was in Daisy's house by a colossal accident. However glorious might be his future as Jay Gatsby, he was at present we're in a flashback. He might have despised himself, for he certainly had taken her under false pretenses. I don't mean that he had traded on his phantom millions, but he had deliberately given Daisy a sense of security. He let her believe that he was the person from much the same stratum as herself. Well, yeah, here's the problem, Mr. Gatsby. She's an asshole. She's an asshole. You're trying to cater to an asshole. Christ. He didn't despise himself, blah, blah, blah. And they met again 2 days later. It was Gatsby who was breathless, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Yep, they kissed. I can't describe to you how surprised I was to find out I loved her, old sport. I even hoped for a while that she'd throw me over, but she didn't because she was in love with me too. This is like fucking when they were 17. I have something to say to the high... I've addressed the high schoolers already once, right? I have something to say to you again. When you think you're... When you are confident you are in love at 17, I'm not saying that you're not, right? I'm not saying that you're not. What I am saying is I want you to take a moment and reflect on the number of human beings you have met. How many people have you met in your life? Because I'm going to guess it's like 600. Is that a small number of people? Certainement non. Certainly not. That's a meaningful number of people, right? But there's a lot of people. If you think that you have found the love of your life, the person who completes you, and you think to yourself, the only thing that's wrong with them is I have to lie about everything about me to make them like me. Consider that there are another, 7,999,399 people on planet Earth, including you, of course. When you think about how much you miss that person who forced you to change yourself for them, when you think about the longing you have for that person, I want you to reflect on all those people. Because a good, healthy couple of them are going to like you just the way you are. Don't settle for Daisy Buchanan. Daisy Buchanan fucking sucks. Don't settle for Jay Gatsby or Tom Buchanan. All of these motherfuckers suck. Better to be alone than miserable. Gonna keep that soapbox dusted off for future use, because you better fucking believe at the end of this whole set of bullshit, we're gonna have more to say. Blah, 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 blah. We're going through the life of Jay Gatsby because nothing's fucking happened. Because it's not like a person was killed last chapter. It's not like we have things to talk about. Alright, we finally fucking finished that god-awful flashback. That force took shape in the middle of the spring with the arrival of Tom Buchanan. She marries Tom Buchanan. Gatsby says, I don't think she ever loved him. Blah, blah, blah. That makes it look like he's some kind of cheap sharper. Gatsby is delusional. I'm not going to say, of course Daisy loved Tom. But, yeah, it's entirely reasonable that Daisy loved Tom. Daisy and Tom have a kid together. Also, everybody in this story is like fucking 25. Which is very young. Jesus. That's another fucking thing, right? Nick Carraway does this whole fucking thing like the specter of 30, the specter of my 30th birthday weighs on me. I can feel the weight of years, the responsibility of choosing the right path. Clink. Fuck you, Nick. Fuck you. That's right. I'm taking this shot retroactively. Fuck you, Nick. Fuck you. To anybody. All right. I've addressed the people in high school. Hold on one second. Whoo. Oh. Oh. Hello, Cat. I have addressed the teenagers, the high schoolers in the group. Let me now address the person who is watching this who is 32. The person who's 32. Nick Carraway, and indeed F. Scott Fitzgerald, and indeed a lot of motherfuckers on planet Earth, functionally all of TikTok, right? Everyone on planet Earth will cause you to become obsessed with the idea of how little time you have left, how much time has passed you. Tom leans deep into the microphone. He brings his voice real close to the mic, and he says, fuck them. Fuck them. You do the things that make you happy. Fuck everybody else. When he came back from France, Tom and Daisy were still on their wedding trip, and they had made a miserable but irresistible journey to Louisville with the last of his army pay. I'm sorry, that's Gatsby that did that. We're still in this fucking flashback. It was 9 o'clock when we finished breakfast and went out onto the porch. The night had made... This book sucks. The night had made a sharp difference in the weather, and there was an autumn flavor in the air. I do like an autumn flavor. That's the apple juice I'm drinking. It's autumn flavored. The gardener, the last one of Gatsby's former servants, came to the foot of the steps. I'm going to drain the pool today, Mr. Gatsby. Leaves will start falling pretty soon, and there's always trouble with the pipes. Don't do it today, Don't do it today, Gatsby answered. He turned to me apologetically. You know, old sport, I've never used that pool all summer. I looked at my watch and stood up. 12 minutes to my train. I didn't want to go to the city. It wasn't worth a decent stroke of work, but it was more than that. I didn't want to leave Gatsby. I missed that train and then another before I could get myself away. I'll call you up, I said finally. Do, old sport. I'll call you about noon. We walked away slowly down the steps. I suppose I'll call Daisy, too. He looked at me anxiously, as if he hoped I'd corroborate this. I suppose so. Well, goodbye. We shook hands, and I started away. Just before I reached the hedge, I remembered something and turned around. They're a rotten crowd, I shouted across the lawn. You're worth the whole damn bunch put together. And that's an interesting line, right? Because Jay Gatsby sucks. I've always been glad I said that. It was the only compliment I ever gave him, because I disapproved of him from beginning to end. First he nodded politely, and then his face broke into that radiant and understanding smile as if we'd been in ecstatic cahoots even, on that fact the whole time. His gorgeous pink rag of a suit made a bright spot of color against the white steppes, and I thought of the night when I first came to his ancestral home 3 months before. The lawn and drive had been crowded with the faces of those who guessed at his corruption, and he'd stood on those steps concealing his incorruptible dream as he waved them goodbye. I thanked him for his hospitality. We were always thanking him for that. I and the others. Goodbye, I called. I enjoyed breakfast, Gatsby. Up in the city, blah, blah, blah. Just before noon, the phone woke me, and I started with a sweat breaking out on my forehead. It was Jordan Baker. She often called me up at this hour because the uncertainty of her own movements between hotels, clubs, and private houses made it hard to find her. Usually her voice came into the wire, blah, blah, blah. I've left Daisy's house, she said. I'm in Hempstead, and I'm going to Southampton this afternoon. Probably it had been tactful to leave Daisy's house, but the act annoyed me, and her next remark made me rigid. You weren't so nice to me last night. How could it have mattered then? How could it have mattered then? Silence for a moment. Then, however, I want to see you. I want to see you too. Suppose I don't go to Southampton and come into town this afternoon. No, I don't think this afternoon. Very well. It's impossible this afternoon. Various. And this is one of those situations where I don't know who the fuck is talking to whom, right? Suppose I don't go to Southampton this afternoon. I now need to scroll back up and see which one of them was talking about going to Southampton. It was Jordan who was talking about going to Southampton. So, Jordan says Southampton. Nick says no. Jordan says very well. Nick says it's possible this afternoon. We talked like that for a while, and then we abruptly weren't talking any longer. I don't know which one of us hung up with a sharp click, but I don't know, and I didn't. But I know I didn't care. I feel that when you're when you're talking to somebody on the phone you really don't want to be talking to, there are points where you just like stop saying words. Anyway, I called Gatsby again a few minutes later, but the line was busy. I tried 4 times. Finally, an exasperated Central told me the wire was being kept open for a long distance from Detroit. This is a remnant from the world of switch operators, by the way, which is not as old as you might think it is. Blah, blah, blah. When I passed the ash heaps on the train that morning, I had crossed deliberately to the other side of the car. I suppose there'd be a curious crowd around there watching the little boys, blah, 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 blah. Myrtle Wilson's tragic achievement was forgotten. And I want to go back a little. Yes, etc., etc. They had difficulty in locating the sister, Catherine. That was the individual who was at that first party, Myrtle's sister. Way back in like the 2nd chapter. She must have broken her rule against drinking that night, for when she arrived, she was stupid with liquor and unable to understand the ambulance had already gone to Flushing. Yep, she fainted when she found out about the body. Changing crowd lapped up in front of the garage while George Wilson rocked himself back and forth on the couch inside. Respectable. Based. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, Michaela stayed with Wilson until dawn. About 3 o'clock, the quality of Wilson's incoherent muttering changed. He grew quieter and began to talk about the yellow car. He announced he had a way of finding out whom the yellow car belonged to, and then he blurted out that a couple of months ago his wife had come from the city with her face bruised and her nose swollen. This was the time when Tom broke Myrtle's nose, if you remember. How long have you been married, George? 12 years. Ever had any children? Blah, blah, blah. Do you go to church, George? George is absolutely losing his shit right now. This is George Wilson, husband of Myrtle Wilson, who is dead. Myrtle Wilson, who was sleeping with Tom Buchanan and was killed by Jay Gatsby's car being driven by Daisy Buchanan. This book is just chock full of coincidences. It's like if you wanted to make a chowder with coincidences, right? It's so thick. My metaphors aren't great, and I'm angry with myself for not being able to come up with better metaphors. Mm. Ah. Michaelis opened the drawer near his hand. There was nothing in it but a small, expensive dog leash made of leather and braided silver. It was apparently new. Fucking braided silver dog leash, bro? Yep, they're talking about the dog leash. Then he killed her. His mouth dropped open suddenly. Who did? I have a way of finding out. You're morbid, George. It has been a strain for you. You better try and sit quiet till morning. He murdered her. It was an accident, George. Wilson shook his head. His eyes narrowed, his mouth widened slightly with the ghost of a superior. That is capital H, lowercase m, exclamation point. I know, he said definitely. I'm one of those trusting fellows, and I don't think any harm to nobody. It was the man in that car. She ran out to speak with him, but he wouldn't stop. Michaelis had seen this too, but it hadn't been anyone. Blah 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 blah. Wilson is big old fat quotation marks puzzling out who killed his wife, right? Even though he gets it fucking wrong. Blah 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 blah. Around 6 o'clock, Michaelis was worn out and grateful for the sound of a car stopping outside. It was one of the watches from the night before. His movement, he was all on foot at the time. Yes. Yeah, okay. All right. So now, here we go. We start with things happening. By 6 o'clock, Michaelis was worn out and grateful for the sound of a car stopping outside. It was one of the watchers the night before who promised to come back, so he cooked breakfast for 3, which he and the other man ate together. Pardon me. Wilson was quieter now, and Michaelis went home to sleep. When he woke 4 hours later and hurried back to the garage, Wilson was gone. His movements, he was on foot all the time, were afterward traced to Port Roosevelt and then to Gadd's Hill, where he bought a sandwich that he didn't eat and a cup of coffee. He must have been tired and walking slowly, for he didn't reach Gadd's Hill until noon. Thus far, there was no difficulty in accounting for his time. There were boys who had seen a man acting sort of crazy, and motorists at whom he stared oddly from the side of the road. Then for 3 hours he disappeared from view. The police, on the strength of what he said to Michaelis, said he had a way of finding out. Suppose that he spent that time going from garage to garage thereabouts, inquiring for a yellow car. On the other hand, no garage man who had seen him ever came forward. And perhaps he had an easier, surer way of finding out what he wanted to know. By 2:30, he was in West Egg, where he asked someone the way to Gatsby's house. So by that time, he knew Gatsby's name. We are at 4 hours and 42 minutes. And George Wilson has figured out that Gatsby killed his wife. Except he's wrong, and Gatsby didn't kill his wife. He's also figured out that Gatsby was sleeping with his wife. And he's wrong. Gatsby wasn't sleeping with his wife. Okay, here we go. At 2 o'clock, Gatsby put on his bathing suit. By the way, I'm angry with F. Scott Fitzgerald for all 100% of this contrived logic. Cheers to Mr. Fitzgerald. Goodness gracious. Whew. Here we go. Y'all ready? At 2 o'clock, Gatsby put on his bathing suit and left word with the butler that if anyone phoned, word was to be brought to him at the pool. He stopped at the garage for a pneumatic mattress that he had assumed his guests during the summer, that had amused his guests during the summer even, and the chauffeur helped him to pump it up. Then he gave instructions that the open car wasn't to be taken out under any circumstances. This was strange because the front right fender needed repair. Gatsby shouldered the mattress and started for the pool. Once he stopped, he shifted it a little, and the chauffeur asked him if he needed help, but he shook his hand, and in a moment he disappeared among the yellowing trees. No telephone message arrived, but the butler went without his sleep and waited for it until 4 o'clock. Until long after, there was anyone to give it to if it came. Until long after there was anyone to give it to if it came. I have an idea that Gatsby himself didn't believe it would come, and perhaps he no longer cared. If that was true, he must have felt that he had lost the old warm world, paid a high price for living too long with a single dream. He must have looked up at an unfamiliar sky through frightening leaves and shivered as he found what a grotesque thing a rose is, and how raw the sunlight was upon the scarcely created grass. A new world, material without being real even, where poor ghosts, breathing dreams like air, drifted fortuitously about like that ashen, fantastic figure gliding toward him through the amorphous trees. The chauffeur, he was one of Wolfheim's protégés, heard the shots. Afterward, he could only say that he hadn't thought anything much about them. I drove from the station directly to Gatsby's house, and my rushing anxiously up the front steps was the first thing that alarmed anyone. But they knew then, I firmly believe. With scarcely a word said, 4 of us, the chauffeur, butler, gardener, and I, hurried down to the pool. There was a faint, barely perceptible movement of the water as the fresh flow from one end urged its way toward the drain at the other. With little ripples that were hardly the shadows of waves, the laden mattress moved irregularly down the pool. A small gust of wind that scarcely corrugated the surface was enough to disturb its accidental course with its accidental burden. The touch of a cluster of leaves revolved it slowly, tracing, like the leg of a compass, a thin red circle in the water. It was after we started with Gatsby toward the house that the gardener saw Wilson's body a little way off in the grass, and the Holocaust was complete. That is the end of Chapter 8. In Chapter 8, Jay Gatsby dies. Jay Gatsby dies because of a misunderstanding. Because George Wilson's wife was killed by Daisy Buchanan. And George Wilson thought that it was Jay Gatsby. And this is the biggest problem I have with this book. Watchers of this channel will likely understand the feelings I have about Game of Thrones, the television show. And Game of Thrones is beautiful. It is a visual spectacle, as is this, right? It is a spectacle of the most wonderfully written word. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. That last 2 paragraphs, the accidental course with its accidental burden, referring to the inflatable mattress carrying Jay Gatsby's body across the pool. That is a brilliant image. It's beautiful. However, if that is not backed up narratively, if the dragons in the dragon show are not backed up narratively, it sucks. It doesn't matter how beautiful the prose is. It doesn't matter how poignant the point is. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. It doesn't matter how beautiful the effects are, how gorgeous the outfitting is. It doesn't matter how fucking bomb Daenerys looked in that last season. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't rest on a well-written story, it sucks. And this story relies on coincidences and narrative contrivances that are silly at the best of times and maddening at the worst of times. Jay Gatsby dies because of random bullshit. And I hear you, literature nerds. I hear you. You are saying that's the point. Sometimes the world is random. Yeah, I know. Why am I reading a story that has a narrative that is fucking randomly assigned? I am reading a narrative. A narrative should have a narrative, said Tom, drinking a shot because he's angry with F. Scott Fitzgerald. Oh. This motherfucker dies for no reason. This motherfucker dies because the author needed him to die. The plot is nonsensical, and the themes are fucking fine at best, and really seriously undercut by the unpleasant racial undertones, and in some cases overtones, because this book has this nice class thing, which is good, especially in 1925. But it doesn't really commit to it all the way. In fact, it commits to it about 5% of the way, and I can think of a whole bunch of good works from years earlier that are better than this at doing the same thing, that don't use racial slurs pretty consistently, right? That don't paint the Jew as the main antagonist, right? The only person who can be considered an actual antagonist, the only person who actually did anything wrong in the story, right? Above and beyond the standard, which is fucking everybody. And my computer is trying to take off again. And before we move, that's the end of chapter 8, right? That's the end of chapter 8. We're on to chapter 9. And before we move on to chapter 9, let's go through that order of events once again. Okay. Jay Gatsby is pseudo-dating, he's seeing Daisy Buchanan. And Tom Buchanan is seeing Myrtle Wilson. Myrtle Wilson is married to George Wilson. And Jordan is just sort of fucking around. And as we all know, Nick Carraway is a camera with legs. They decide, all of these motherfuckers, all 5 of these motherfuckers, Daisy, Tom, Gatsby, Nick, and Jordan, decide that this clusterfuck of a friend group is going to go into New York City. They get there. They rent a hotel together. Before they do that, they swap cars. They happen to swap cars. Unless you're telling me that this is premeditated, right? This is planned. Unless you're telling me this is planned by some motherfucker. They happen to swap cars. Then they happen to be coming back at this time. And they happen to be going into town at this time, I should say. Tom happens to stop for gas because Jay Gatsby's car happens to be low on gas. Myrtle Wilson happens to see Tom out of the window. They have that whole fucking insane powwow in New York City, in that apartment, where Jay and Tom, like, confront each other about some bullshit. Even though they're both strictly in the wrong and they should be trying to avoid each other at all costs because they're both fucking losing this argument. Anyway, then they swap cars back, and Gatsby and Daisy... First off, Tom happens to, like, say to Daisy, you go home in Gatsby's car, which... For some reason, like, I fucking understand why he would do that. He happens to do that. That's contrivance number 6, by the way, if you're counting. If you're keeping count at home, my fingertips are up. It's contrivance number 6. Then they happen to take the way home that goes past Wilson's garage. And Myrtle happens to, in the dark, see this fucking car coming. This yellow car coming at 50 or 60 miles an hour. That's not my phrasing. That's in the text. He happens to see this car coming at 50 or 60 fucking miles an hour. She does, I should say. Myrtle does. Then she runs out. She manages to do a time stop glitch to clip in front of the car, which presumably she was either upstairs or inside the garage when she notices this car coming. And she managed to get out in the road before this car gets close enough, and she is able to see it from a distance in order to be able to get into this car fast enough while it's going fucking 60 miles an hour. Daisy's driving. She hits Myrtle. Myrtle goes flying. Right, Myrtle's dead. Then other fucking witnesses in the dark happen to see that which car this was, and they say, oh, it was yellow. Somehow, through a contrivance so contrived that F. Scott Fitzgerald didn't even feel the need to include how it happened. He just hand waves it away, and he's like, yeah, George Wilson figures out whose car it was. Fuck the fuck off. We can make the argument that it was Tom, so I'm not going to include that in the thing. You can just say he called Tom and was like, whose car was that? And he would just be like, Jay Gatsby, because he doesn't like him. So we're not going to include that on the list of contrivances. But still. And then this is finally, number 10 in this fucking insane list of events. I'm not counting that thing. I'm not counting that last one. Number 10, George Wilson finds his way to Gatsby's house, walks to Gatsby's house, and fucking shoots and kills him without talking to him. So now Gatsby's dead for absolutely fucking no reason. Full stop. None of the narrative events in this story are sensible. But oh, Tom, it's such a beautiful, it's so beautifully written. First off, fuck yourself. No, it's not. Second off, even if it was beautifully written, the Dragon Show, all of our favorite bad Dragon Show, is beautiful, truly gorgeous. And none of that matters because Littlefinger looked at the camera and said, I'm a bit confused. And I gotta tell you, pardon me, I've been talking for actually 5 hours about this fucking trash factory of a book. He looks at camera and said, I'm a bit confused. That's what Jay Gatsby does at the end, right? Mr. Wilson, I'm a bit confused. I'm going to make that meme, actually. That's a good meme. And that's it, right? That's the book, right? This is the narrative thrust of one of the seminal pieces of fiction in American history. Guys, it sucks. It fucking sucks. It's contrived. It's stupid. The lesson it tries to convey, when it was outdated sometime around 1949, it's fucking ridiculous. And it's not even all that well written, because for every page that is like the end of chapter 8, this beautiful description of George killing Gatsby and Gatsby's body floating in the pool, which is a beautiful description. It's gorgeous, wonderful. It's amazing. For every one of those, there is 5 pages of Nick Carraway describing the horse shit that he's been doing in his off time. Fuck this book. Anyway, chapter 9. I'm taking a shot because I'm pissed about all this shit. Clink. God, I hope this is the last shot. 19 pages left, guys. This is the last chapter. 19 pages left. Whew. After 2 years, I remember the rest of that day, and that night, and the next day, only as an endless drill of police and photographers and newspapermen in and out of Gatsby's front door. A rope stretched across the main gate, and a policeman kept out the curious. But little boys soon discovered that they could enter through my yard, and there were always a few of them clustered open-mouthed around the pool. Someone with a positive manner, perhaps a detective, used the expression madman as he bent over Wilson's body that afternoon, and the adventurous adventitious, happening or carried on according to chance, rather than design or inherent nature. So let's see. The adventitious authority of his voice set the key for the newspaper reports the next morning. That doesn't really seem to make sense to me. Coming from outside, not native. Okay, so external. The adventitious authority, so the external authority of his voice, set the key for the newspaper reports the next morning. Most of those reports were a nightmare, grotesque, circumstantial, eager, and untrue. While Michaelis's testimony at the inquest brought to light Wilson's suspicions of his wife, I thought the whole tale would shortly be served up in racy, pasquinade. But Catherine, who might have said anything, didn't say a word. She showed a surprising amount of character about it, too. Looked at the coroner with determined eyes under that corrected brow of hers and swore that her sister had never seen Gatsby and that her sister was completely happy with her husband. That her sister had been into no mischief whatsoever. She convinced herself of it, cried into a handkerchief, as if the very suggestion was more than she could endure. So we are dealing with the aftermath of Gatsby's death. But all this part of it seemed remote and unessential. Oh goodness, that's some good apple juice. I found myself on Gatsby's side and alone. From the moment I telephoned news of the catastrophe to West Egg Village, every surmise about him and every practical question was referred to me. At first I was surprised and confused. Then, as he lay in his house, he didn't move or breathe or speak. Hour upon hour it grew upon me as I was responsible, because no one else was interested. Interested, I mean, with that intense personal interest to which everyone has some vague right at the end. Gatsby had no friends, is the summation, right? And I am inclined to editorialize this a little bit. Gatsby spent his life pretending to be something instead of just fucking making friends. He could have just he spent his life, and I say his life, he spent a couple of years in his 20s trying to build a life that one motherfucker would find interesting, when he could have been spending it building a life that he found interesting. But, oh, you say, Jay Gatsby only would have found life interesting if Daisy Buchanan was in it. Fuck that. And fuck you. And fuck Jay Gatsby. And fuck Daisy Buchanan, especially. Anyway. It's god-awful ridiculous. I called up Daisy half an hour after we found him. Called her instinctively without hesitation, but she and Tom had gone away early that afternoon, taken baggage with them. Left no address? No. Say when they'd be back? No. Any idea where they are, how I could reach them? I don't know. Can't say. I wanted to get somebody for him. I wanted to go into the room where he lay and reassure him, I'll get somebody for you, Gatsby. Don't worry. Just trust me and I'll get somebody for you. Mayor Wolfsheim's name wasn't in the phone book. The butler gave me his office address on Broadway and I called information. By the time I had the number, it was long after 5 and no one answered the phone. Will you ring again? I've rung them 3 times. It's very important. Sorry, I'm afraid there's no one there. I went back to the drawing room and thought for an instant that there were chance visitors, all these official people who suddenly filled it. But as they drew back the sheet and looked at Gatsby with unmoved eyes, his protest continued in my brain. Look here, old sport. You've got to get somebody for me. You've got to try hard. I can't go through this alone. Someone started to ask me questions, but I broke away, and going upstairs, I looked hastily through the unlocked parts of his desk. He'd never told me definitely that his parents were dead, but there was nothing, only a picture of Dan Cody, a token of forgotten violence staring down from the wall. Next morning, I sent the butler to New York with a letter to Wolfsheim, which asked for information and urged him to come on the next train. That request seemed superfluous when I wrote it. I was sure he'd start when he saw the newspapers, just as I was sure there'd be a wire from Daisy before noon, but neither a wire nor Mr. Wolfsheim arrived. No one arrived except more police and photographers and newspapermen. When the butler brought back Wolfsheim's answer, I began to have a feeling of defiance, of scornful solidarity between Gatsby and me against them all. Quote, Dear Mr. Carraway, this has been one of the most terrible shocks of my life. I can hardly believe it. Such a mad act as that man did should make us all think. I cannot come down now, as I am tied up in some very important business and cannot get mixed up in this thing now. If there's anything I can do a little later, please let me know in a letter by Edgar. I hardly know where I am when I hear about a thing like this, and I am completely knocked down and out. Yours truly, Meyer Wolfsheim. And then a hasty addenda beneath. Let me know about the funeral, etc. Do not know his family at all. Man, I'm not even going to fuck around with it, right? Clink, drink. Everybody, fucking everybody. Everybody ditched Gatsby at the end. Nobody came. Fucking nobody came. I am not going to get started on the character of Meyer Wolfsheim here in this last chapter, because this last chapter is the good part of the book, right? It's the good part. This last chapter, if we ignore everything that's happened up until now, we can just start at this section, and from here, it's fine, because your brain, as you're reading this last chapter, if you've never read anything that happened before this, you can imagine the emotions through Nick, the emotions going on around the death of Gatsby. And you are able to suspend how fucking moronic the actual act of the death of Gatsby is. So, we'll just go through the rest of this chapter, because it's good. This is the part of the book that people remember, right? This is the part that they look back on. But the problem is, it takes 8 chapters of horse shit to get here. and I was going to say mildly racist. It's not mildly racist horseshit. It's very racist horseshit to get here. I have a problem with racism, and I have a problem with contrivance, and this book has them both, right? It combines them with a good polymerization, a la Yu-Gi-Oh! It fuses them together into some unholy abomination. But this last chapter makes people forget all that. I'm angry. Whew. When the phone rang that afternoon and long-distance Chicago was calling, I thought this would be Daisy at last, but the connection came through as a man's voice, very thin and far away. This is Slagle speaking. Yes? Hell of a note, isn't it? Get my wire? There haven't been any wires. Young Park's in trouble. They picked him up and handed the bonds over the counter. They got a circular from New York giving the numbers 5 minutes before. How do you know about that, hey? You never can tell in these sick towns. Hello, I interrupted. Look here, this isn't Mr. Gatsby. Mr. Gatsby's dead. There's a long silence on the other wire, followed by an exclamation and a quick squawk as the connection was broken. I think it was on the third day that a telegram signed Henry C. Gatz arrived from a town in Minnesota. It is said that only the sender was leaving immediately. It said only that the sender was leaving immediately and to postpone the funeral until he came. It was Gatsby's father, a solemn old man, very helpless and dismayed, bundled up in a cheap ulster against the warm September day. His eyes leaked continuously with excitement, and when I took the bag and umbrella from his hands, he began to pull so incessantly at his sparse gray beard that I had difficulty in getting his coat off. He was on the point of collapse, so I took him to the music room, and I made him sit down while I sent for something to eat. But he wouldn't eat, and the glass of milk spilled from his trembling hand. I saw it in the Chicago newspaper, he said. It was all in the Chicago newspaper. I started right away. I didn't know how to reach you. His eyes, seeing nothing, moved ceaselessly about the room. He was a madman, he said. He must have been mad. Wouldn't you like some coffee? I don't want anything right now, Mr. Carraway. Well, I'm all right now. Where have they got Jimmy? I took him into the drawing room where his son lay. Ah, yes, Jimmy, because his son's name is James. James Gatz, not Jay Gatsby, James Gatz. I took him into the drawing room where his son lay and left him there. Some little boys had come up the steps and were looking into the hall. After a little while, Mr. Gatz opened the door and came out, his mouth ajar, his face flushed slightly, his eyes leaking, isolated and unpunctual tears. He had reached an age where death no longer has the quality of ghastly surprise, and when he looked around for him now, blah, 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 I helped him up to, fine, we'll do it, okay, we'll do it. And when he looked around him now for the first time and saw the height and splendor of the hall and the great rooms opening out from it onto other rooms, his grief began to be mixed with an odd pride. I helped him up to a bedroom upstairs. While he took off his coat and vest, I told him all the arrangements had been made, and deferred until he came. I dispute this sentence. He had reached an age where death no longer has the quality of ghastly surprise. I have never met a human being for whom death no longer has that quality. I doubt whether such a person exists. I didn't know what you'd want, Mr. Gatsby. Gatz is my name. Mr. Gatz. I thought you might want to take the body west. He shook his head. Jimmy always liked it better down east. He rose up to his position in the east. Were you a friend of my boy's, Mr. We were close friends. Is this this book this book's a little maybe I should do a rereading from a J Nick angle. Might be an interesting reading. We'll suspend that for the moment. However, if you're doing your essay, that might be something that's a good essay. I'd read that essay. Link me to it. I'll read it. Anyway, here we go. We were close friends, which is what people say when, well, never mind. We had a big future before him, you know. He was only a young man, but he had a lot of brain power here. He touched his head impressively, and I nodded. If he'd lived, he'd have been a great man. This is another instance of the of the transliteration making an individual seem less intelligent, right? Less educated. Because it says, instead of could have, it's could of. He'd have helped build up the country, right? Showing that Gatsby didn't come from very wealthy, heavily educated a family. A man like James J. Hill, he'd have helped build up the country. That's true, I said uncomfortably. He fumbled at the embroidered coverlet, trying to take it from the bed, and lay down stiffly. He was instantly asleep. Blah, blah, blah. He got a call. This is Mr. Carraway. Oh, he sounded relieved. This is Klipspringer. I was relieved, too, for that seemed to promise another friend at Gatsby's grave. I didn't want it to be in the papers. I saw a sightseeing crowd, so I'd been called up a few people myself. They were hard to find. The funeral's tomorrow, I said, 3 o'clock here at the house. I wish you'd tell anybody who'd be interested. Oh, I will, he broke out hastily. Of course, I'm not likely to see anybody, but if I do. His tone made me suspicious. Of course, you'll be there yourself. Well, I'll certainly try. What I called about is... Wait a minute. How about saying you'll come? Well, the fact is, the truth of the matter is that I'm staying with some people up here in Greenwich, and they rather expect me to be with them tomorrow. In fact, there's sort of a picnic or something. Of course, I'll do my very best to get away. Now, the best line in the entire book, quote, I ejaculated an unrestrained, huh? I ejaculated an unrestrained, huh? And he must have heard me, for he went on nervously. What I called up about was, a pair of shoes I left there. I wonder if it'd be too much trouble to have the butler send them on. You see, they're tennis shoes, and they're sort of helpless without them. My address is care of B.S. I didn't hear the rest of the name because I hung up the receiver. After that, I felt a certain shame for Gatsby. One gentleman to whom I telephoned implied that he'd got what he deserved. However, that was my fault, for he was one of those who had sneered most bitterly at Gatsby over the quartage of Gatsby's liquor, and I should have known better than to call him. The morning of the funeral, I went up to New York to see Mayor Wolfsheim. I couldn't seem to reach him with any other way. Through any other way, I should say. The door that I pushed open on the advice of the elevator boy was marked, The door that I pushed open on the advice of the elevator boy was marked The Swastika Holding Company. The door that I pushed open on the advice of the elevator boy was marked The fuck is going on with this book? And at first there didn't seem to be anyone inside, but when I'd shouted hello several times in vain, an argument broke out behind a partition, and presently a lovely Jewess, Jewess, appeared at an interior door and scrutinized me with hostile eyes, with black, hostile eyes. Nobody's in, she said. Mr. Wolfsheim's gone to Chicago. This first part was obviously untrue, for someone had begun to whistle the rosary tunelessly inside. Please say that Mr. Carraway wants to see him. I can't get it back from Chicago, can I? And at this moment, a voice unmistakably Wolfsheim's called Stella from the other side of the door. Leave your name on the desk, she said quickly. I'll give it to him when he gets back. But I know he's there, says Nick. She took a step toward me and began to slide her hands indignantly up and down her hips. You young men think you can force your way in here any time, she scolded. We're getting sick and tired of it. And I say he's in Chicago. He's in Chicago. That's another, that's one of the things that I really actually quite enjoy about this is the interesting stylization of stressors on certain words. That last word is C-H-I, capital C, capital A, lowercase g, lowercase o, Chicago. He's in Chicago. When I say he's in Chicago, which I enjoy. I think is a creative way of expressing that, and one that I might use in some of my writing. I enjoy that. I mentioned Gatsby. Oh, she looked me over again. What was your name? She vanished. In a moment, Mayor Wolfsheim stood solemnly in the doorway, holding out both hands. He drew me into his office, remarking in a reverent voice that it was a sad time for all of us. He offered me a cigar. My memory goes back to when I first met him, he said. A young major just out of the armory and covered over with medals he got in the war. He was so hard up. He was so hard up he had to keep on wearing his uniform because he couldn't buy regular clothes. The first time I saw him was when he come into Winnebrenner's pool room at 43rd Street and asked for a job. He hadn't eaten anything for a couple of days. Come on, have some lunch with me, I said. I ate more than $4 worth of food in half an hour. He ate more than $4 worth of food in half an hour. Control T. $4. How about what's that? $1 in 1925. $14. 28. 48. 50. Never do math on air. 56. $56 in food. That's not that much food. I can slam $56 worth of food in half an hour. I've been talking too long. Oh. I'm angry with myself. Oh. Oh. Oh, baby. 10 pages left. Did you start him in business? I inquired. Start him? I made him. Oh, I raised him up out of nothing, right out of the gutter. I saw right there he was fine and blah, 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 blah. Two bulbous fingers always together. We were so thick like that in everything. He held up two bulbous fingers, always together. I wondered if this partnership had included the World Series transaction in 1919. Now he's dead, I said after a moment. You were his closest friend, so I know you'd want to come to his funeral. I'd like to come, he said. Well, then come. The hair in his nostrils quivered slightly as he shook his head and his eyes filled with tears. I can't do it, he said. I can't get mixed up in it. There's nothing to get mixed up in. It's all over now. When a man gets killed, I never like to get mixed up in it in any way. I keep out. When I was a young man, it was different. If a friend of mine died, no matter how, I stuck with him to the end. But you may think that's sentimental, but I mean it, to the bitter end. I saw that for some reason of his own, he was determined not to come, so I stood up. Are you a college man? He inquired suddenly. For a moment, I thought he was going to suggest a connection, spelled unfortunately again. But he only nodded and shook my hand. Let us learn to show our friendship for a man when he is alive and not after he is dead, he suggested. After that, my own rule is to set everything alone. That's an interesting philosophy. I wish that character wasn't so fucked. I wish that character wasn't so fucked. Yeah, okay. Yep, I'm angry with F. Scott Fitzgerald. Yeah, I'm double dipping here. It's my show. Oh boy. Go. Whew. Okay, come on, Tom. Go. Let us learn to show our friendship for a man when he is alive and not after he is dead, he suggested. After that, my own rule is to let everything alone. This last chapter is pretty good. That's a really damn good quote. When I left his office, the sky had turned dark, and I got back to West Egg in a drizzle. After changing my clothes, I went next door to find Mr. Getz walking up and down excitedly in the hall. His pride in his son and in his son's possession was continually increasing, and now he had something to show me. Jimmy sent me this picture. He took out his wallet with trembling fingers. Look here. It was a photograph of the house, cracked in the corners and dirty with many hands. He pointed out every detail to me eagerly. Look there. And then he sought admiration from my eyes. He had shown it so often that I think it was more real to him now than the house itself. Jimmy sent it to me. It's a very pretty picture. It shows up well. Very well, I said. Have you seen him lately? Had you seen him lately, I should say? He come out to me about 2 years ago and bought me the house that I now live in. Of course, we broke up when he run off from home, but I see now there was a reason for it. He knew he had a big future in front of him, and ever since he made his success, he was very generous with me. He seemed reluctant to put away the picture. There's a cat, by the way. Hello, cat. No, don't bite my hand. No, don't bite my hand. No, don't bite my hand. That's a good cat. Yeah, I know you're a good cat. You been outside? This cat is soaked. This cat went wandering outside. Anyway, come out to see me 2 years ago. He seemed reluctant to put away the picture, held it for another minute, lingeringly before my eyes. Then he returned the wallet and pulled from his pocket a ragged old copy of a book called Hop Along Cassidy. Look here. This is a book he had when he was a boy. It just shows you. He opened it at the back cover and turned it around for me to see. On the last flyleaf was printed the word schedule and the date September 12th, 1906. And underneath, this is a schedule. Rise from bed, 6 a.m. Dumbbell exercise and wall scaling, 6:15 to 6:30. Study electricity, etc., 7:15 to 8:15. Work, 8:30 to 4:30. Baseball and sports, 4:30 to 5. Practice elocution, poise, and how to attain it, 5 to 6. Study needed inventions, 7 to 9. General resolves. No wasting time at Chapters or a name indecipherable. No more smoking or chewing. Bath every other day. Read one improving book or magazine per week. Save $5, crossed out, $3 per week. Be better to parents. I came across this book by accident, said the old man. It just shows you, don't it? Nick says, it just shows you. Jimmy was bound to get ahead. He always had some resolves like this. Do you notice what he's got about improving his mind? He was always great for that. He told me I ate like a hog once, and I beat him for it. He was reluctant to close the book, reading each item aloud and then looking eagerly at me. I think he rather expected me to copy down the list for my own use. A little before 3, the Lutheran minister arrived from Flushing, and I began to look involuntarily out the windows for other cars. So did Gatsby's father. And as the time passed and the servants came in and stood waiting in the hall, his eyes began to blink anxiously, and he spoke of rain in a worried, uncertain sort of way. The minister glanced several times at his watch, so I took him aside and asked him to wait for half an hour, but it wasn't any use. Nobody came. About 5 o'clock, a procession of 3 cars reached the cemetery and stopped in a thick drizzle beside the gate. First a motor hearse, horribly black and wet, then Mr. Gatz and the minister, and I in the limousine with a little later 4 or 5 servants and the postman from West Egg in Gatsby's station wagon, all wet to the skin. As we started through the gate into the cemetery, I heard a car stop and the sound of someone splashing after us over the soggy ground. I looked around. It was the man with the owl-eyed glasses whom I'd found marveling over Gatsby's books in the library one night 3 months before. I'd never seen him since then. I don't know how he knew about the funeral or even what his name was. The rain poured down his thick glasses, and he took them off and wiped them to see the protecting canvas unrolled from Gatsby's grave. I tried to think about Gatsby then for a moment, but he was already too far away, and I could only remember without resentment that Daisy hadn't sent a message or a flower. Dimly I heard someone murmur, "Blessed are the dead that the rain falls upon." And then the owl-eyed man said, "Amen to that." We straggled down quickly through the rain to the cars. Owl Eyes spoke to me by the gate. "I couldn't get to the house," he remarked. "Neither could anybody else." "Go on," he started. "Why, my God, they used to go there by the hundreds." He took off his glasses and wiped them outside and inside again. "The poor son of a bitch," he said. "One of my most vivid memories is coming back west from prep school and later from college." It's another flashback. This is another flashback. Missed this or that's frozen breath. When we pulled into the winter night and the real snow, blah, blah, blahs. My Middle West, the Swede towns, little solemn, long winters. Even when the East excited me most. Ohio, we're talking about El Greco. After Gatsby's death, the East was haunted for me like that. After Gatsby's death, the East was haunted for me like that. Distorted beyond my eyes, correction for power. Whew! That's some good apple juice. Distorted beyond my eyes, power for correction. There it is. So when the blue smoke of brittle leaves was in the air and the wind blew in the wet laundry on the stiff line, I decided to walk home. I decided to come back home even. There was one more thing I had to do before I left, an awkward, unpleasant thing that perhaps had been better let alone. I saw Jordan Baker and talked over and around what had happened to us together and what had happened afterward to me. She lay perfectly still in a big chair. She was dressed to play golf, and I remember thinking she looked like a good illustration. Her chin raised a little, jauntily, her hair the color of an autumn leaf, her eyes the same brown tint as the fingerless glove on her knee. When I had finished, she told me without comment that she was engaged to another man. I doubted that, though there were several she could have married at a nod of her head, but I pretended not to be surprised. Just for a moment, I wondered if I wasn't making a mistake. Then I thought it all over again quickly and got up to say goodbye. Nevertheless, you did throw me over, said Jordan suddenly. You threw me over on the telephone. I didn't give a damn about you now. I don't give a damn about you now, but it was a new experience for me, and I felt dizzy for a while. We shook hands. Oh, and you do remember, she added, a conversation we had once about driving a car. Why, not exactly. You said a bad driver was only safe until she met another bad driver. Well, I met another bad driver, didn't I? I mean, it was careless of me to make such a wrong guess. I thought you were rather an honest, straightforward person. I thought it was your secret pride. I'm 30, I said. I'm 5 years too old to lie to myself and call it honor. Fuck you, Nick. She didn't answer. Angry and half in love with her, and tremendously sorry, I turned away. Hydration check. Yeah. Fuck you, Nick. Glug, glug, glug. Oh, gosh. Fuck you, Nick. Whew. One afternoon, late in October, I saw Tom Buchanan. He was walking ahead of me along Fifth Avenue in his alert, aggressive way, his hands out a little from his body as if to fight off interference, his head moving sharply here and there, adapting itself to restless eyes. Just as I slowed up to avoid overtaking him, he stopped and began frowning into the windows of a jewelry store. Suddenly he saw me and walked back without holding his hand. What's the matter, Nick? Do you object to shaking hands with me? Yes. You know what I think of you. You're crazy, Nick, he said quickly. Crazy as hell. I don't know what's the matter with you. Tom, I inquired, what did you say to Wilson that afternoon? He stared at me without a word, and I knew I had guessed right about those missing hours. I started to turn away, but he took a step after me and grabbed my arm. I told him the truth, he said. He came to the door while we were getting ready to leave, and I sent down word that we weren't in, and he tried to force his way upstairs. He was crazy enough to kill me, and if I hadn't told him who owned the car, well, his hand was on his revolver in his pocket every minute he was in the house. He broke off defiantly. What if I didn't tell him? That fellow had it coming to him. He threw dust into your eyes just like he did in Daisy's, but he was going on a tough one. But he was a tough one, I should say. He ran over Myrtle like you run over a dog, and he never even stopped his car. There was nothing I could say, except the one unutterable fact. that it wasn't true. Once again, there was nothing I could say except the one unutterable fact that it wasn't true. And if you think I didn't have my share of suffering, look here. When I went to give up that flat, I saw that damn box of dog biscuits sitting there in the sideboard. I sat down and cried like a baby. By God, it was awful. I couldn't forgive him or like him, but I saw that what he had done was to him entirely justified. It was all very careless and confused. They were careless people, Tom and Daisy. They smashed up things and creatures and then retreated back into their money or their vast carelessness or whatever it was that kept them together and let other people clean up the mess they had made. I shook hands with him. It seemed silly not to, for I felt suddenly as though I were talking to a child. Then he went into the jewelry store and tried to buy a pearl necklace, or perhaps only a pair of cuff buttons, rid of my provincial squeamishness forever. Gatsby's house was still empty when I left. The grass on his lawn had grown as long as mine. One of the taxi drivers in the village never took a fare past the entrance gate without stopping for a minute and pointing inside. Perhaps it was he who drove Daisy and Gatsby over the East Egg the night of the accident, and perhaps he had made a story about it, all his own. I didn't want to hear it. I avoided him when I got off the train. I spent my Saturday nights in New York because those gleaming, dazzling parties of his were with me so vividly that I could hear the music still and the laughter faint and incessant from his garden and the cars going up and down his drive. One night I did hear a material car there, and I saw its lights stop at his front steps, but I didn't investigate. It was probably some final guest who had been away at the ends of the earth and didn't know that the party was over. On the last night, with my trunk packed and my car sold to the grocer, I went over and looked at that huge, incoherent failure of a house once more. On the white steps, an obscene word, scrawled by some boy with a piece of brick, stood out clearly in the moonlight, and I erased it, drawing my shoe raspingly along the stone. Then I wandered down to the beach and sprawled out on the sand. Most of the big shore places were closed now, and there were hardly any lights except the shadowy moving glow of a ferry boat across the sound. And as the moon rose higher, the infinitesimal houses began to melt away until I gradually became aware of the old island here that flowered once for a Dutch sailor's eyes, a fresh green breast of a new world. Its vanished trees, the trees that had made their way for Gatsby's house, had once pandered in whispers to the last and greatest of all human dreams. For a transitory, enchanted moment, man must have held his breath in the presence of this continent, compelled into an aesthetic contemplation neither he understood. Compelled into an aesthetic contemplation that neither he understood nor desired, face to face for the last time in history with something commensurate with his capacity for wonder. And as I sat there brooding on the old unknown world, I thought of Gatsby's wonder when he first picked out the green light at the end of Daisy's dock. He had come a long way to this blue lawn, and his dream must have seemed so close that he could hardly fail to grasp it. He did not know that it was already behind him, somewhere back in that vast obscurity beyond the city, where the dark fields of the Republic rolled on under the night. Gatsby believed in the green light, the orgastic future that year by year recedes before us. It eluded us then, but that's no matter. Tomorrow we will run faster, stretch out our arms farther, and one fine morning, so we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. The end. That was my last shot of the evening, because I am deeply angry with F. Scott Fitzgerald for making 8/9 of a shitty book, but then a final chapter so fucking good, so beautiful, with such excellently written prose, with such brilliant metaphors, that I, even now, after ragging on this book for 5 fucking hours, I find it hard in this moment to shit on this book, because that last chapter is so fucking good. Hot damn. I'm going to read that last line again. And so we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. A wonderful thing about this being my channel, my show, is I get to say whatever the fuck I want. I get to make the points here. I disagree wholeheartedly with the thesis of this last chapter, right? It's fucked. And so we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. No, no, no. Individuals who do that, who experience that pull, are the individuals who choose to do that. And you can. That is a way to live your life. You can choose to live in the past. You can choose to attempt to recapture the days that have gone by, like Gatsby. Like this person who longed for the days when he was 17. Who longed for the days when he was a fucking child. But that longing that he experiences, and the longing that you, current 17-year-old, and that longing that you, current 31-year-old, that longing that you, current 54-year-old, and indeed that longing that you, current 79-year-old, that longing that you experience for the things gone by, it doesn't matter how strongly you long for those things. They are gone. Is that okay? No. It sucks. But it is how it is. And longing for those days is nonsensical. Do not do that. Do not be Jay Gatsby. Do not emulate the only fucking relatable character in this story. Do not emulate Jay Gatsby. Jay Gatsby may be the most damaging character to emulate in this whole fucking clusterfuck of a work. Do not look behind. Look forward. Learn from the things that have happened, yes. Learn from the mistakes you've made, the mistakes the people you care about have made. Understand how to act going forward but do not attempt to live in that world. If at 17 you and your girlfriend broke up, your girlfriend said to you, your significant other said to you, "Hey, asshole, you're not rich enough for me." What you say to that person is, suck whatever genital protrusion fits your fancy and get the fuck out of my life. That is what you say to that person. And you go find someone who looks at you and does not think, wow, they would be nicer if they were better. They would be nicer if they were richer. I might marry them if they weren't so poor or black or Jewish. Fuck those guys. Fuck those guys. If you can take a thesis away from this work, and you will have to pardon me, said Tom as he clinks one more time. If you can take a thesis away from this work, the thesis should be, fuck those guys. Over the courses of your life, says Tom, speaking to both the wide-eyed, forward-thinking 12-year-olds and 14-year-olds. It is wonderful to talk to you. How are you? Those wide-eyed 12-year-olds and 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds who are reading this book in class. You will meet many Jay Gatsbys and Daisy Buchanans and Tom Buchanans. Fuck 100% of them. Fuck them all. The only thing that you should take into account when deciding what to do with the future of your life, how best to make decisions for you, the only thing that you should consult is, will this hurt anybody? And if not, does it make me happy? If the answer to those two questions is no, and then yes, fucking do it. Fuck Daisy. Don't look for the green light. The green light fucking sucks. Don't look for the Jay Gatsby, the person who is attempting to quote unquote better themselves, to make themselves more appealing to you. The person who is lying to you. Fuck them. You're good enough on your own. Clink. Drink. Ooh! Delicious. Who, baby? So let's talk about some of the themes, right? And I do hope you'll pardon me. I don't really have them written down. And it may not be the case that my thought process is as coherent as I might like it to be. But that's okay. If you are intending to make a presentation on this, be that a paper or like an actual presentation, like a PowerPoint or something like that, or if you just want to talk about The Great Gatsby to your friends, a point that you might focus on might be the racially problematic nature of The Great Gatsby, as evidenced by the entire character of Wolfsheim. And that entire, I can't remember what chapter it was a third or fourth chapter, I think, where the description of Wolfsheim is unpleasant. You could discuss the overbearing subtext in The Great Gatsby. where they talk so much about what is going to happen. They hit you over the head with it like nobody's business. Or, my personal favorite, you could talk about the truly nonsensical plot. A plot filled with so many contrivances, so much luck, so much chance, so many things happening that are ridiculous, that require cosmic forces to line up to make happen, coupled with really stupid decisions by the characters. That is a good and interesting essay. And if you're just looking to talk about The Great Gatsby, you can either talk about how The Great Gatsby is a seminal work of fiction, how it discusses class struggles unlike anything else of its time. Oh my goodness, I'm wobbly. Discuss class struggles unlike anything else of its time in American history. And I think that's an interesting take, right? You can discuss the truly brilliant prose, but I would say, if you want to view The Great Gatsby in a positive light, literally all I would do is focus on that last chapter. Just talk about the wordcraft in that last chapter, because holy shit, is it fucking good. It's been 5 hours and 50 minutes, and I have gone through about, I'm gonna say 3/5 of this bottle of apple juice, and I am a very happy Tom with what has occurred. Thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed, please, I don't know, do whatever the things that people say you're normally supposed to do when you enjoy a thing. Good try. We're gonna have one more. If you enjoyed this, please tell me, and I'll do more stuff like this. Maybe things that are a little bit shorter, but hell, maybe things that are a little bit longer. This is a 6-hour video. Oh God, what do people usually do at the end of these videos? If you manage to get this far into the video, hold on. Ooh! If you manage to get this far into the video, please comment yellow car. And then please comment your favorite plot contrivance from this god-awful fucking book. And then we can talk about them, right? We'll talk about them in the comments. It'll be great. Thank you for watching. I hope that you have enough time to finish your essay. And if you, unironically, if you do, post a link. And, genuinely, fuck it. I might review it on video while having more small glass cups of this apple juice. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. Goodbye.